since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire, let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Departure to the Territory. Depart for territory. I don't like it. I don't want it. I'm going to the afternoon, before I was scheduled to leave for the Tishidanakana territory with Yuno. Yuria, who had been packing her luggage with her mates, came into her own room and raised her voice to Mary, who cried loudly and rolled around on the floor. Hey, Mary, you still have 3 months left to become an adult. You can never do anything like that before then. What's the difference between being 18 years and 9 months old and 19 years old? I'm going to go with you to this guy really. Is that you, a kid? What kind of ridiculous behavior are you doing? Isabella? You need to stop Mary. Isabella, Yuria was about to tell her eldest daughter, Isabella, to comfort her youngest daughter, but stopped. I'm going with you. No, hey. You have to take care of Mary here. If you go all the way, what will Mary do by herself? Stop talking nonsense. While Isabella and Mary were having a tantrum and Yuria was scolding them, Yuno came in and tried to dissuade her. Haha. Mom, let's just take Isabella and Mary too. It's not long until Mary's coming of age ceremony anyway, and if there's still some education left, all we have to do is bring a teacher. I'll tell Brother Prince. Well, Yuno. Yuria screamed at Yuno, and Isabella and Mary rushed to Yuno and showered him with kisses on the cheek. Wow, Yuno, I love you. Sighed Oppa. Thank you. I love you. Sighed Yuno, who had a mischievous smile on her face, grabbed Yuno's hand and dragged her into her own bedroom. And when they were alone, Yuria started to get furious at Yuno. Hey, what do you mean you're taking Isabella and Mary with you? Did you even touch them? Oh, no. I can't do that. I just think I'd be lonely without my older sister and younger sister. You. Be honest. Why do you want to take me away? There really is nothing like that. It's good for the whole family to be together. Why does mom have to keep my older sister and Mary apart? In response to Yuno's question, Yuria twisted her thighs. It's all, of course. The kids might find out that I'm in a relationship with you. I tried to go there and have a good time every night. Yuno hugged Yuria tightly and comforted her when she was complaining so cutely. Don't worry about that. I'll definitely put a noise blocking spell and a locking spell on my bedroom so that it can only be open to Mom, Eliza, and Catherine. I understand. But really, nothing happened to you guys, right? Well, of course. I decided not to lie to my mom. Okay. Then I'll tell the kids I'll allow it too. So be careful. Yuno broke into a cold sweat as she watched her mother leave her bedroom, glaring at her with a slightly suspicious look in her eyes. Yesternight, Juno welcomed Isabella and Mary, who came to her room, and took them to her drawing room. They had pouting expressions, as if they were dissatisfied with something, but they were scheduled to leave for the estate the day after tomorrow, and since they were the older sister and younger sister who would not be seen for a while, Yuno smiled brightly at them. But Yuno's expression was bound to change soon. Hey, Yuno. What are you doing? When Isabella thrust something at her, Juno wondered what was going on, so she looked closely at it and opened her eyes. How can I do this to my sister? Yuno couldn't help but be surprised because it was a piece of paper containing a scene of her and Eliza deeply kissing. Of course, she announced at the chair of the state council that she and Eliza were dating, but since it was a strict state secret, there was no way the princesses, who were prohibited from attending the state council, would know. HMPH. Isn't that important? You were dating Eliza while keeping it a secret from Isabella and me, so, what do you want? If you don't want mom to know about this, when her brother goes to the estate, take us with him. How would she react if Eliza took away her son, whom her mother had raised with so much love? She might even slap Eliza in the face. Juno felt that Isabella and her Mary were making threats that did not come to fruition. What's wrong with having sex with Eliza in front of mom? They're just playing drums and Django and putting on a show together. Well, do whatever you want. By the way, mom already knows, right? She's already gotten permission, so don't tell me, or do whatever you want. What? What? Hey, Oppa, Juno, who was going into the bedroom while ignoring her sister's calls to her, had no choice but to stop when she heard Isabella's voice in her ear. Heh. Then what will happen if I show this to Diane? Will she really stay still? Juno's neck turned back with a clicking sound, and Isabella and Mary were there, smiling in victory. Ah, really? Let's not do that. If Sister Diane found out it's really going to cause all kinds of trouble. Even so, my mother barely managed to stop her from following me to my estate, but if she found out that I was dating a legal Puno also knew that Diane cared for her very much, and although she liked it sometimes, most of the time she was annoying and tired, so she expected the result. We don't want Diane to go to her brother's estate either, so why don't you just quietly cooperate with us? 2 is better than 3, right? In the end, Juno raised his white flag to Isabella and Mary and the result was to tell Uriah that he was taking Isabella and Mary with him today. Well, before I got into this relationship with my mom, I was actually going to take my older sister and Mary with me. Instead, I guess I'll have to thoroughly soundproof it. Naturally, taking 2 sisters doesn't mean he can give up sex with her mother, so he begins to prepare thoroughly. The day of departure for the territory. There were many people waiting at the Adriatic Space Magic Circle. Many people, including Crown Prince, Crown Princess Syria, Crown Princess Rachel, and Count Leech Tenor, gathered to support Juno's departure. I hope you are doing well, and if you have any difficulties, you can come back to the capital. There are many people who want to rule the county. Yes, brother. Don't worry. Sister Isabella is a decent intermediate wizard, so she can use space transfer magic herself. So if anything happens, I will return to the capital immediately. But you won't refuse to receive space transfer just because I'm coming, right? Haha, you guy. You've only gotten older and fatter. So, I'm doing well. Empress, please take care of Juno. I hope you get some good air and a comfortable rest as well. Yes, Crown Prince. Thank you for thinking so. The Crown Princess must also assist the Crown Prince well. Yes, Empress. Although I'm lacking, I will do my best. Your Highness the Third Prince. Take care. Please take care of yourself. Hyria eventually welcomed Juno with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Rachel hugged her Eliza and told her that she would often visit, and Rich Tenor regretted parting from Eliza, her pupil whom he had been very attached to, and continued to be with her. Juno urged to be disciplined. Your Highness the Third Prince, you must teach Princess Eliza more harshly. If you are the third prince who defeated Princess Fiona of Leon, you will be able to do so. Yes, I understand. Captain. Don't worry too much. I will teach you harshly every day, every night. In many ways the Crown Prince slightly hugged Isabella and Mary, and, like Juno, gave them a few words of well wishes before stepping back. Space movement is ready. The Empress and Her Majesty the Crown Prince and their party, please come upstairs. When the Imperial Palace magician heard that space movement was ready, about 20 people, including Uriah, Isabella, Mary, Eliza, Catherine, Madeline, the head maid, Baron Kimberly, who was in charge of Mera's studies, and Knight Cordelia, entered the space, climbed into the moving magic circle. Woo, it's a large magic circle that can move up to 30 people, but I had luggage, so it was easy. From now on, I will activate the space movement magic with Adria and Count Grime. The space movement magic circle under my feet flashed, giving everyone a slightly dizzy feeling, and their vision darkened for a moment, then brightened. Mother Empress, Your Royal Highness, we sincerely welcome you to Grimrai. As if there had been prior contact, Count Grime arrived at the space movement magic circle in front of his castle and gave a welcome greeting. Juno and his companions rested for a day in Grime territory and then departed for Juno's territory early in the morning in a carriage prepared by Count Grime. Chapter 52. Unexpected Meeting 1. Unexpected Meeting 1. From now on, we will cross the bridge over the fairy river, so it will shake a little. Please be careful. Who became curious after hearing about crossing the river, got out of the carriage and went to the coachman's seat. It's dangerous. Go in and hold on to the handle. To ensure security in case of an unexpected situation, Yuno and his party asked Count Grime to call for an ordinary carriage that ordinary merchants would ride. In addition, the clothes they were wearing were changed to clothes that would be worn by well-to-do commoners or lower-class nobles, and the armament of the guards, including Cordelia, was kept hidden as much as possible. Therefore, the drivers pulling the carriage had no idea of the identity of Yuno's group, but it was clear to them that Yuno's group were precious people just by looking at their appearance, so he was extremely polite to Yuno, who looked much younger. Haha, don't worry, old man. By the way, if this is the Fairy River, if you cross here, you'll be in Viscounty Nakana. Yes, that's right. Viscount Nakana was a very nice person. He went to the capital not long ago. Since he doesn't have a child to inherit the estate, he wants to spend the rest of his life comfortably. Ugh, as for the person who comes next. What kind of person are you? I heard that the Nakana territory and the Tessida territory are being merged. Didn't you hear that? Ah, I think I heard that. But what does that have to do with people like us who make a living from day to day? The coachman smiled forlornly and then cautiously opened his mouth to Yuno, as if he had remembered something. Oh, by the way, Viscount Nakana was a good man, but the behavior of the newly appointed guard leader named Jared is truly outrageous. Every time he passes through the castle gate, he collects toll tax separately and extorts shopkeepers under the pretext of credit. So you too need to be careful. Has something like that ever happened? It must be completely illegal to collect taxes other than those specified. Do you know what the law is? They tell you to pay, so you pay. Besides, if you don't pay right away, you'll have to pay the penalty. But there's nothing you can do. Why don't you at least say something to the Lord? Viscount Nakana would have listened carefully to the complaints of the people of the territory. Don't even talk about it. To see the Lord, you have to go through the magistrate, and he's in the same company as the guard captain. So we have nowhere to complain. Besides, the original tax is 30%, so why are they charging so much special tax? This was Yuno's first time hearing that there was a special tax levied outside of wartime, so he held his tongue at the coachman's words. No, isn't the Lord coming out of the mincing temple? You should have reported it then. They occasionally came out to inspect people's lives, but Jared was so strict with them that they only let him meet young G minimum who kissed them, so there was nothing they could do. Oh my, thank you for sharing such valuable information. I must be careful. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But the guests seem to be precious just by looking at them, so I won't do anything big. If the guards start acting up next time, I'll keep an eye on them, so give them a few silver coins. Yes, I will take note of it. By the way, the scenery is really nice here. Oh, that's right. The Fairy Lake, located just a little further south, is the greatest pride of our hometown. Our destination, Chi's Castle, is not far away, so it would be perfect if you come for a vacation later. But isn't there an area below the Fairy Lake where the Beketh clan of elves live? Haven't they been causing trouble lately? Nakana territory has always been in conflict with the Bex clan over the ownership of the lake, so this place was one of Yuno's interests. Of course, it was possible to subdue them by mobilizing the Imperial army, but since they hunted all the monsters that flowed from the mountain ranges into their territory and did not pose a particular threat to the people of the Empire, they left them alone for the time being, and I had no intention of interfering, as long as there was no accident. Really? I haven't seen a shadow of an elf in about 10 years. Come to think of it, in the past, we always fought with hunters who entered the forest, but I've never heard of such a thing these days. Thanks to that, the price of meat has become slightly cheaper. Really? Thank you for letting me know. After obtaining general information about the territory from the coachman, Yuno climbed onto the roof of the carriage and summarized the information he had heard in his head while admiring the lake in the distance. Once I arrive at Chi's castle, as I heard from the coachman, I will have to investigate the guard captain and administrator. You won't be able to understand clearly by listening to only one side, so I need to hear more than one side of the story. I will also have to investigate the Beck's family to see if there are any problems apostrophe. While Yuno was thinking about the territory, his eyes were soon drawn to the beautiful scenery. Backquote here, it would be really awesome if we set up a boat here and bring Mom, Eliza, and Catherine and have sex on board apostrophe. Eliza seemed to have sensed Yuno's feelings and climbed onto the roof of the carriage, leaning against Yuno and enjoying the scenery together. Here. Yuno, this place is gorgeous, let's come here for a date later. Ha ha ha. As much as Eliza asks, the coachman said it was dangerous and told her to come down, but since they were masters, there was no way the shaking of the carriage would disturb them, and there was no need to worry about getting hurt if she fell. So Yuno put his hand under Eliza's top and massaged her breast, enjoying the view and her lover's body. We enjoyed it together. Eliza also seemed to enjoy Yuno's touch. So Yuno enjoyed a secret date with Eliza on the ceiling of her carriage until the view of her lake disappeared. Even though we left Greem at dawn, the distance to Chi's castle was quite long, and it was not until the sun went down that the carriage carrying Yuno and his party arrived at Chi's castle. Wow, I'm stumped. I finally arrived. I think I've driven almost 100 kilometers, but it's still a long way to finally arrive. However, contrary to Yuno's expectations of wanting to rest quickly, the door to Chi's castle was tightly closed. Stop for a moment. You can never open the castle gate when the sun goes down. Come back tomorrow when the sun rises. As armed guards blocked the castle gate, the coachman ran and began to beg. Oh my gosh, the sun hasn't completely set yet, and if you don't open the castle gate, you have to sleep out in the forest. And don't you know that dangerous beasts may come out? Please look at the situation just once. Oh hey, Leroy Jenkins, these people. Why are people like this when they know everything? That's why you should have come before the sun sets. In response to the stubborn attitude of the guards, the coachman pulling Yuno's carriage glanced at Yuno, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Yuno, who had been explained in advance what the glance meant, sighed and stood up. Backquote, this is the first time I have heard of the castle gate not being opened, not even to the Imperial Palace gate, but even to a person who has been identified as the sun has fallen. It's not even an exhibition ahem. Those bad guys, who are you? I'm a person called No. I used to live in Adriatic, but recently, my wife's health was not good, so I came here to Nakana territory to recuperate in a place with good air. Present your ID. Yuno placed a few silver coins under the group's camouflaged ID cards and handed them over, and their expressions softened very gently. I'm sure my identity is clear. Well, Nakana territory is famous for its good air, so my wife will recover quickly. Don't forget to show respect to the administrator tomorrow when you report her as a new resident. You said you came from the capital, and you are a very polite friend. If you do this, you will be able to spend a very comfortable time here. When the guards gestured to their colleagues guarding the gate opened. Backquote, the security posture is okay, but I guess I'm quite used to receiving grimaces. The coachman's words turned out to be true. Yuno also wanted to reveal the authenticity of other information he had given. I've arrived at the castle. Where should I drop you off? Originally, he was supposed to go straight to the Lord's official residence, but Yuno modified the plan slightly. Please go to the best inn here in Chi's castle. I will stay there for a while until I find a place to live. Yes, I understand. It's in a very rural area, so I don't know if it will suit the tastes of people from the capital, but there is still a pretty good inn. The inn he guided us to couldn't be said to be luxurious, but it was a very clean inn, and because it was reasonably priced, there were no guests staying there, so Yuno felt relieved and let his group get off. When the group got off, Yuno paid the balance to the driver and sent them away. Wow. I'm tired even just sitting and dozing. What kind of carriage are you riding for 12 hours? This really is the countryside. But why did you come here instead of going to the Lord's residence? Didn't you arrive? It may be a little inconvenient, but please stay here just for today. That's because I have something to do here today. My brother came to the inn with Mary and said he wanted to do something. So he's going to do that with Mary. Mary was talking nonsense and had to be hit on the back by Juno, who was watching Isabella and Eliza laughing, instructed Cordelia to take them, stay at the inn, and guard them. Yes, I understand. Your Highness, please refrain from using the title conveyance until I give another order. Just call me Yuno. Yes, I understand. Yuno demanded that the Nim ruler be removed as well, but the stubborn Cordelia refused. After arguing for a while, Yuno eventually gave up and headed to the market, leaving the group to stay at the inn. Let's see, the shopping malls haven't closed yet, so it's probably worth getting some information. While wondering where to start, Yuno opened the door of a blacksmith shop and entered. As soon as she entered, she was startled by a voice that recognized her and had to open her eyes wide. Your Highness, the third prince. Huh. So, are you the commander of the Mayor Corps? Ah. Why am I the commander of the Corps? I only served as deputy once. My colleagues are still making fun of me. The person who recognized Yuno was Mayor, who had commanded the Corps on Yuno's behalf during the previous Streve expedition, and Yuno, looking so happy, grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Law Artion of Yuno's territory. Chapter 53. Unexpected meeting. 2. Unexpected meeting. 2. Yuno, who had been shaking Mayor by the shoulder, let him go with an apologetic expression when he became dizzy. No, May, what are you doing here? My hometown is around here. Baron Teshida was originally my hometown, but I must have received a lot of reward money during this war. I wanted to stop doing dangerous work, so I came here to Kii's castle with the idea of opening a store. Okay. Have you found a place to do business? I couldn't find it, so I'm wandering around like this. By the way, what brought you to this country? His Highness, I'm Count Teshida Nakana, who has decided to take up his post here. I received this territory for my achievements in the last war. Huh. Then what? Shh. I'm just making an inspection before taking up my post in earnest, so please be quiet. Yuno covered Mayor's mouth and looked around her. Fortunately, after seeing that the owner who was supposed to be guarding the blacksmith shop was away, Yuno released Mayor's mouth. Hey, why are you suddenly covering her mouth? Don't even use the honorifics, just call me Yuno. You're not going to find fault and hit your head later, right? If I were that kind of person, would I have made you a corps commander? Maya nodded her head, as if it made sense. And when Yuno heard the owner coming back, he cleared his throat and continued speaking. Uncle Mayor, what brought you to the blacksmith shop? There was a note posted on the door saying they had opened a store here, so I came here to ask how much it would be to take over the place. Haha, it was an extremely awkward performance between the two, but the blacksmith owner opened his mouth bluntly without any suspicion. Are you both foreigners? Yes. I studied in the capital, but this time, when Nakana territory was promoted to county territory, I was dispatched as an additional official. I was acquainted with Uncle Mayor here in the capital. Please take care of me. My name is Mayor. I came down here from Chii's castle to think about opening a butcher shop. I used to be a guard captain in Teshida territory, so I'm not really an outsider. Haha. Mr. Mayor, who was the guard commander at Teshida territory until the year before last. Nice to meet you. But why did you come here instead of going to Teshida? I thought it would be a bit difficult in such a small place, since all the good places to do business were occupying one place. Still, Chii's castle is quite big and there are many residents, so wouldn't there be some level of business? Clark, it's been a while since I've been here, so you don't know much about the situation here. Do you think I gave up the store for no reason? Well, it's not difficult to vacate the store, but first, come tomorrow morning with the administrator. I don't know, but you have to give me a gold coin or two to get permission to do business. I think I'll have to bring some with me. After hearing what the blacksmith owner said, Yuno intervened. Uncle, what do you mean? According to imperial law, wasn't it necessary for anyone who wanted to start a business or business to just report it to the lord of the relevant territory or his agent? Taxes are paid at the beginning of each year, right? Looking at you, you seem like a very well-educated kid. The law is far away, but your fists are close. If you want to make a living in a country like this, you have to impress those in power right above you, rather than the people in the sky. He complained that the newcomers this time were particularly polarizing, and that he was giving up his business because he was dirty. Point at the words of the blacksmith shop owner. Yuno and Maya took a step back and looked around a few more stores to inquire about the situation, but they only heard similar stories. about how nothing could be done without permission from the guard captain or administrator. Damn it. I don't need to find out more. I have to start by killing that guard captain and the administrator. Yuno was excited and tried to invade the Lord's residence, but Maya held his hand and stopped him. What is it? Maya, your highness, the prince. You can't do that. What are you going to do if you beat him to death like that and there's no evidence? Then you'll just be a murderer. Do you think he dare charge the prince with murder? He could just charge him with insulting the royal family and that would be enough. Even if that's possible, you shouldn't do that if you want to rule the territory. What if you kill the territory's guard captain and administrator as soon as you take office as the lord? Would the people of the territory respond well? No. They seem like a nuisance, but wouldn't the people of the territory like them? That's a very simple thought from those in high positions. No matter how much they harass them, they are still local residents who usually live together. This is a closed area where outsiders do not come and go. As such, the people who live here, whether they like it or not, they're all wearing at least one thing. When Yuno could not answer, Maya continued speaking excitedly. Besides, let's say you beat them to death like that. Then, wouldn't it be necessary to appoint a guard captain or administrator to do that job? Then wouldn't they commit fraud using similar methods? They were already clearly watching their predecessor get a share of the money. Then what are you asking me to do? Are you just going to watch them make illegal gains? Do you want me to say that? I'll secure evidence that they can't steal. Instead, if I handle this well, I'll give you Yun Tian. Haha, okay. If you can secure enough evidence, I'll give you a very satisfying reward. Maya whispered his plan into Yuno's ear and requested the necessary items. Although Yuno was skeptical, he agreed to his plan and gave Mei the items he requested, and he took action as soon as he received them. First, he dressed up in the most fashionable clothes he had, went to the house of guard Captain Jared, whom he had identified in advance, and knocked on the door. Then a servant came out and asked what was going on, and he asked to be called, saying he had to urgently look for Jared. Immediately afterward, a large man in pajamas came to the door, stretched out and spoke. You something happening this time of night. Unless it's urgent, come back tomorrow. Wow, that one size is enormous. I guess it's almost the same level as His Highness the Third Prince. Maya himself had a sturdy physique as he was a former baronial guard and a centurion in the Imperial Army, and was quite confident in martial arts. But Jared's body was so large that he flinched for a moment. Hello. I'm Maya, sent by His Highness the Third Prince, who is coming down from the capital Adria. Furthermore, I have come to see Jared in a hurry. Jared's eyes, which had been filled with sleepiness, began to shine sharply when he heard that the Third Prince had sent him. Although they did not inform the residents, the magistrate, and he already knew through a telegram that the Third Prince was coming here with the title of Earl of Tisidanikana, and they had already made a plan to persuade the Third Prince so that he could enjoy his current power. Oh, really? Please come in for a moment. I can't greet the envoy sent by His Highness the Prince at the door like this. Jared took Mir into the house, sat him down on the sofa, and gave him a drink. Hey, I've been to quite a few noble houses in the capital on errands, but it's been a long time since I've been to a family so elegant. Thank you for the compliment. I worked hard and devoted my heart and soul, and Viscount McCann left me a lot of property when he went to the capital. What a mess. How many people have been actively embezzling and stealing money for a security chief to live in a house like this? But why did His Highness the Third Prince send you to me? Actually, His Majesty the Third Prince does not want to come down to the countryside. He has just become an adult and wants to enjoy a luxurious life in the palace of the capital. He asked if there was anything to enjoy in a country like this. Haha, this Nikana territory is a good town, if you know it, but compared to Adria, it's like a crescent moon in front of the moon, so it's worth it. So, Your Majesty wants you to have your own representative rule over Tisidanikana territory. Legally, there is no problem, but the fact that you came to visit me, yes. Wouldn't it be better for the person who becomes the acting lord who governs the territory to be someone who knows this territory well? That way, the people of the territory will also follow along well. So, I came to see if Jared could take the position of acting count. Jared looked at Mia's face and thought about the validity of the proposal. Backquote, it's not a completely empty story. In fact, I heard that some lords were living in the capital, sending only their agents. And the young prince deserves it. No one likes to live in the countryside after being in a fancy capital HMM. But is there any evidence? It's a sensitive issue. Of course. Here is the letter of appointment as Lord Representative with the seal of His Highness the Third Prince and the seal symbolizing Countess Idanikana. Only after seeing the two items that Maya held out did Jared's doubts disappear, and he was filled with joy. Backquote, if he becomes Deputy L, he will be able to extort much more money than he does now. There's no need to worry about Boris, just HMM. What's going on? Yes. From what I heard, there is another person in this Nakoda region besides Jared who is highly regarded. I heard he is the Boris administrator. When Jared heard those words, his face suddenly darkened. HMM. There's really no need to worry about that girl. If she's the Count's representative, she can handle it all on her own. I guarantee she'll manage it well so as not to disgrace His Highness the Prince. Of course, I trust Jared, but Boris has already been recommended. Is there any evidence that Boris has done something wrong? Otherwise, there is a possibility that an administrator who is familiar with management will serve as the Lord's representative. Then Jared's eyes turned. That's right. Boris, that guy pretends to run the territory well on the outside, but behind her back, he's a very disloyal guy who sucks the blood of the people of the territory. I was planning to deal with that guy sooner or later. HMM then. Can you bring the evidence to the official residence by noon tomorrow? If the evidence is clear, I will punish Boris and appoint Jared as the acting lord. Okay. I'll make sure to get it. Jared walked Maya to the inn and assured him that he would do it. Then, Maya pretended to enter the inn room and went to Boris and made the same offer as he had made to Jared. He also assured that Boris would fulfill Maya's offer and find evidence of Jared's corruption. Illustration by Vladimir Meyer. Chapter 54. Unexpected Meeting 3. Unexpected Meeting 3. Next day, after hearing Maya's call, Yuno got into the carriage with her family and headed to her official residence. There were two guards under Jared, but Cordelia ran quickly and overpowered them, so Yuno and his party were able to enter the residence without any resistance. Welcome, Yuno. All preparations are complete. Maya was already waiting at the entrance of the official residence, holding the seal symbolizing the Count and the appointment letter for acting lord. Cordelia, protect Maya with the escort knights. Eliza, please take your mother and older sister Mary up to the second floor. Yes, I understand. Your Highness. Yes, be careful. As Eliza and her family went up to the second floor, Maya asked Juno and the escort knights to hide her body for a while. If your Highness is seen, wouldn't you be able to destroy the evidence you brought with you? Just in case he didn't bring it here and hid it somewhere else. HMM, I understand. I've entrusted this matter to you, so I'll leave it to the end. Not long after Yuno hid, a commotion was heard outside, and a large man appeared. Hey, Mayor, here's a copy of the secret ledger that Boris embezzled public funds from. It's not the original, but it's enough to blow off his head. Mayor took a quick look at the ledger he had turned over. Sure, I think this is enough. But is there any way to get the original? If it wasn't the original, there was a possibility that they could claim that the evidence had been fabricated, so Maya wanted to obtain the original somehow. But Jared shook her head, and Maya's disappointment grew slightly. I couldn't find the original. That guy must be keeping a close eye on him, so he must be keeping a close eye on it. This copy was also stolen by one of his subordinates to save his own life. I managed to find it. Then wouldn't Boris be able to claim that the evidence was fabricated? Why are you so worried? Shouldn't you just blow off Boris' head as soon as he comes in? Dead men don't talk, right? Haha. Mayor, who thought there was no more information to be gained from him, raised his hand. Come out, HMM. Who are you talking to? Cordelia's sword was hanging around Jared's neck, and the guards Jared brought were all suppressed by the other guard knights. Why? Why are you doing this? I don't know who you are, but it's Boris who should be beheaded, not me. No. Whether it's him or you, it's the same, that you have to cut off the head. In Jared's trembling gaze, Yuno appeared dressed in the prince's uniform. Although it was Jared's first time seeing the prince, and he had no idea what Yuno's attire meant, he knew that it was a luxurious thing that commoners like themselves could not even dare to wear. HWA. Your Highness the Prince. Oh, you're quick-witted. That's right. I heard that you and that guy named Boris are making a huge mess of the territory. I heard they're creating imperial laws at will. Haha. Your Majesty the Prince. In the countryside, there is a custom called that. It's been around for a long time. Before he could properly excuse himself, Jared had Cordelia knee him on the waist and force her to shut up. Jared tried to resist for a while, but no matter how big he was, in the end, the level of the Viscount's guard captain was at best a low-level knight. He was unable to move due to the suppression of Cordelia, the leader of the Knights of the County of Led Elmo, and who was honing his martial arts at the front line of the Borcan Tacito front, and was looking at a high-ranking knight, and had no choice but to entrust his life to Juno's disposal. What do you think, Mayor? Does that prove Administrator Boris's guilt? It's a little lacking. It's probably a copy, not the original HMM. I guess I'll just have to wait and see what Boris brings. After a while, Boris, like Jared, was caught by Yuno, and a document proving Jared's corruption was found in his arms. Your Highness. The document regarding the guard captain's corruption is authentic. I believe execution is warranted. Your Highness. I'm not guilty. These are all documents fabricated by guard captain Jared. If you release me, I will bring documents proving that I managed the estate's assets properly, as expected. Boris claimed innocence, insisting that the evidence was fabricated. Huang. Your Highness. Please save me. I will do anything if you can save my life. On the other hand, Jared, who thought he would be executed without making a move, fell to the ground and began to pray. Okay. Then there is a condition. Bring a witness who can prove Administrator Boris's corruption. If you do so, I will spare your life. Are you? Really? Yes. I assure you on my honor. Cordelia. Keep a close watch on that guy, so he doesn't do anything else. If he tries to run away or rebel, you can kill him right away. I will follow your orders, Your Majesty. Cordelia tied Jared up with a rope and dragged him outside, and soon several members of the security guard, civil servants working under the administrator, and several residents came in. Then Boris's expression began to distort. Administrator Boris ordered us to assault residents who did not pay special taxes. He also forcibly took the rice fields of residents who failed to pay rent and made them his own. He also manipulated and reported the amount of taxes he collected from us as a small amount, and also reported the amount of money sent by the Ministry of Defense to support the Rangers of Monster Mountain for his own personal use, and then falsified the documents. We lost our houses and fields to that guy. Even though it was a season when there wasn't much game, they kept forcing us to hunt. So there was a situation where some hunters went to the center of the mountain range and disappeared. You guys. I didn't treat you carelessly, but you hit me in the back like this. Despite his shouting, the charges against Boris continued to flow. Yuno, who was listening to his crime, was so annoyed that he told him to stop, and Yuno, along with Mayor and Cordelia, dragged Boris and Jared to the square of Cheese Castle and rang the bell to gather the residents. Residents of the Nakana territory, listen. I'm Juno Alexander Windridge von Borcan, the third prince of the Borcan Empire, and also the count of the unified territories of Nakana and Tessida territories. The residents gathered at the square murmured at the sight of the royal family for the first time in their lives, but immediately bowed down and showed their respect. Lift your heads. I came to Nakana territory yesterday and discovered that there are many evil practices in the territory. And it turns out that most of it is the work of Administrator Boris and Guard Captain Jared. Then the residents stood up and started swearing at the two people, and some even tried to throw stones. Stop. If something similar to this happens in the future, I will execute it in the same way as the lord ruling the territory of Tsudanakana. We will execute Administrator Lucas Boris. We will also confiscate half of Stera Jared's security captain's property and convert him to an ordinary soldier. He will be demoted and transferred to the ranger unit in the Monster Mountain range. It's unfair, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Highness. Juno, who personally executed Magistrate Boris in front of the residents of Nakana Castle, agreed to spare Jared's life as promised. Compared to Administrator Boris' crimes, he had amassed his wealth relatively expediently, except for extorting money at the castle gate. Since he thought that his size and martial arts skills would be useful, it was decided to have him join the ranger unit, the most dangerous unit. Brit Juno completed his first task as a lord by restoring the falsified ledger to its original state and reporting it to the Imperial Treasury. RFU, you two did a good job. Let's go home today. The guards and civil servants of the Viscounty of Nakana were all temporarily suspended because they were suspected of having participated in corruption, and this meant that Baron Kimberly, Maya, Isabella, and Mary, including Juno, all had to rush in to fill in. I spent the night at the official residence, Your Highness. Isn't this too much? I came here to be Your Highness Mary's teacher, not to do office work like this. Haha, isn't Baron Kimberly my teacher too? If a teacher like that doesn't help his student when he's in trouble, who will help me? When I return to the capital later, I will definitely take these things into consideration and compensate you. Well, if you say so. I understand. I will trust you and wait. Your Majesty. Baroness Kimberly, whose mouth was wide open to her ears when the noble third prince called her teacher, bowed and returned to the residence prepared by Yuno with dark circles running down her face to her cheeks. Haha, Your Highness. Now that the work is finished, what about the reward I promised? Ah, that's right. I forgot for a moment about the reward I was going to give you. You are the crown prince. How big of a reward will you give me? I received 20 gold coins when I acted as a corps commander and made a great contribution. Wouldn't you give me 10 gold coins this time too? Among the Empire's commoners, the living expenses of a middle-class family of 4 were about half a gold coin, so he received a fairly large reward in the last war and was expecting to receive a similar reward this time. Yes, Vladimir Mayer. As a reward, I will give you the position of commander of the garrison of the county of Tizidinakana. Thank you, Your Majesty. Such a big reward. Mayer bowed down in front of Yuno and looked at Yuno with an expression of emotion, but then he looked at Yuno with a blank expression. Huh? What's wrong? I'm talking about the position of garrison commander. Isn't that a pretty big position? I can command all the defenders of Monster Mountain and all the rangers. And when I'm away, I can even command the newly created Night Corps. I'll let you do it. If you have the skills I saw in Streve, you can do it. Of course she wasn't expecting anything like that, and her face turned completely red. What kind of bullshit is this? Just give me money. How long have you been discharged from the military? You sound like a guard captain. Well, Your Highness, I have no regrets about the military anymore. 20 gold coins. Yes, I will give you 20 gold coins as your annual salary. What do you think? Do you not like it? Mayer's face, which had been distorted into a grotesque shape due to his dissatisfaction with the reward given by Yuno, quickly returned to normal thanks to Yuno's prompt financial treatment. I will do my best to live up to His Highness the Third Prince's expectations. That's how Mayer became Yuno's subject, but at that time he never thought that he would regret this decision for the rest of his life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Catherine's Maiden Opening Ceremony 1. Catherine's Maiden Opening Ceremony 1. As Juno left the residence to enjoy the sex on board that she had planned upon coming to her first territory, she was caught by Isabella and Mary and was in trouble. Oppa, take us too. Huh? Why are you saying we can't take Mom when you take her? No. This is definitely a consolation visit to patrol the Spirit Lake area and supply to the rangers there, right? I took you and your sister with me when I inspected Tessida last time. Juno dreamed of a pink life filled with sex with her mother, Eliza, and Catherine in her own estate, but due to the checks of Isabella and Mary, she had fewer opportunities to quench her sexual desires than at her imperial palace. Therefore, she continued to experience painful nights. Backquote shit. My sister was already at a level where she could easily destroy security magic. This is why I can't even dream of secretly having fun in the middle of the night. Of course, in her spare time, Urina Catherine relieved herself with her mouth, but there was no way she could even have sex. Point of course, Uria, Eliza, and Catherine also had no choice but to console themselves by sucking their fingers, and Yuno was vowing to take this opportunity to take Uria and Eliza out on a boat on the Spirit Lake and have fun. Ugh. Yuno, are you really going to come out like that? What am I? Are you really going to leave me and Mary alone? It doesn't matter if two weak women end up in danger or not. What do you mean? If you have two upper middle level wizards and elementalists, you'll be fine, even if a decent master attacks. Plus, you've got Cordelia, right? Don't involve me in it for no reason, right? In the end, only after mobilizing Uria, she was able to free her sister, and she rode in a carriage with Uria, Eliza, and Catherine and headed to the Spirit Lake Point. The road from Keyes Castle to the Spirit Lake took about 4 hours by carriage, so Yuno buried her face in Uria's large breasts inside the carriage. Yuno, and you can really just go and do it. Do you want to do that in the carriage? Chirurupjung. How she missed her mom's plump tits. It's true, I still feel like a little baby. Hatter Eliza, who had been sucking the cock between Yuno's legs, spat out the cock from her mouth after Uria called her childish. Pointy. What are you talking about, mother? Is his dick this big for a child? That's right. A baby who makes your pussy feel so good. Catherine was next to Uria and let out a pleasant moan as her pussy was being penetrated by Yuno's fingers. Once the space movement magic circle was installed, Yuno brought the carriage he used from the Imperial Palace here, and the luxury carriage exclusively for the Imperial family was equipped with a soundproofing spell to block out external noise, so their sounds did not reach the coachman's ears. Because of that, Yuno and the women felt at ease, and for the first time in a long time, they actively clung to Yuno and enjoyed the large cock that brought pleasure to their bodies. Yuno, who had been enjoying Uria's breasts while letting Eliza have his cock for a while, had Uria lean against the wall of her carriage, then lifted one leg and began to thrust his cock into her pussy. Eliza and Catherine opened their pussy holes wide open. He opened his mouth and accepted Yuno's fingers and struggled with his fancy hand movement. Snap. Wow. Mommy's pussy hole catches a glance and won't let go. It feels so good. Mom Uria had not had sex with her son for almost 10 days, so her hole became so tight that she accepted Yuno's cock. Thanks to this, the inside of Uria's vagina wrapped around Yuno's glands and continued to stimulate Yuno's cock with her unique protrusions inside her vagina. Oh, my son's dick is coming in. My son's magnificent dick is coming in my son's exclusive sex hole. Of course, Yuno's cock was able to penetrate deep into Uria's vagina thanks to the vigorous shaking of her waist. Yuno started her merciless piston movement, enjoying the inside of her pussy tightly surrounding the pillar of her dick, while pressing tightly against her mother's cervix, which was sticking to her glands. Pubjack Buzak. The lewd sounds continued to echo inside her carriage, and Uria's cries continued to grow louder. Scratch out all the inside of mom's pussy. I'm pounding the ceiling of her vagina. I'm kissing the bulbs of her uterus and the glands. Meanwhile, Eliza and Catherine couldn't help but look at Uria with her envious eyes, comforting themselves with Yuno's fingers penetrating their pussies. I'm jealous of your mother. Yuno. Are you always going to take my virginity away? She even gave permission for my mother to come to her estate. Wait just a moment, Catherine. Even though you're taking her virginity, it's a bit awkward to do it in a carriage, right? I'll go to the boat later and make it thicker, so just wait a little longer. Got it? While Yuno was fucking Uria's pussy, he kissed Catherine's whimpering lips and comforted her. Thank you. With that in mind, I will make this teacher feel good. Catherine said that she was making Yuno feel good, so she went down and started licking Yuno's joint with her tongue. Catherine. If you do that there, Catherine feels good there. Go a little deeper. When both Yuno and Uria seemed to be in a good mood, Catherine licked their pussies and cocks even more actively. In the end, Uria, who had gone away countless times while receiving Yuno's cock, could not bear Yuno's piston, which became more intense due to Catherine's caress, and went away grandly, bursting out of her mouth. Yuno, who felt her mother's pussy climaxing, also relaxed the muscles that had been holding back her ejaculation and began to pour out semen. Yuno's semen, which had been accumulated after not having proper sex for almost 10 days, filled Uriah's womb with tremendous force. I'm kissing the huge glands in the cervix, and I'm leaving. Hey, cum is coming into my uterus. It's filling up with my son's hot thick cum. Yuno filled her mother's womb with her own semen, and kissed her deeply. Uriah too felt the afterglow of her incestuous sex with her beloved son, wrapping her arms around his neck as he kissed her long. After they had kissed, Yuno pulled her cock out of Uriah's pussy, and her cock was still twitching, spurting out so much of her cum that it was all over Uriah's chest and face. It spurted out and made her even sexier. However, Eliza and Catherine did not seem to care about their mother-in-law's condition, so they clung to Yuno's cock and licked her cock with her tongue, drinking the semen that spewed out and cleaning up any stains. As expected, the taste of our Yuno's cum is perfect. But when I drank your cum, my pussy started to tingle again. Eliza lifted her dress up and exposed her glistening, gushing pussy to Yuno's eyes. Yuno, who was still aroused by the sight of her mother covered in her own semen, stuck her dick into Eliza's vagina and started shaking her hips again. Before the carriage arrived at the fairy lake, the girls were covered in Yuno's semen twice. I was able to fill my dry uterus with moisture. When the magic notification of arrival was revealed from above the carriage, Yuno and the others packed up their clothes and got off the carriage. As soon as the carriage slowed down, Yuno and the others got off without raising any suspicion, as they had cleaned the inside of the carriage with clean magic and put on their clothes again. Their eyes were taken by the magnificent view unfolding in front of them. Hey mom, take a look at the view. It's so beautiful. That's right. If it wasn't for Yuno, you wouldn't have seen this, right? As expected, it was a good thing you came down with our son. Ho. Eliza and Catherine also continued to express exclamations as they looked at the wide spirit lake. Oh my god, such a beautiful lake. I've seen the sea in Leon before, and I think it's much prettier than that. As Eliza was talking to Uriah on her view, someone's voice was heard from behind her. Haha, right? It's a scenery we see every day, but sometimes we get mesmerized by it, right? Since everyone except Uriah was a master, they sensed that he was approaching and responded in a voice that was not very surprised. Who are you? Looking at your clothes, you look like an imperial soldier. Ah, is this the newly appointed young administrator? By the looks of it, he seems to be younger than me, so I'll just take it easy. I'm McMoran, the leader of the 13th Ranger Group, who is leading the 3rd group, the 1st Ranger Battalion west of the Monster Mountains, in charge of guarding the Spirit Lake. From the looks of it, I have supplies. It looks like you came to pick it up, but did you also bring your family to go sightseeing? Eliza clenched her fists at the arrogant attitude of the man named McMoran, but Juno stopped her and stepped in front of her. Haha, really? You can do whatever you want. But since I'm the one with the highest position, I'll try to speak comfortably as well. Haha, someone new like after a long time has arrived? The last administrator didn't even provide proper supplies, and he was whining so much that I wanted to cut off his head. But this time, the newly appointed count took his head off. Ugh, if only I was in the territory, I would have asked you to entrust the execution to me, but it's a shame. Haha, that must have been a shame. By the way, are there any shortages in the supplies? I brought all the items requested that can be procured right away. Magic lighting and communication magic scrolls are currently in short supply, so if you hold out with the 30 or so I brought, they will be replenished next quarter. Let's do it. Oh, thank you. I've been feeling a bit anxious lately. Yuno's brow twitched at McMoran's words. Are you anxious? There haven't been any giant monsters rampaging in the Monster Mountain range for the past 10 years, and the Bex clan has been quiet, so there have been almost no problems. That's why a meeting was held to discuss whether to abolish the ranger unit. Ah, that's true, but that makes me even more anxious. You're from the capital too, right? People there don't know much about things here. In the Monster Mountain range, giant monsters fight each other on a regular basis and cause trouble, which further reduces the power of the monsters. It will have an effect. This is the first time I've heard that. Isn't that written anywhere in the books I've studied so far? Of course. This is just our captain and my personal opinion. What? When Yuno got annoyed, McMoran smiled widely and patted Yuno on the back. Haha. But since it's from our captain who has commanded our ranger unit and protected this place for almost 20 years, I guess there's some credibility to it. When Yuno heard that, I thought it was quite believable. Once I heard it, it seemed like there was some truth to it. But was there any additional information? To do that, you have to go deep into the mountains, and to do that, you have to pass through the territory of the Beketh elves, but that's strictly prohibited, right? There aren't any people going missing these days, so there's no reason to provoke them. Watching McMoran shrug her shoulders, Juno felt a little more investigation was needed. However, since it was impossible to do anything here right away, Yuno went to the dock with his companions, boarded the prepared cruise ship, told the driver and sailors to take a rest, and then launched the ship. Uriah is excited by the mother-son incest sex after a long time. Chapter 56, Catherine's Virgin Opening Ceremony, 2. Catherine's Maiden Opening Ceremony, 2. On the cruise ship, Yuno's women looked around and exclaimed an exclamation. Wow, why is this boat so good? I see. I didn't have high expectations, because it was a cruise ship in the countryside, but it's completely state of the art, right? Oh my, guys, look at this. There's a bed that can be spread out on the deck. The Spirit Lake cruise ship I've been on before only had chairs, but this ship is much nicer, isn't it? The bed Uriah found was so large that it seemed like there was enough room for all four of them to lie down on it. What is this? Eliza found a hook on the floor and lifted it up. Then the deck opened, and lake water began to fill in, and the water was kept smooth so as not to overflow onto the deck, creating a swimming pool inside the ship. Wow, this is my first time seeing something like this. How I did a good job executing that Boris guy. You know, didn't you say this was a ship that Boris personally owned? Yes, that's right. How much public money do you have to embezzle to make it even more luxurious than the cruise ship your mom took? In a deck environment that looked so relaxing, Uriah and Catherine took off their dresses and uniforms and jumped into the swimming pool. Mother, Catherine, I'm going to make you something to drink in the kitchen downstairs. Is there anything you want to drink? I just need juice. I'm a cocktail. While Eliza went down to the kitchen to take orders from Uriah and Catherine, Yuno was lying on her bed, lost in thought. Although about half of Boris property seized by Yuno was returned to the National Treasury, some was used as territory development funds and some was returned to Yuno. So Yuno thought about using this cruise ship to develop the tourism industry in the territory. I did it. Now I've created a space magic circle. I think it'll be pretty good, right? It would be nice to build a few villas here and decorate them in the style of a resort that existed in a past life. Although it was a picturesque resort in his previous life, he was now in a position where he could fully enjoy such things, and Yuno imagined swimming naked in the lake with his favorite mother, girlfriend, and teacher. Then, naturally, Yuno's dick became large and erect, and that was immediately captured by Uriah, who was taking off her dress and splashing in the pool on the deck. Oh my Yuno, are you that excited to see your mother's body? It seems you grew up so cheaply in her baby carriage. As Uriah approached Yuno, who was lying on her bed, exposing her own wet lewd body, Catherine quickly approached and snatched her. Yuno, mother, now it's my turn. Yuno said she was going to take my wife, her virginity in her stomach. Catherine's voice, which had been shouting courageously, gradually became smaller, as if she was crawling into a mouse hole. That's right. Catherine hasn't had her first night yet. Eliza also took her virginity in front of me, so I guess I should also take care of my second daughter-in-law's loss of her virginity, right? Catherine's face turned bright red, probably because she was embarrassed to be called her daughter-in-law by Uriah, who was younger than her. But even then, Catherine put her hand inside Yuno's pants and started caressing her. Yuno's cock under Catherine's soft and gentle touch. Juno's dick grew bigger and bigger and protruded out of the top of his pants. Juno, who had decided that he was going to fuck all three today anyway, took off her clothes and threw Catherine on the bed. I got run over by my student. Juno rushed at Catherine, who was lying on her bed with her breasts playing the role of a vulnerable woman with his huge erect dick. Our teacher today, you are offering her virginity to your disciple. How do you feel? Ugh, you're trying to take your teacher's virgin. You naughty student. You will be punished. Meanwhile, Catherine spread her legs wide, exposing her pussy, already wet with her love juices, to the bright Sunday. Hey, I see that pussy every day. But I think it's even prettier today. Let me taste Catherine's cum first. Juno placed her fingers on Catherine's wet pussy, opening it wider, exposing her pink insides, and then stuck her tongue straight into her pussy hole. You know. That's okay. Just put it in. Your mother is watching. As Catherine was embarrassed, Juno turned her body around and put his cock in her mouth. Catherine quickly bit down on Juno's cock as it came in front of her face, causing her cheek to pop. I started sucking hard until it became thin. Why are you so embarrassed when you suck my dick in front of your mother every day at the Imperial Palace? Still, as if doing it at night was different from doing it in broad daylight, Catherine was screaming with her dick in her mouth. Ho ho ho. Has it already started? Yes. Welcome. Let's have a drink and see how makes Catherine feel good. Yes, mother. Eliza spread out another bed and lay down with Uriah, enjoying a cool drink and the warm sunlight while watching and Catherine's oral sex. Chirrup. It's delicious as expected. Juno's dick. Chirrup. Catherine used her huge breasts to cover Juno's cock and suck Juno's glands that protruded above her breasts. Master. The chewy water is sweet and sour and delicious. Chirrup. Jack. There it is. The clit feels good. I felt it while having my student suck my pussy in front of my mother-in-law. Catherine was blaming her own pussy for feeling it even more than usual and was shooting her love juices all over Juno's face. How was it? Catherine. Did you feel good? You know it when you see it. It's shameful. I went, but didn't come. Catherine stretched out in the after effects of her brief orgasm, puffed out her cheeks, and raised her body again as Juno came up and touched her breasts and kissed her cheeks. This time, I'm going to suck until I drink his cum. Yes, I'm looking forward to it now. It was Catherine who was actively clinging to and sucking Juno's cock, as if it didn't matter what Uriah and Eliza were. Watching point, she excited by licking her tongue from Juno's anus to her balls, then played with Juno's balls with her hands and alternately rubbed Juno's cock with her face and tongue. Ugh. Catherine, what do you think? This teacher's face. In some ways, seeing Catherine's lewd face made her feel better than sucking his dick, and Juno was so excited that he made her dick bigger. I guess you were satisfied. Then I'll enjoy it. Now that she felt that Juno's ejaculation was approaching, Catherine opened her mouth wide and sucked Juno's cock, wrapping her tongue around Juno's glands and rotating it, pushing to the extreme of her pleasure. Brit. Catherine. Now creak, Jupit, mewhuat, nunghuat, choo-wop, chirrup. Juno's cock wriggled, giving Catherine the feeling that semen was about to be released, and Catherine smiled with satisfaction and sucked Juno's cock even harder. Now, chew up. Do you think you're going to come? You for come. In my mouth I'll come. Catherine. Boom, 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 boom. Point. A huge amount of semen spurted out of her cock and hit Catherine's throat. Point. However, Catherine seemed so happy that she swallowed all of Juno's semen that came into her mouth, and her body continued to twitch, showing everyone that she was drinking and feeling her semen. Gulp, 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 gulp. Situation continued. It seemed like more than a minute had already passed, but Juno's cock continued to wriggle and spit out semen, and Catherine happily drank it all. Sighed when the ejaculation that seemed like it would last forever came to an end. Catherine licked up a stream of semen that flowed out of the corner of her mouth with her tongue and asked Juno, how was it? How was this teacher's oral service? It was the best, as Juno shouted while holding up her thumb. Catherine spread her legs wide with a smile like sunshine. Then, now, make this teacher Juno's wife. Make this teacher who loves you so much and loves her students so much, make her Yuno's wife. Catherine's pussy, which had been sucked on Yuno's cock several times, was completely soaked in her love juice. And Yuno, as if Catherine, who loved him so much, had come to her, he once again erected his dick and slowly approached her, pushing his large glands into Catherine's fluttering pussy. Then, I'll go. Catherine. Finally, the long-awaited moment came, but contrary to her pussy gushing out her love juices, Catherine's body was completely stiff from tension. Ugh. Come. It's okay. Seeing Catherine, who was completely nervous, say that she was okay, Yuno smiled brightly and lightly kissed Catherine on the mouth. How are you? Are you feeling better now? SSSS's Majesty. Ugh. Chilkia. Catherine, who was about to get angry, was stopped by the presence of a large cock inserted into her vagina. Now, don't stop for a moment. This is weird. What's strange? Look. My pussy is sobbing. Yuno's cock grew bigger as it moved back and forth from the entrance to her pussy, absorbing her love juices that she was spitting out. And when Yuno thrust her waist deep once, it instantly destroyed Catherine's hymen and plunged into the deepest part of her pussy. Invaded at once. Well, I came in. Finally. Although Catherine's hymen was torn to some extent while training in martial arts, a little bit of her hymen remained, and when Yuno's huge dick penetrated her vagina, which had not been penetrated by foreign substances for 38 years, Catherine was unable to control her body due to the tremendous pain. Catherine. Look at me. Ugh. I'm a master. I'm so embarrassed. Ugh. On the other hand, even though she was a master, the pain was so great that she complained, and a single tear formed in the corner of Catherine's eyes. Catherine. I love you. Please be my wife from now on. I will love you, Catherine, for eternity. Chewit. Chewit churrit. As Juno kissed Catherine with her passionate confession of love, Catherine hugged Juno's head and kissed her passionately, mixing their tongues together. Yes. Yuno, I love you too. From now on, I will love only you forever. So please continue now. Please pierce the teacher's pussy, who has become his student's wife, with her husband's cock. Juno's eyes rolled back at Catherine's lewd temptation, and she made Catherine lie down and forcefully thrust her dick into the deepest part of her pussy. Artery sheds virgin blood. Chapter 57. Catherine's virgin opening ceremony. 3. Catherine's maiden opening ceremony. 3. Fluttering palm. Hooud comes off. I feel like this. Catherine held on to the pillars of her ship and let out a very pleasant moan as Juno penetrated her from behind. Ugh. Yuno's dick is so big. Yes. Every time Yuno shook her hips, Catherine's huge breasts bounced up and down, sweat spattering, and her pussy juices burst out like a fountain, clearly showing the extent of the pleasure she was feeling. As Fuxu Kexaken, Juno lifted Catherine's body up, turned her head toward him, and kissed Catherine's lips. Chew. At her point, Juno's hips didn't stop rolling as they kissed her. Every time her cock thrust up, Catherine's pussy tightened, and the protrusions inside her pussy tickled Juno's glands. Ugh. Catherine's pussy feels good too. I love you, Catherine. Because he recognized Catherine as his wife, Juno began to speak informally to her, and Catherine's face melted even more as she heard Juno speak informally for the first time. Ugh. Juno really acknowledged me as her wife. I like you, Juno. I love you. Catherine felt her warmth rising within her, and her womb tingling. I want to be pregnant. Juno's baby. Me and Juno's lovely baby are. You knew it. With the cock still stuck in her pussy, Catherine turned her body and attacked Juno. Then she got on top of Juno and started shaking her hips and pressing her dick deeper. Juno G's best. I'm pressing my pleasant place. Although she was a clumsy woman, her pussy was incredibly elastic as Catherine had been a virgin just moment ago, and this was directly related to the pleasure she felt from Juno's cock penetrating her pussy. Whoa. Catherine. Then, Juno almost ejaculated for a moment, but his pride as a man did not allow him to be assaulted by Catherine. Therefore, she pinched the pink nipples on Catherine's large breasts bouncing before her eyes and vigorously lifted her waist upward. Pujakha Yasharaslosh. Clang, clang, clang. Ugh. Catherine's pussy. Even though it's soggy, it's desperately biting the glands. It feels good. Catherine. Juno's dick is also pressing on perfect places. It's so weird. My uterus is trembling. I'm shaking because I want to get Juno's cum. When Catherine seemed to go away, Juno lifted her waist even more vigorously and pulled down his hand holding her nipple. Like hi when Catherine finally walked away, spouting out her juices, Juno's spirit rose even further. He laid Catherine down on her bed again, raised her legs over her shoulders, and pounded Catherine's womb with his cock with all her might. Oh my pussy with Juno's dick. Her husband's reliable cock is hitting her uterus, and it's gone. I just went, and it's gone again. Okay. Juno's cock pounded against Catherine's cervix like a giant battering ram. The feeling of Catherine's cervix, which was so soft and warm and tightly squeezing his cock, made Juno feel a sense of ejaculation. I'm coming. I'm coming. Catherine, I'm coming now. It feels good. It feels good to rub my uterus, Come in me. In my vagina. In my uterus. Pour it full of my beloved husband's cum. As soon as Catherine gave permission, white and thick semen spurted out from the tip of Juno's dick. Point Burayarayak. Boom, boom, gurgle, murmur. It's coming in, it's hot. It feels good. It feels good to have my husband's cum hitting my uterus. Juno's gland stuck to Catherine's cervix and released all the semen that spurted out into her womb, and Catherine's womb continued to twitch and receive endless amounts of her lover's semen. My uterus is full, but it keeps coming in. Juno's hot and thick cum is here. Catherine's uterus continued to swell to receive Juno's semen. Semen continued to flow out of Juno's cock, whether she knew it or not, and Juno's ejaculation ended only when her uterus swelled like a balloon. I'm happy. I think I'm pregnant. Feeling the warmth of Juno's semen inside her, Catherine stroked her own slightly swollen belly lovingly, her cervix tattoo glowing red. How was it? How did it feel to have sex for the first time? Was your husband's dick okay? It was something that would have ruined her mood if she had said it carelessly, but since it was her first time having sex, that was so satisfying. Catherine lightly kissed Juno, who was lying next to her, on the lips and said, "You were so good. I love you, Juno. Thank you for accepting me as her wife." And Catherine, who once again confessed her love, blushed and put her mouth to Juno's ear. Do we have to have sex like this every day in the future? And one day, please impregnate Juno's baby in Catherine's lewd womb, who loves her husband's cum so much. After finishing her words and kissing Juno's cheek, Catherine jumped into Uriah and Eliza's bed. "Mother, Eliza, it's too much. We've never felt so good together. I'm sorry, Unnie. Still, sex with Juno was perfect, right? So as an apology, I left you alone to have sex, and we just masturbated like this, right?" Although it could be considered masturbation, Uriah and Eliza were rubbing each other's pussies and licking the cum juice that was flowing out with their fingers. Mom. Eliza, who was struck by the lewd behavior of his mother and her first wife, rushed at them. "Oh my. Shouldn't you have fun with Catherine now?" Meanwhile, Uriah slightly spread her legs to welcome Juno's cock, and Juno's fully erect cock gently entered her mother's pussy. As expected, it's great. I'm not ready yet, but this feels so good. Of course, Uriah had some love juice flowing out from the mutual masturbation with Eliza while watching the sex between Juno and Catherine, but she was a little unable to accept Juno's huge dick. However, Juno's dick had not yet been cleaned up after having sex with Catherine, so his dick was covered with Catherine's love juice and his own semen, and using it as lubricant, Juno's dick was able to reach Uriah's cervix in one go. Mom. Today is my first sex. When Catherine complained and patted Uriah's breasts, Juno lifted Catherine's face and kissed her, turning her pussy towards Uriah's mouth. "Mom, instead of giving me sex, please suck Catherine's pussy." I ask my mom to do all kinds of strange things. Chiller up, chew up. Whoop ju pup hu. Catherine's pussy is full of Juno's cum. I'll clean it for you. Her mother, you sucked up all the cum that Juno gave me. Uriah sucked out all of her son's semen filled with her daughter-in-law's pussy while being fucked by Juno's cock. All of Juno's cum. This time it's my turn. Mother, when Juno ejaculated into Uriah's pussy, Catherine sucked Uriah's pussy and drank up all the cum. Eliza also joined in, making the orgy between the four of them even more intense. While I was going to the bathroom for a moment, everyone left me alone and shamefully come here. Eliza, of course, poured a lot of ejaculate into Eliza's pussy, and the three of them, Uriah and Eliza Catherine, enjoyed a happy afterglow as they felt semen flowing out of her pussy point. But that lingering feeling is short-lived. Yuno's cock, which had gone to the kitchen and drank a glass of cool water to replenish its energy, became large and erect again in response to the women's plaque, and the women looked at Yuno's cock with shining eyes. Hey Yuno, her mother's pussy is here. The womb where her son was born is desperate to conceive her son's baby, as Uriah spoke, opening her pink pussy dripping with semen. Eliza and Catherine also took lewd positions and showed their pussies to Yuno. Honey, this is your wife's pussy that just gave you her virginity. It's a pussy that can get pregnant at any time, so please make your wife, Catherine, pregnant by filling it with your cum. Don't you like the soft pussy of your childhood friend's wife, who just became an adult? My uterus is throbbing because it wants your cum. The temptation of the three women was so lewd that lost her temper and piled all three of her pussies on top of each other and fucked them 10 times in order. It feels so good. Outdoor sex feels so good, Doug. As expected, my son JGI is the best. My son is so manly. JGI ugh. I'm a master, but now I'm in the body of a female. The female pussy submits to the magnificent male dick. Dopap love juice was gushing out endlessly from the three women's pussies, and continued to drive his dick into their pussies, replenishing moisture with the girls' love juices, and endlessly pouring semen into their wombs, which were already full of semen. It was swollen. Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine continued to have a lewd orgy, interfering with Yuno's body, as if they were trying to make up for not having sex in the estate for the past 10 days. In the end, Yuno and his group's orgy came to an end after each of them had ejaculated 4 times in their pussies. In particular, Catherine, who had become a virgin today, was impaled on Yuno's cock until just before she got off the ship for the last time, and she was unable to keep it to herself until now. I was able to relieve my resentment of 6. Whoa, it's cool. Everyone was satisfied, right? Now, let's get dressed and go out. Yuno and his party were trying to put on the clothes they had taken off after stopping the boat on the sandy beach, when a stranger wearing a robe appeared in front of them. Screams came out from the mouths of Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine. Calm down. I'm Miruku Bex. I'm the daughter of the chief of the Bex clan. Furthermore, I came here to ask you a favor. Upon hearing their screams, the person who appeared took off his robe. The one who took off her robe and revealed herself was an elf woman boasting enormous breast size, and opened her mouth at the sight of her lewd clothes and erected her dick again to a large extent. Then, Uriah, who came out wearing her clothes, gave her a kiss. I had to get it on the back. Arturina Cream P illustration chapter 58. Meeting with the elves. 1. Meeting with the elves. 1. And the others couldn't help but be embarrassed by the appearance of the elf that appeared to them. The elf, who gave herself the name Miruku Bex, was wearing only a tiny breast covering that barely covered her nipples and panties that barely covered her pussy, with her oversized breasts sticking out. All three women, Uriah, Catherine, and Eliza, took turns looking at Miruku's breasts and comparing them while touching their own breasts, and even after hit her on the back, she kept looking at Miruku's breasts and her vagina. Slurp, clang, clang. In the end, was able to come to her senses and start a conversation, only after being hit on the back by not only Uriah, but also Eliza and Catherine. Illustration of Miruku Bex revealing himself after taking off his robe. This was rude for a moment. I heard that it's been a while since the Bex clan showed up to us humans, so they looked embarrassed. No. The reason I appeared here is because, as I said before, I have a favor to ask of you. I have to ask you something before that. If you are the heir of the Bex clan, aren't you a precious person who is treated like a princess by the elves? The reason you showed yourself to us was because you knew that I was the lord of Nikana Tessida territory. Did it appear? Miruku couldn't hide her embarrassment at Yuno's question. Are you the lord of the humans? The lord I saw last time was an old man with white hair. The lord that the princess knows has now returned to the capital of the empire. Since no heir was born, he returned the territory, and I was appointed to rule here. I'm late in my introduction. The third prince of the Balkan Empire and the ruler of the unified territory of Tissadunicana. Count Juno Alexander Windridge von Balkanar. I heard you told me about the prince. Then what should our clan do? Suddenly, Miruku fell to the floor and started crying. Yuno panicked and walked up to her and helped her up. Are you okay? Why all of a sudden? I didn't do anything. It's not because of his highness. This is our clan's last hope. Yes. Yuno's mind continued to wander as Miruku's incomprehensible words spoke. Princess Miruku. First, could you please tell us what you were trying to ask our son for? We don't know anything about his situation, so it's not nice to see him come here so unilaterally and ask for help and then sit down alone and cry. Even though Yuria spoke coldly, she glared at Yuno with a look filled with anger as Yuno's arm was touching her Miruku's breast point. Then, Yuno carefully helped Miruku up and took her hands off her body. Miruku wiped her tears, adjusted her posture again, and bowed her head politely to Yuria. I'm sorry. If you call his royal highness your son, then you must be the empress. You are his highness's mother here. When Yuria revealed her identity, Miruku was extremely embarrassed, and her face blushed. Yuria couldn't figure out why Miruku was embarrassed, but she thought it was just because she was surprised to see the highest ranking member of her empire walking around like this without her escort. So she urged her again. Yes. I'm Yuria Selendis von Balkan, the mother of Prince Juno and Empress of Balkan. Now, please explain the situation. Well, it's a bit long for me to tell you, but do you mind? It's time for the sun to set, so where should you go? As Yuno looked around at Miruku's words, she could clearly see the sunset on the other side of the lake. I guess so. Then, Princess Miruku, can I take you to Chii's castle for a while? As the Prince of Balkan and Count of the Tissadunicana territory, I formally invite the heir of the Bex clan. I can just listen to the situation here. What kind of invitation is this? That's right. What are you trying to do to that elf princess in your official residence? What are you talking about? Such a rude thing to say all of a sudden. Yes. Thank you. I will accept the invitation of His Highness the Prince. If it is okay with you, would you mind disappearing for a while? Considering Miruku's vulgar attire, that was something Yuno and the others wanted to ask for. After receiving permission from Yuno and Yuria, Miruku hid herself in her robe and pulled down her hood, then boarded the wagon behind her and headed to Chii's castle with Yuno and the others. When Juno returned to the official residence, Isabella and Mary ran to the front door to greet them. Yuno, you came sooner than I thought. Did you come so quickly because you missed your sister? Oppa, did you have a good trip? Did you miss Mary? They hugged Yuno's left and right arms and placed them in their cleavage, allowing Yuno to feel the feel of her breasts that had grown bigger before she knew it. After secretly enjoying the feel of her older sister and her younger sister's soft breasts in her arms for a while, Yuno came to her senses and pushed them away. Sister Mary, wait a minute. We have some special guests today, right? Isabella and Mary, who then noticed that the person they had not seen was behind the group, adjusted her clothes again and looked at Miruku. Please come in. Princess Miruku begs. Following Yuno's guidance, Miruku entered the official residence. Yuno dismissed all her attendants and maids who were working at her official residence and guided Miruku to her drawing room. Eliza brewed tea and served it according to the number of people, and all of Juno's family, including Isabella and Mary, gathered in the living room and looked at Miruku. Excuse me for a moment. Isabella and Mary held their breath as Miruku took off her robes to reveal herself. Their breasts were much larger than those of the noble ladies around them, but since Urina, Eliza, and Catherine all boasted breasts of the size of huge breasts, they were dissatisfied with their own breasts and were working hard to enlarge them. As a result, although they did not reach the level of Uria and Catherine, they were able to reach the level of Eliza, and the shock they received was quite significant as they began to appeal to Yuno with their considerably enlarged breasts. Wu seeing. What is that bitch again? Is that a person? It's just a cow, right? Ugh, I've been seeing that Yuno likes me quite a bit these days by rubbing my breasts, but that's against the rules. However, others did not know about Isabella and Mary's dissatisfaction, so introduced Isabella and Mary to Miruku. It is an honor to meet the third empress, the second empress. You are a person who has received the blessing of mana from the second empress and the spirit blessing from the third empress. She is a wizard who has risen to the upper middle level at a young age and has received the blessings of all four spirits. The spiritualist you received is truly amazing. To Miruku, who greeted them politely and expressed admiration for their accomplishments, Isabella and Mary returned the favor with a shocked expression. After receiving their courtesy, Miruku sat down again and opened her mouth while drinking the tea provided by Eliza. First, it is an honor to meet high-ranking members of the Balkan royal family. Let me explain why our Bex clan has not been able to make an appearance so far. Yunon's family's eyes were focused on Miruku's lips. As you know, we elves are born from the fruit of the world tree. Since only the female body exists, we have no choice but to reproduce that way. So, we, the Beketh clan, have been putting a lot of effort into protecting the world tree, and because of that, we are respected by all elves. And my mother, the chieftain, is treated as a queen. Yes, I know that, but 9 years ago, a cursed monster invaded our territory and built a nest in the world tree. The world tree began to be polluted by the monster and no longer bore fruit. Naturally, our clan did our best to kill the monster. We tried to defeat it, but the monster took the lives of countless members of our clan and still occupies the world tree. To what extent was it? Are you saying that the Bex clan, which maintained its position at the center of the monster mountains, had no choice but to hand over the important world tree to monsters? Aren't all members of the clan archers with outstanding skill as elementalists? And besides, the queen? I understand that the chief is an archer who has reached master level. The strength of that monster was not the problem. That monster had the ability to absorb the positive energy around it by draining the energy of the world tree and convert it into negative energy. That is why our clan, which is made up of all women, is strong. I couldn't write what if you absorb positive energy and emit negative energy. Yes. Whenever I'm around that monster, my body becomes excited, my breasts swell, and love juice flows out of my vagina. And my legs start shaking, and I get a strange feeling in my stomach. Then what if you snipe with a bow from afar? What if you send a spirit to attack? That monster has subjugated all the giant monsters, such as ogres and basilisks, from the monster mountain range, and is using them as its own bodyguards. So we tried everything we could, but we only eliminated a few of the giant monsters and there was nothing we could do anymore. Only then did Yuno begin to understand McMoran's report he heard during the day. That's why there was no invasion of monsters in the fortress. If the elves are completely collapsed, those monsters will pour down into the territory. Why don't you ask the Empire for help? We, the Balkan Empire, are ready to help the Bex clan at any time. Despite Yuno's suggestion, Miruku shook his head. That energy absorption doesn't only apply to elves. It also applies to humans. We took hunters who invaded our territory and tested them, and they seemed to be able to hold out a little as they were male, but eventually they turned into mummies and lost their lives. Well, like that. Then isn't there absolutely nothing you can do about it? However, when the man entered, the monster's power was concentrated on the man. We took advantage of that opportunity and succeeded in eliminating several ogres. Then wouldn't it be better for the Imperial army to go in and attack together? So we also mobilized and dispatched the men who had intruded into the territory at once. But the ability was not only applied to one person, but to all men in the territory. I see. In that case, we definitely need to send in the Imperial army. It will only increase the sacrifices. Still, we succeeded in eliminating about half of the monsters guarding the monster. But the damage was severe, and more than anything, my mother said that, if things continued like this, the world tree would die out within a year. Yuno's entire family swallowed their saliva when they heard that the world tree was dying. Because it meant the extinction of elves, it was thought to be unusual, so we came up with a final solution. For human men, yang energy is energy, so we take the man with the strongest energy and withstand the monster's power while we rush in and wipe out all the other giant monsters and kill the monster's head. It's about striking out HMM. That makes sense. But why did you make that offer to me? Aren't you and I seeing each other for the first time today? Of course. She was confident in her energy, but she never boasted about it. So asked Miruku a question, and Miruku threw a bomb on the spot. While I was representing the clan in search of a man who could help us, I saw His Highness the Crown Prince having 3 sexes at the same time with 3 of his companions on a boat on the lake. The only thing I saw was sex that lasted for 6 hours. He cummed on Princess Eliza 3 times, and 5 times on Master Aragorn, and 4 times inside the body of the Empress. Isn't that something like that in any document I've seen? A man who boasts of his virility Now, wait a minute. What? Who is having sex with? My brother and my mom had sex. At Miruku's words, Isabella and Mary stood up, grabbed Miruku's collar and shook her, and she nodded with a bewildered look on her face. Then Isabella and Mary turned to Uriah and Juno, and demanded the truth. Mom, what happened? Did you really have sex with your brother? No, right? Your virginity is your sister's, so you can't do that, right? Although there were some strange words mixed in, Uriah and Juno had nothing to say to Isabella and Mary, who were staring at them fearfully and could only keep their heads down. Miruku Beck's service cut. Chapter 59. Meeting with the elves. 2. Meeting with the elves. 2. What happened? Mom, please explain. It should have been Mary who had sex with my oppa for the first time. Ugh. I was planning to do it with my oppa the day after tomorrow during the coming of age ceremony. Ugh. Isabella grabbed Juno by the collar and began to shake him, and Mary began to wail loudly. These 2 people didn't know? I thought Eliza and Catherine did it naturally, so they both knew. Uriah, who had lost her mind after her daughter's relationship with became known, finally came to her senses and smiled bitterly. When I said I was mother earlier, the reason she was embarrassed wasn't because she met the Empress, but because she saw me having sex with So when I said I was her mother, Uriah sighed deeply and got up to calm down her 2 daughters, who were making a fuss in front of her. Hey, say something. How can you have sex with your mom? If you want to have sex, you can tell your sister at any time, okay? She will give you permission. Britopper, I'm sorry. You don't do that to Mary. And when Mary approaches you, you secretly avoid it. Isabella. Mary, can you listen to mom for a moment? Mom is the same too. Ugh. How could she do something like that with her son? Knowing how much Mary likes Quiet. Mom is talking. When Uriah screamed, Isabella and Mary, overcome by the force, clamped her mouth shut. However, their eyes were still full of dissatisfaction, so Uriah sighed deeply. Yes, mom had sex with Why? Because mom and are very much in love. But mom gave up her desire to monopolize Because mom loves as a woman, but also as a mother. That's the difference. Do you understand? As Isabella and Mary's eyes showed doubt, Uriah continued speaking. Mom, I know that Isabella and Mary love Juno. They talk about each other like that every day. But doesn't mom know that? But you aren't ready yet. Mom allows Juno to love other women too. Because doesn't just love her mother, and she understands that. But she can see in her eyes that you can't understand that. But you're a mother. How can you be a mother with your son? And what about you? Aren't you Yuno's older sister? Is it okay for an older sister to have sex with her younger brother? Isabella's mouth closed again at Uriah's words. And Mary, you're still 3 days away from becoming an adult, right? What's the point of having sex with such a topic? Mary's mouth popped out in a pout, but she couldn't help but bow her head as her mother spoke only the truth. At the same time, Eliza and Catherine applauded inwardly when they saw their mother-in-law perfectly subduing her sisters-in-law. I'm sorry my daughters made a fuss. Please continue talking, Princess Miruku. I understand. Empress How much did I tell you? Since Isabella and Mary were not the only ones who were weighed down by Uriah's momentum, Miruku continued her words, thinking that being the empress of an empire was not for everyone. Anyway, on behalf of the clan, I found you guys having sex on the way out of the mountains. And I saw Her Majesty ejaculate a lot, and I thanked the goddess of the forest for helping ourselves. So you approached our group, yes. But I cried out of frustration, because I thought it was impossible for His Highness to come to the monster mountains with his precious body. After finishing his story, Miruku raised his body and came to Yuno's side and knelt down on his knees. Your Highness Yuno, please help our clan. We don't have time. Your Highness is the only one who can help our clan. There were some problems in the process, but I chose the Spirit Lake as the route I left the mountain range. It may also be because Venus bestowed the protection of the forest. But seeing Yuno's slightly embarrassed expression, Miruku quickly continued her words. Your Majesty, if you want, you can have my body. Because of the influence of the monster, my breasts have become this huge. If you like my body like this, you can use me like a sex slave for the rest of your life. So please help us. Huh? Really? Then of course. Even if it wasn't like that, I tried to help. The Bex clan and the Balkan Empire have a clear symbiotic relationship. The Bex clan's elixir, since the emperor was seriously injured during the Battle of Zenon Plains thanks to you, we were cured. So this time we have to return the favor. When Yuno heard Miruku's proposal, he was about to say yes right away, but he changed his mind after seeing the scary eyes of Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine staring sharply at him in front of him. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you so much. As Miruku continued to thank her and bowed her head, her breasts bounced and stole Yuno's attention, and as if it was natural, Yuno erected her dick, so Yuno ended up having to hit her on the back a few more times. Yuno has decided to help there, so we can go together, right? Thank you very much for your help, but it may be dangerous. Are you okay? We will take absolute responsibility for His Royal Highness's safety. If the husband is going, how can the wives not follow? You know very well that I'm a master, Eliza is a master, and Yuno is also a master. However, Yuno has to take on the role of resisting the monster's energy, so it would be better for me and Eliza to act as Yuno's guards in case of an emergency. Yes. Thank you. Then, you three are officially invited to our clan's territory. Wait a minute. Miruku's voice stopped at the sudden intrusion. Me and my sister are going too. That's right. Mary and I are going too. Don't even think about leaving us behind this time. Isabella and Mary's eyes were burning so strong that even Uriah, who was trying to beat them, was shocked. You may still be in danger. Then what about Mom? You're not going. Mom, I have to take care of Yuno, so I have to go. TSK. Then we'll go too. I'm a mid to high level wizard and a mid-level elementalist who can handle all 4 major spirits, so it'll be quite helpful. Both Isabella and Mary did not back down their opinions, as if they would not lose to Uriah this time. Then Eliza, who was looking at them, laughed and intervened. Mother, please give him this time. Since we can't raise a large-scale military anyway, Isabella and Mary will be of great help in a situation where we have to form a few strong people. Eliza's sister Isabella and Mary looked at Eliza, who had been glaring at her as if she would kill her just a moment ago, this time with eyes full of gratitude. Woo. I can't help it if you do that. Instead, if you guys get caught trying to do something with Yuno without Mom knowing while this is going on, do you think you'll get really scolded? Do you understand? TCH. Mom said she was going to have sex with Yuno. Don't let us do it. It's cruel noisy. A mother can have sex with her son. What do you mean by that? You should know that, because one day her mother will give permission. Yuno was discussing the schedule with Miruku while her mother, her older sister, and her younger sister were fighting. Your Royal Highness, we must leave immediately. Time is really running out. Even at this very moment, the condition of the world tree is worsening. It is impossible to leave right away. A little preparation is needed. Well, can you still leave as soon as possible? Phew, then, we will be leaving tomorrow afternoon. I will also prepare armaments for the journey. And as the Lord, I have to entrust my subordinates with managing the territory tomorrow morning. And the rangers in the Monster Mountain Range are also getting excited during the battle. I have to tell them to be fully prepared, because they might go out. Thank you, Your Highness. Then let's do it that way. But the princess's outfit, is that what it was originally? Miruku then slightly covered her breasts, as if she was a little embarrassed. This is the traditional clothing of our village. Since it was just the women, I didn't have to worry about it. So I came down to the village and bought some clothes and tried to change. I just didn't have time to do that today. Still, I'll give you some clothes, so I hope you can dress up tomorrow. It was okay, because we came in our carriage today, but tomorrow we won't be able to travel by carriage. Thank you for your careful consideration. When Yuno and Miruku finished coordinating the schedule and raised their heads, it seemed like the battle between Yuria, Isabella, and Mary was over. Thank you mom, it's my fault for giving birth to them. Really, for some reason, Yuria seemed defeated, so Yuno called Eliza and heard the whole story. Giggles. Actually, I made a promise to you and Mary when I was little, right? So I helped them a little this time. So, you can sleep with me and Mary today, but you can't have sex. Got it? Ugh, well, it's just like sleeping together. We've been together since we were kids. Ugh. But I never dreamed we'd get caught like this. Ugh. I knew I'd get caught someday, but I never thought I'd get caught so quickly by my sister and Mary. But if I keep doing this, aren't I really going to end up having sex with my sister and Mary too? Still, Yuno felt fortunate that her enormous sexual desire was completely relieved during the day point that night. Juno's bedroom door opened, and Isabella and Mary came in. It's been a while since we slept together. I'll make sure my little brother is patient. Oppa, you're going to sleep with Mary, okay? Fortunately, Juno was relieved because Isabella and Mary came into her own bed wearing clothes that, although a little slutty, could still be called her pajamas. Isabella and Mary laid Juno's head on their chest, and Juno headed to her dreamland, feeling the warm embrace of her older sister Amaria's sexy pajamas. Illustration chapter 60. Isabella's older sister's first fellatio *ILLUSTRATION. After Isabella performed fellatio, sister Isabella's first fellatio next day. Morning point. As soon as Yuno woke up, she looked down at the strange pleasure she felt from her lower body point. Then her sister Isabella, with her breasts exposed and sucking his own cock, caught her eye and Juno screamed in horror. What are you doing, sister? Chucharup HMM. Churup HAAHU. Our Yuno's dick was so big and erect since the morning that it looked so sad this sister was taking care of it. Hoo. How is it? Your pussy. It felt good. No, that's not the problem. No, you did this without saying anything. And where did you learn to say that? You had sex with your mom, but you can't even feed your sister your morning cum. It's so shameless, and I saw these lewd words in the dirty books you used to read. Pew hehehe. My little brother, I like it when a woman says such vulgar things to me, he said. Isabella's attitude was so confident that Juno felt pain in her head. Yuno thought it was fortunate that her Mary was so deeply asleep that she didn't wake up. It's a good thing Mary is weak in the morning. If you saw this. Yuno, who remembered the saying, if you can't avoid it, enjoy it, decided to actively enjoy Isabella's fellatio. Okay, I have to get rid of my morning erection anyway. It's gotten so big because of me, so take responsibility for it. Really? Is it okay for you to fuck me? Is it okay for me to drink your cum? Isabella was scared in her heart because she thought her Juno would get angry and chase her away. But when Juno gave her permission unexpectedly, her round eyes opened wide. Juno pulled Isabella's body so that her face was facing his. Then she grabbed her shoulders and said, I don't think my sister will give up anyway. Now that things are like this, I'm going to make you my girl too. From now on, you're my girl. So don't even think about getting married to someone else. Got it? Isabella's eyes filled with tears as she heard Juno's declaration that he would make her his woman. Yes, of course. My sister's dream was to become Yuno's bride since she was young. So make her your woman. I will become a woman who will think only of you and love only you for the rest of my life. So you too. Love me, sister. I will love you as her family, and I will love you as my own woman. But even you know this. Yes, actually, I couldn't sleep since yesterday and thought about what my mom said. I can't make you my own man. But I feel resentful that I have to share it with my mom, Eliza, and Catherine. But still, after all, I want to be your woman, you know. Even though I'm your younger brother, I love you as a man. Isabella's tearful confession pierced Juno's heart. I love you, sister. Thank you for deciding to be my woman. Yuno pulled Isabella's body, who was holding her shoulders, and hugged her tightly. Well, what should I tell mom? She was so upset yesterday when I thought about telling Yuria this. Yuno was scared. Then Isabella smiled her grin It's okay since you gave me permission. I'll tell my mom. Well, then, should she try sucking my brother's dick that she was sucking earlier? As if talking to her mother wasn't important, Isabella turned her body and looked at Juno's cock again. While they were briefly confessing their feelings for each other, Juno's dick got a little smaller, but it still seemed as big as her forearm. It's really such a big dick. I grew up seeing things like this, so how can I get married to another man? As Isabella began to suck her cock, Juno could see that Isabella's pussy was spewing out her love juices and her panties were slowly getting wet. Unable to contain her curiosity, Juno pulled down Isabella's panties, revealing her smooth pink vagina without any pubic hair. As if Isabella's pussy felt that her master was looking at her, she continued to squirt transparent love juice. So Juno was moving her tongue to Isabella's pussy without realizing it. Chew up. Chew up. It. Juno's tongue is coming into my pussy. It feels good. There it is. Lick more inside. As Juno's tongue began to press precisely on the area she was feeling, a high-pitched moan flowed from Isabella's mouth. Sister, suck my cock properly. Your mouth stopped. Instead of sucking her pussy, Juno reached out her hand and pushed Isabella's head down. Woo up chirrup tsk chirrup back. Juno is treating me like an object. He's completely treating me like a masturbation tool. Although it was a bit of harsh treatment, Isabella seemed really happy and sucked her brother's cock even more vigorously. Juno also began to insert her tongue deep into her sister's pussy and rub her clitoris with her hand, while Isabella orgasmed from her brother's caresses and squirted out her love juices. I feel good. It feels so good to have my younger brother sucking my pussy while having my dick sucked. I should have pounced on her a long time ago. If I had done that, I could have become my younger brother's masturbation tool a little earlier. Both my mouth and pussy could have been used as masturbation tools exclusively for Juno. Isabella's pussy was tightening, as if it would tear off her brother's tongue as she orgasmed from Juno's caresses. As her love juices poured out like a fountain and her pussy tightened, Juno could not hold back any longer and pulled out her tongue. Woo, I thought my tongue was cut off. Sister, please tighten my pussy so much. I think it will be really great if I put a dick in it later. Isabella seemed pleased with Juno's praise and seduced her younger brother by shaking her buttocks obscenely while feeling her climax. As she looked at her older sister's butt, Juno also felt her ejaculation, and she felt like she had to end this situation quickly before her younger sister, who was sleeping next to her, woke up. I'm going to come, sister. You have to drink it all. Bureaucratic. Boom, 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 boom. As her ejaculation began from Juno's cock, a huge wave of semen hit Isabella's mouth. Ooh up. Gulp gulp ooh up. Gulp you her. Isabella tried to drink all of her beloved brother's semen, but there was no way that Isabella, who was doing fellatio for the first time today, could handle the amount of cum in her, and in the end, Isabella poured her cream pee on her floor. I ended up spitting it out. I'm sorry, Juno. My sister tried to drink it all, but I'm not used to it yet. I'll do better next time. Please forgive me. When her usually incredibly confident older sister looked completely stunned with her face covered in her cum, her desire to torment Juno rose in her mind. Really? Then show me how sorry you are, and I'll let you do it again next time. I understand. Then when Isabella tried to put her cock back into her mouth, Juno held her head and stopped her. Sister, that's not it. Think about where you got dirty just now. At Juno's words, Isabella looked at her floor, where she had spit out her semen with her trembling eyes. Seer? Really? No, it's Juno. What you are thinking is probably correct. Shouldn't you clean up the places you have soiled yourself? Juno grabbed Isabella by the scruff of her neck and threw her to the floor. Then Isabella naturally fell to the floor, and a puddle of semen appeared in front of her eyes. With my mouth. Despite the humiliating act of having to lick her bottom, Isabella's thighs trembled and her womb quivered, showing how excited she was. You delicious. I'm being treated like a real object. Cleaning up my younger brother's cum. Being treated like an object that serves the dick. What are you doing, sister? If this continues, will it be time for Mary to wake up? At Juno's urging, Isabella stuck out her tongue and lowered her wail to her bottom. Then the tip of her tongue touched the puddle of semen, and she started licking up the semen on the floor with her tongue. Backquote delicious. Yuno's cum. So delicious. Ah, I guess I was destined to become my brother's girl after all. It feels so delicious. The smell is so masculine, and has such a sweet scent, and of course, Yuno's room was always cleaned with clean magic, so the floor was clean without a trace of dust. But anyway, the humiliating act of licking the floor and sucking her brother's semen stimulated Isabella's sexual feelings even as he was licking and drinking her semen. Her panties were completely wet, unable to absorb any more of her love juices. So they were spilling onto the floor, and Yuno looked at his older sister with such loving eyes. I'm done. Yuno. I made it clean. Now Isabella sat in front of Yuno and spread her legs wide, exposing her pink pussy. Yuno didn't react, even though she was looking at her older sister's pussy, which was completely wet, and seemed to be asking for her dick to be inserted quickly. Is it Yuno? When Juno stayed still, Isabella called out to her younger brother. Looking anxious, then Juno got up from her bed, lifted Isabella up, and whispered in her ear, "The pussy service was good today, sister. But sex comes later. Okay. I'll do it, if you get permission from mom." Of course, she could have received Isabella's virginity at this point, but Yuno thought that it would be difficult for her to handle Uria's anger if she had sex with her older sister as she pleased, so she took a step back. Yes, it's a pity, but my sister will hold back today. But I'm ready at any time. So take your sister's virginity when you want. It's your sister's virginity that I've kept for you for 20 years, so make sure to take it. You have to accept it instead of answering. Juno kissed Isabella deeply on the lips, and Isabella smiled, as if she was very satisfied, gathered her clothes, and left Juno's room. You kind like this oppa. Yuno looked at the clock in surprise at the sound of Mary talking in her sleep, and before she knew it, the time was 6:30. It was soon time for Mary to wake up. So Yuno activated the clean magic with her magic tool and opened her window to ventilate her, then woke her up and sent her to her room. Brother, I didn't do anything strange with Isabella while I was sleeping, right? Mary's question was too sharp, but Yuno just laughed it off. Mary looked at Yuno with a strange look, but when Yuno urged her to get ready quickly if she was going to the land of the elves today, she got up and said went back to the room. Isabella trying to lick the floor at Yuno's command after a blowjob. Chapter 61. Elf City Elist. 1. The Elven City of Elist. 1. After relieving his morning erection with Isabella's fellatio, Yuno headed to her office point, and after processing the payment documents that had been delayed due to yesterday's inspection, he called Baron Kimberly, who was also in charge of Mary's education and administrator of the estate, and Maya, the man in charge of military affairs, to his office through his servant, Your Highness. The prince. As per your instructions, the former guard commander and all the members involved in his corruption were sent to the ranger unit in the mountains, but the number of guards in charge of security within the castle is severely insufficient, Your Highness. I'm in charge of Her Highness Mary's education, and I did not come here to be an administrator. You need to quickly select a replacement. As soon as he came in, Yuno felt a headache when he saw the two people spouting out their complaints. However, since he was the one who had to complain now, Yuno comforted them and told them about his business. Hey, those people, if they need someone, shouldn't they hire them on their own? By the way, something has come up that requires me to leave the territory for a while. How long are you going to be gone? Didn't you say anything when you went to Tessa de Yang and made me look for it for a long time? I don't know about that. Then, I will post recruitment notices for security guards throughout the villages within the territory. I can obtain the budget by talking to the administrator. Right, when he suddenly heard that he was being charged a budget, Baroness Kimberly shouted at me, "What are you talking about? Isn't there a separate budget for the security guard? Didn't you hear me saying that we don't have a budget right now because of Jared or that guy? Isn't the administrator in charge of budget management? We are dying because of former administrator Boris, but we don't have the budget. You don't know that I'm working overtime every night because I couldn't find an administrator to replace me. Then you just have to roll some more. We don't have enough people to roll. What? You? That's what you're going to say to a nobleman. If you want to be treated like a noble, you have to do things right first. Yuno felt like her head was spinning at the sight of Baron Kimberly and Maya starting a fight, while ignoring the person in front of them. However, Yuno was the only one who could trust and entrust the work under him right now, so Yuno held back his anger and spoke to them. Be quiet. I'll tell you why I have to leave. Yuno told them what he heard from Miruku yesterday, and told them of the possibility that, after defeating the monsters it controlled, could escape the territory as a group, and come down to the territory. Your Highness? Even if you suddenly say that. While Baroness Kimberly expressed her disapproval, Maya showed a serious attitude, as befits a military officer, and brought her a map of her fiefdom, and explained his plans. In that case, I think we will definitely need defense. First, we will maintain a clear alert throughout the elf territory through the rangers. We will also dispatch knights, including Lord Cordelia, to the ranger headquarters in case of an emergency, to prepare for urgent relief. Good. Baron Kimberly, in case of an emergency, evacuate the residents to Chi's castle. Also, inform the capital of this to receive financial support, and make sure that the Earl of Grime receives some military support as well as vigilance. Yes, I understand. Your Highness, and I will give the Count's handover and baton to the administrator and garrison commander, respectively. Please act as if they are replacing me in an emergency. The two declined, saying it would be a burden, but they had no choice but to accept it due to Yuno's insistence. Lastly, Yuno called Cordelia and asked her to follow Maya's orders, so that ordinary people would not be sacrificed, even if there were no orders from him. Yes, I understand. If that is His Majesty's order, then I must follow it. Contrary to expectations, Yuno's mind calmed down to some extent after Cordelia obeyed him obediently. When he thought he was somewhat ready, Yuno packed his belongings and went out to the backyard of the residence. Yuno's family, including Yuria and Miruku, were waiting in the backyard, and each horse had been prepared for boarding. Mom, do you really have to go? It might be dangerous. How can your mom stay here while you're gone? And she also learned some self-defense skills from Catherine. Juno sent Catherine a look asking her to stop, but Catherine, who did not want to be hated by her mother-in-law, ignored Juno's gaze. I understand. Anyway, just don't go into battle. Yes. Don't worry. Mom can tell that much too. Ho ho. Don't worry, brother. I will keep mom and brother safe. You know. I only trust you. You haven't seen my skills properly yet, have I? I'll show you properly this time. Yuno chuckled at the words of her older sister and her younger sister, and rode her horse behind Miruku, who was leading her. Okay, let's go. Miruku refused to ride her horse, saying that her horse was uncomfortable, but guided her group at a speed that could match her horse. Perhaps thanks to her guidance, Yuno and the others were able to arrive at the entrance to the Monster Mountain range extremely quickly. There was a guard post at the entrance to the mountain range, and all passing people were controlled. From here on, only hunters authorized by the Lord could legally pass through, so Yuno was secretly satisfied with their security posture. I will pass by hiding first. We and the rangers of the mountain range are not on good terms, as we have had occasional fights over territory, so it would be better to pass by first. When His Highness Yuno enters the mountain range, I will guide you again. Miruku disappeared as she said so, and Yuno slowly approached the guard post, leading her group. Stop for a moment. This is the Monster Mountain range. Unauthorized people are not allowed to pass. As they arrived in front of the guard post, rangers standing guard greeted them. Certainly, unlike the existing guards of Chi's castle, they stood on strict guard with an elite attitude, and the lives of not only the visible rangers, but also those who were hiding and targeting them were sensed. Stop aiming your bow. I'm Juno Alexander Windridge von Borken, Count of Tessedin Akana and 3rd Prince of Borken. Please show me something that symbolizes your status. Yuno was momentarily taken aback by their request. This was because he gave all the items symbolizing the Earl to Baron Kimberly and Maya, and left the token symbolizing the prince at his official residence. Moreover, given the purpose of the journey, the rest of the party was dressed in hard leather clothes instead of fancy dresses, so there was no way To prove their identity, as Yuno was embarrassed and could not produce anything. The guards began to raise their weapons. This is a suspicious person. Everyone stands in line at the direction of the ranger who appeared to be the leader. The shieldmen guarding the fence drew a line in 2 rows with their swords and shields, and behind them the archers aimed their bows. And I could feel snipers hiding in the back aiming their bows. Wait. Stop. I'm Uria Selendis von Borken, Empress of Borken. And this is the ring that proves I'm Empress of the Empire. When Uria stepped forward instead of Yuno and showed the ring, the rangers lowered their bows. I would like to meet the Empress and Her Majesty the Crown Prince. You have shown me a token, but I cannot discern it. Could you please wait a moment? When Uria nodded her head, the ranger leader quickly returned to the guard post and sent a communication somewhere point. And after a while, a man came to the guard post on horseback, saw the ring, and knelt down in front of Yuno and Uria to show respect. Meet the Empress and Her Highness the Prince. My name is William Young, leader of the Rangers of the Monster Mountains. I sincerely apologize for the indiscretion of his men. When the ranger leader bowed, the sounds of the rangers who had been aiming their weapons at them could be heard holding their breath. Haha, it's okay. They just did their job. What punishment should I give them? Only then did they sigh, and when William gestured, they all returned to their original positions. Anyway, I don't know what happened to the Empress and Her Highness to this dangerous place. It looks like the news hasn't arrived yet. There's a problem with the world tree in the elf realm. Yuno explained why he was heading to the land of the elves, and he informed them that orders from the guard would arrive shortly. Anyway, a guy named McMorin told me that you are somewhat concerned about the current situation and are making some preparations. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. I see you have met with the 13th leader. Giant monsters run amok in these mountains every winter. It was natural for them to run out of food as most animals hibernate in the winter. Rather, it was a natural thing. Stories that were difficult to understand from books flowed from his mouth. So Juno listened intently to William's story, but since nothing like that has happened in the past few years, I guessed that something was wrong, and prepared for it. We are fully prepared with ballistas, giant fences, and traps in preparation for giant monsters. So Your Majesty, don't worry about this side of the world. Please focus only on the monster that is polluting the water. William walked around with Yuno and showed them the equipment they had prepared for monsters. I ask for just one thing. We are thoroughly prepared for quite a few giant monsters such as ogres, trolls, manticores, cyclops, etc. But we are not prepared for the basilisk's petrification curse. We have continued to send messages to the higher ups in the past, but the supplies are low. Because it is not done properly, magic items are not properly supported. Ugh. It wasn't easy to behead Boris. His name comes up every time I sell something. Juno gritted his teeth as former administrator Boris' actions continued to pop up here and there. Then he naturally remembered sending former guard Captain Jared here and asked William, I will write you a letter requesting the supply of sea goods. I will put my mother's seal on it, so if you send the letter to Cheese Castle, the supply will be delivered soon. Come to think of it, former guard Captain Jared and the soldier involved in his corruption. I sent them this way. What do you think about them? Haha. At first he thought he was still the guard captain and was acting up, but after getting hit a few times by our soldiers, he became quiet. Now, he is the youngest member of the ranger unit and is training diligently, so don't worry too much. It's something I've thought about for a long time, but the more soldiers roll, the stronger they become. Don't you think rolling in peacetime is the way to adapt well to wartime? Your words are truly correct. We will faithfully carry out your words. Juno wrote the letter requested by William, stamped it with Uriah's seal, and delivered it to him. And after receiving a few more items from the ranger unit that he would need while staying in the mountains, he entered the monster mountains. It took you a long time. I've been waiting here for a long time. As I went inside along the path, Miruku came down from the tree. Haha. I delivered a warning to the rangers that giant monsters may run rampant. Good job. Hurry up. For me, it's a quick trip by climbing a tree, but for you, it will take about 3 days. When Miruku said that it would take 3 days to go on a mountain path, Yuno was worried about whether Uriah would be able to endure it, but contrary to Yuno's worries, she endured it well. Early morning of the 3rd day, The clear and cool forest air enveloped the campsite where Yuno and his group pitched their tent, but Yuno's tent was full of hot energy and a lewd smell. Squeak, crackle, chirrup. Chirrup. Chirrup mom, aren't you having a hard time? I'll be arriving around lunchtime today, so cheer up a little. Yuria grinned as Yuno spoke to her mother, who was in her tent, rubbing her tits against the shaft of his cock, and sucking his glands with her soft lips. Ho ho ho, my son is giving mom fresh nutrients every morning, so what's going to be difficult for mom? Anyway, mom might have a hard time without this, so my son has to pour a lot of thick cum into mom's mouth. Yuno enjoyed her mother's breasts and mouth pussy for a while, and then ejaculated refreshingly in her mouth. Yuria continued to drink all the semen that flowed from her son's cock, and finally she opened her mouth to reveal the white semen that was filling her mouth, and then swallowed it. Yuria received several more of Yuno's semen with her pussy, and enjoyed a deep lovemaking with her son. When it was time for everyone to wake up, she kissed Yuno's cheek one last time, and made a kiss between her mother and son. I ended up having incest morning 6. I enjoyed my son's cum today too. Sighed. However, Yuno and Yuria had no idea that someone would be watching their incestuous sex through the gap in the tent from this early morning. Or Yuria's morning tits and fellatio asterisk yuria apostrophe s fellatio illustration. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, City of Elves, Illustration, 2. City of Elves, Elist, 2. It was around lunchtime on the third day after the start of the journey. Yuno and his group arrived at a place where large trees were growing closely together to form a wall point. When they arrived there, Miruku went forward and summoned the spirit. Sylph, could you please tell me inside that I have arrived? After receiving Miruku's request, the wind spirit headed inside the tree, and after a while, the branches tilted to the side and the wall opened. Welcome. This is Elist, the city of elves. As they followed Miruku inside, Yuno and the others saw a city made up of huge trees. The houses were all made of trees, and the branches bore various kinds of flowers and fruits, and the tree house was filled with numerous elves performing various tasks. Wow, it's so beautiful. It really feels like a dream city, isn't it? Adria, the capital of the Balkans, is beautiful, but our Elist is no mean feat either. A beautiful voice was heard from behind Yuno and the others who were admiring the scenery of Elist. Yuno was startled by that voice and turned around, and there stood an elf woman with enormous breasts and a fascinating facial illustration of elf queen Kirimu Bex. Who are you? As no one in her group sensed her approaching, Eliza and Catherine took her guard in panic, and Yuno, as the representative of her group, forced his gaze upward to her breasts and asked her, Mom. At that time, her Miruku ran to her, and Yuno and the others were able to guess who she was. Miruku, if you're in charge of guiding the guests, you should does it right until the end, right? My daughter was rude to the guests. I'm late in my introduction. My name is Kirimu Bex, the head of the Bex clan and queen of the elves. I accepted my daughter's request. May the goddess of the forest, Venus, bless you for coming here. It's the queen. Hello. Countess Adonikana, the third prince of Balkan and the guard of Monster Mountain. My name is Juno Alexander Windridge von Balkan. I received an introduction to the guests in advance from the spirit sent by her daughter. In particular, I'm deeply grateful to the Balkan Empress Mama and the two princesses for stepping forward to help solve the crisis for our elves. As Kirimu bowed her waist, her enormous breasts bounced and disturbed Yuno's vision. Yuno continued to look at her, but it seemed like she couldn't stop her cock from getting erect, so she turned her gaze away from him and asked for her quarters. Oh my. You must have been tired from coming all the way here, but I have kept the guests waiting. Miruku, please guide the guests to the accommodations prepared. And I would appreciate it if the guests could take a rest and come to my place in the evening. If this is where the queen lives, do you see the biggest tree up ahead? That's where me and my daughter live. When they looked at the direction Kirimu was pointing to, Yuno and the others noticed a much larger tree than the other houses. Yes, I understand. Then, I will go there after dinner. I'm hosting a guest, so I'll have to serve the meal. You can take a break for a while and come when it's convenient for you. I don't know if it will suit your taste, but I'll prepare it as best as I can. Kirimu bowed politely and asked Miruku to guide her, and then she disappeared. If you follow me, I will guide you to your accommodations. As Yuno and the others followed Miruku, she led them to a slightly smaller treehouse right next to where Kirimu lived. Although it was smaller than the treehouse Kirimu lived in, it was big enough for all 6 of Yuno's group to sleep in. So Yuno was satisfied with the treatment. But why is there only one bed? However, Yuno, who went inside her first, heard an embarrassed question come out of Yuria's mouth, and Yuno followed her inside, and in fact, inside her house, there was only one large bed in a large living room. Of course, the bed was big enough for all 6 people to sleep in, but it was extremely embarrassing for Yuno. No. Of course, it's okay for Mom, Eliza, and Catherine, but I also have my older sister and Mary, so if this happens weren't all 5 of you having sex with His Highness the Prince? As Miruku spoke with her face blushing, Yuno became even more embarrassed. No, that's right. So, that one bed is all you need? Yuno tried to deny it, but her Mary suddenly intervened and said it was okay, and Miruku said she knew it would happen, so she quickly ran away from their quarters. Mary, what are you doing? HMPH. Today is my coming of age ceremony, right? So, Mary can have sex with my brother now. So I said yes. When Mary spoke so confidently, Yuria was speechless. Well, let's rest for now. You can ask for an extra bed later, when you see the queen. That's right. But Yuria also thought there was nothing she could do right now, so she agreed with Yuno's opinion, but she glared at her second daughter, who had become too bold. HMPH. Mary is an adult now too, right? So I'm going to give her virginity to whoever I want. I think that's my brother. But Mary proudly put out her breasts and hugged her mother. Mary, you. Oh my. Calm down, mother. You must be tired from riding a horse for 3 days. Please take a nap for a while. That's right, mother. If you get angry, you'll get more tired. So take a rest first. Still, as her daughters-in-law clung to her and tried to calm her down, Yuria went to her bathroom to calm down and wash off her sweat. Phew, let's take a shower first. Where is the bathroom? I think it's there. Mother. When Yuria, Eliza, Catherine, and Mary entered the bathroom, covering only their front bodies with towels, an open-air hot spring with hazy steam was waiting for them. Wow, I guess it's a hot spring. Phew, but I guess I'll try washing it with warm water after 3 days. Thanks to our Mary, I was able to wash it with the spirit, but the water spirit's washing isn't as good as washing it myself. That's right, Catherine. I also felt a little uncomfortable asking Undine to wash me. The 4 girls headed toward the hot springs through the steam, but stopped at the sight they saw point Chew up. Side. Chup chillop inside the hot spring. The sound of mucous membrane rubbing against mucous membrane could be heard, and Isabella, with her long blonde hair flowing, was in Yuno's arms, pouring a hot kiss on his mouth. Cheer her up. Huh. Are you late, Mom? Catherine? Haha, thanks to you coming home late, I got a cream pea from Yuno. So I'm Yuno's woman now too. Sister, what is that? Poof. Juno tried to protest, but her mouth was covered by Isabella's hand, and Isabella lifted her body from the hot spring and proudly showed her pussy, with a little white liquid flowing out. Sister. So shameless. Mary was very angry, but contrary to Isabella's expectations, the faces of the 3 women, Yuria, Eliza, and Catherine, were filled with scorn. Pooh at me by her sister Isabella SSSSSKKKK, that you stop lying. Eliza even started laughing, holding her stomach, and Isabella's face turned bright red. It's true. Yuno just took my virginity and gave her a lot of cream pea. Giggle Isabella. Do you know what happens when Yuno comes? Giggle when Catherine asked with a slight smile on her face. Isabella tilted her head, as if she didn't know what she was talking about. Huh. Coming out of the vagina. Isn't that right? At Isabella's answer, the 3 women smiled brightly and lowered the towels covering their bodies. 3. Oh my god. What? is that Isabella and Mary were so shocked that they covered their mouths when the extremely vulgar, bright red uterine tattoos on the 3 women's stomachs were revealed. Guys, this is Yuno's proof that she is a woman. Ho ho. By the way, the mother was engraved first. If you get cum from Yuno even once, you'll get a pretty tattoo like this, so that kind of manipulation doesn't work. Sister giggle giggle giggle. Isabella and Mary looked at the uterus tattoo, which was shining so brightly, as if they were fascinated by something. It was hard to get here. Mom, can I taste my son's cum? I'm next. Mother, you did it last night too, you know. Can't you forget your childhood friend's pussy? Uriah, Catherine, and Eliza naturally took turns and started having intense sex with Yuno in the bathtub. And Isabella and Mary, who were soon forgotten, had to soothe their sexual desires by quietly masturbating, with sullen expressions on their faces, unable to take their eyes off their very lustful sex. Eliza's open air hot spring bath illustration. Chapter 63. Subjugating monsters. 1. Subjugating monsters. 1. After taking a warm hot spring bath and having pleasant sex, Yuno and his wives took a sweet nap and headed to Kuramu's house in time for dinner. The faces of Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine, who had sex with Yuno, were shiny as if they had been coated with honey, but on the other hand, the faces of Isabella and Mary were dead, so Yuno was secretly afraid of repercussions. Well, it's not that I didn't do it, my mom said no. What are you going to say to me? Still, Yuno, like him, finished his thoughts and walked quickly, so he did not feel the eyes of his older sister and younger sister glaring at him from behind. When Yuno and the others entered Kuramu's house, Miruku came out and welcomed them. Did you have a good rest? How was our elf's hot spring? It was really nice. Ho, I took a bath there, and it seemed like my skin became shiny again. HMPH, I guess it's shiny, because I took a bath in your brother's cum. I also had sex with you, Mary. When Catherine stopped her, Mary pursed her lips and stopped speaking. Fortunately, Miruku didn't seem to hear Mary's words, and she led them inside, saying she would bring food. Welcome. Miruku and I have worked hard to prepare her food, although it may not be as good as the meal at the Imperial Palace. Please enjoy it. The dinner prepared by Kuramu and Miruku was extremely grand. Of course, the number of eggplants could not be compared to the banquet at the Imperial Palace, but Yuno and his party, who had been eating healthily for the past 3 days due to neatly and deliciously prepared food, ate their food without losing their minds. Even Uriah, after taking a bite of the food, forgot even the dignity of the Empress, and ate it indiscriminately, so the other party members shoved their food into their stomachs, almost as if they were begging them. Oh my gosh, I enjoyed it. You. It's not classy for mom to burp in front of her dinner table. Ugh. Miria's face turned red as the tears flowed from inside her without her knowledge, and the meal was filled with light laughter. Ho. This is the flower tea I made. Try it. After finishing the meal, Miruku served tea, and Yuno, Kuramu, and Miruku started talking while drinking tea. Ho. The Empress seems to have enjoyed it too, so my hard work was rewarded. Oh my. Did the queen cook all these dishes herself? Of course, we elves don't have servants called queens. This is just an honorary position. My daughter, Miruku, is also called a princess, but the next queen could be another elf. But I heard from Miruku-sama that elves are born in the world tree, so they have to protect the world tree. Then how are mothers and daughters determined? When Eliza suddenly asked, as if she was curious, Kuramu smiled and answered, ho. That means that, if an elf who wants to raise her child receives the fruit of the world tree, and she becomes an elf's baby, then the elf becomes her mother and her baby becomes a daughter. Then you can't have babies like humans. It's possible, but, as you know, we don't have male individuals, so pure blood elves can't be born. Eliza nodded her head, as if she finally understood Kuramu's answer. So sometimes children who fall in love with another race go out into the world and give birth to half-elves and live there. However, since their lifespans are different, when their companion's lifespan comes to an end, they return to the forest. So that's why half-elves are created. I'm out of mana. When I asked Sylphid for a favor, suddenly, Mera's eyes lit up, and she began to ask about elemental magic. Isabella, Catherine, and even Yuria joined in with their own topics and chatted endlessly. No. These women say that we need to subdue the demonic beast as quickly as possibly. Uno, who had been listening to their chatter for nearly an hour, could not hold back any longer and opened her mouth. You say you're in a hurry to subdue demon beasts. Oh my, I lost my mind for a moment because so many welcome people came. I'm sorry, can I hear more details about that monster first? Yes. The monster has the appearance of a huge lizard. It doesn't look like a dragon, since it doesn't have wings, but it can't be compared to something like Drake. It sprays out lightning and burns those who approach it. If it's lightning, can't it be easily dispatched with lightning magic? So it's powerful, but lightning type magic isn't used often, of course. But as Miruku said, that monster emits negative energy, so it was difficult to approach. However, there was a revelation from Goddess Venus that Her Highness Yuno could make it possible. As Kirimu spoke, while looking at her lower body, Yuno exclaimed in her confident tone, well, I don't know how long I can hold out, but I'll hold on as long as I can. I will only trust you. If you can subdue that monster, and if you wish, you can take the bodies of our mother and daughter. At Kirimu's words, Yuno's dick suddenly became erect and jumped up as if it would rip his pants, and the eyes of the 5 women opened wide. No way, what are you talking about? It's as much as you want. Don't be too harsh. However, because Kirimu's eyes were strangely shining, their anxiety did not subside. First, our plan is this. First, His Highness Yuno will advance while being covered by our archers. The monsters blocking the way are our archers. There is no need for that. I can destroy any monster that stands in my way. As Yuno showed off his strong forearms and exhaled encouragement, Kirimu's face blushed again. Oh, if you do that, I would be even more grateful, because our archers can work hard to eliminate giant monsters. Kirimu took a sip of his tea to calm his blush and continued. Once the road is opened with archers and spirit warriors, I and the Luana clan's chief's personal guard will rush towards that monster. Together, Princess Eliza and Catherine would appreciate it if you could enter with us. However, that monster is capable of hand-to-hand combat. It's huge, so you must be careful. So, when we approach, Your Majesty, you should radiate positive energy to further distract the monster. Okay, haha, it's been a while since. I'll try my best. While Eliza nodded her head carefully, trying to control her nerves for her first battle, Catherine seemed unable to control her excitement for her first battle in a long time. How can we help you? Can Her Highness Isabella and Her Highness Mary assist us and provide long distance support? The soldiers led by Miruku will cut down any monsters that approach you two. Ho ho ho. You two, please trust me. Even though I haven't reached master level like my mother, I'm still at the level of an advanced knight. Yes, I will trust you, princess. When Yuria, who had no fighting ability, asked, Kirimu was confused for a moment, but she came up with her own solution. As for the Empress, please help Her Highness Yuno by her side. If everything goes according to our plan, there won't be any problems as monsters won't go that way. After completing his role, Kirimu clapped and attracted everyone's attention. Tomorrow at 4 AM, we will advance with our troops before dawn. So, for tonight, I ask you to avoid 3. Sex and get some sleep. Kirimu blushed and made her request, and Yuno and the others also agreed with embarrassment point. And at 2:30 the next morning, Yuno and the others all woke up, checked their weapons, and went to Kirimu's house. Kirimu, who came out before Yuno and the others, was dressed in that obscene outfit, but since she was a master and an excellent spiritist, she was able to create armor level defense with her earth elemental, so she was comfortable wearing light clothing. Brit, Yuno and the others followed Kirimu and Miruku to the back of the village, and as they passed the wooden fence there, an extremely large tree began to appear from afar. The world tree. Yes. The tree you see over there is the world tree, Yggdrasil. Although it is now withered and twisted without a single leaf by that monster. If we just get rid of that monster, it will soon regain its strength. After walking for about an hour, while looking at the world tree, small monsters such as orcs, goblins, and kobolds rushed in and attempted a surprise attack point. However, the surprise attack by such small monsters was quickly destroyed by over 1000 elf archers, and the advance of Yuno and the elf army continued. And finally, there I saw a huge red lizard surrounding the world tree. Yo! Dragon, with Yuno's shout, a huge roar from the monster was heard, and the full-scale battle began. Illustration of a dragon absorbing the energy of the world tree. Chapter 64. Subjugating monsters. 2. Subjugating monsters. 2. A huge dragon spewed lightning from its horn and attacked the elves from a distance. However, the elves skillfully summoned earth spirits to block the lightning emitted by the dragon, and then fired their bows to attack the ogres and cyclops, blocking the path first. Your Majesty, a dragon. Do you really know the identity of that monster? In response to Kiramu's question, Yuno didn't know how to explain for a moment and rolled her eyes. I have to say it's a dragon, but they won't understand. What should I say? After thinking for a moment, Yuno decided to just explain what he roughly knew and began to explain. I thought I saw a similar monster in an old book. It had the name dragon and said it was a beast that trains to become a god. If it succeeds, after training for 1000 years, it will become a god, and if it fails, it will degenerate and become a giant snake. But that appearance I see. I guess it's an animal that failed training, as you said. Then, was there any explanation as to the energy it controls? Yes. That's the end of the information I know. In that case, we will proceed as originally planned. Your Majesty, please enter his territory slowly. If it is a territory, where does the territory start? Can you see the place where our archers are forming a line and drawing a line? If you go about 100 meters further from there, you will reach the root of the world tree. And from there, you can think of it as its territory. As soon as Kiramu finished explaining, Yuno ran forward. Small and medium-sized monsters such as orcs and kobolds rushed at him, but Yuno easily slaughtered them and continued heading forward with the target point right in front of him. But before we knew it, a huge troll was standing guard there, so Yuno stopped in front of the troll. Get out of the way, I can't stand aside. This is the place that Miri ordered me to protect. I have a mission to protect that command. Yuno's eyes widened in surprise that the troll spoke human language. It's interesting, but we can't waste time here. When Yuno clenched his fist with all his might, a bright blue energy began to seep into his fist. The force continued to grow stronger and radiated tremendous energy, but the troll just stared at it in silence, going fire up. With a sound of cheers, Yuno's fist, loaded with courage, flew at high speed towards the troll's chest. Wow. However, Yuno's fist was blocked by the troll's outstretched hand, and when Yuno looked at the troll's hand that was in contact with his own, there was a red glowing energy there. Master, did you think that only humans could surround their bodies with mana? That was an arrogant thought. The great spirits of nature are with me. Yuno's eyes wavered, as if she couldn't believe it, but she soon glared at him and strengthened her outstretched fist. However, the troll pulled out an axe from its back with its other hand and swung it at Yuno, so Yuno had no choice but to back away. Small hatchets flew towards Yuno along with the sound of cutting the wind. Normally, it was a hatchet that he would have trusted his body and just hit. But because it was loaded with red mana, Yuno was swinging the new type to avoid the axes. There is no such thing as a rat, that guy. The moment Yuno became angry, the troll's new form disappeared and came in front of Yuno in an instant, and his giant axe hit Yuno's neck like a beam of light. Yuno was surprised because it was such a sudden surprise attack, but he calmly struck away the axe with an energized hand and extended the blade toward the troll's neck. The speed of the hand blade seemed to be faster than lightning. But the troll also avoided Yuno's hand blade by slightly twisting its neck, threw its body back to widen the distance, and then threw his hatchet back. Shit. I never thought there would be such an incredible monster among giant monsters. His level is slightly lower than that of the teacher, and his skills are definitely higher than Eliza's. The previous exchange of moves, Yuno was able to roughly understand the master troll's skills. It's a bit inferior to me, but I think I'll have to take a long time to kill it. But there's not enough time for that in the back. The elves were engaged in a fierce battle, but they were unable to advance for fear of being caught up in the dragon's energy. However, the monsters continued to flock, and the number of elves being sacrificed was gradually increasing. So Yuno came up with a plan and talked to the troll. Hey, it seems like a very skilled troll. What's its name? Even if it's a troll, it probably has a name, right? HMPH. You are a talented but rude person who asks for the other person's name, but does not reveal your own name. My name is Ajin. I'm the proud chieftain of Jumani. What is your name? My name is Yuno. I'm the third prince of the Balkan Empire and the count of Tsidimakana territory. So, I have finished my name. Don't you want to fight against strength? If you were a man, you wouldn't avoid me, right? Brit at Yuno's provocation, the troll named Ajin snorted. Okay. Let's compete. Are you going to compete head to head with a human versus a troll? Power versus power. That's brave. Out of respect for your courage, I will eat your corpse, if that's possible. Yuno stretched out both arms, and Ajin grabbed Yuno's approaching hand, and began a head-on battle of strength versus strength. Kaap, the battle between the two was fierce. As the confrontation continued, Yuno's hand continued to glow blue, and Ajin's thick hand also continued to glow red to the extent that Yuno's light could not be defeated. The glowing energy was similar, but as time passed, the troll's huge body began to gradually move back. It's big. I can't admit it. To human beings. Is it true that I'm pushed? Heh. Did you think humans couldn't defeat trolls with force? That's an arrogant thought. Ajin, who returned exactly what she said, lowered her face in shame. Then, the mana in his arm began to gradually decrease, and Yuno, who noticed this, sent all the mana he had into his arm and pushed Ajin in an instant. Koya. In the end, Ajin's arm broke, and Yuno's victory was confirmed. Ugh. It's a complete defeat. But Mira's orders are strict. I can't fall here. Wow. Even with his arm bent, Ajin attacked Yuno with his whole body and tried to crush him with his weight. But when Yuno's powerful fist hit his stomach, Ajin fainted and fell to the floor. Should I kill him if I think he's a monster? It's a waste to just kill him. I can communicate with him. He's quite manly. Moreover, since there was no one who could compete with him in terms of strength versus strength, it was a shame for Yuno, who was able to enjoy the match, where he gave his all to kill Ajin. In the end, Yuno returned to the base with a troll and drove the unconscious Ajin's hands and feet into stakes. It's the troll, so regeneration shouldn't be a problem. Queen Kurimu. I'll go to the front lines again. While Yuno was capturing Ajin, Kurimu also fought the ogre that had reached the level of master and was only able to cut off the ogre's head after receiving help from Eliza and Catherine, so he was surprised at Yuno's inaction when he returned after capturing the master level troll by himself. Marked. If that person is true to the goddess prophecy, he will be able to hold out until we defeat that damned dragon. Goddess Venus, please give us your blessings. Don't worry too much. That guy will be much stronger than the queen thinks. Yes, I believe it. Your highness, Yuno will definitely be able to save the world tree. Kurimu once again prayed to the goddess in his mind and advanced to the front lines, leading the archers. While Yuno was fighting Ajin, many of the giant monsters were eliminated, and the front line was moving forward little by little under Kurimu's command. So Yuno was able to reach the dragon's territory without any hindrance. Is this the dragon's territory? What's particularly strange? As soon as he reached the area that Kurimu had told him to be careful of, Yuno looked around, but couldn't find anything special. However, Yuno's sense of energy told him that something was approaching him, and Yuno began to raise the mana of his entire body to fight the approaching energy. What is this? Ho, that's pretty good. How can a human being resist my energy? Ho. Yuno was embarrassed by the woman's voice echoing in his brain and distracted the mana he had built up at the moment. What is this voice? Could this be the dragon that is encroaching on the world tree? Joy. Make no mistake. Who knows that someone needs the energy of a tree like this? Because there was no spirit creature with a positive energy that I could be satisfied with. But there's a tremendous amount of energy sleeping inside your body. If I absorb all that energy, I will be able to ascend to heaven again. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a large amount of energy came through the gap where the mana was scattered and began to weigh down Yuno's body, and Yuno gritted his teeth and resisted the energy pointer here. If you don't want to be crushed to death, resist hard. In the meantime, I'll eat up your energy. So as soon as Yuno felt something slowly slipping out of her lower body, she gave the promised hand signal to her back. His Highness Yuno has sent a signal. Bex Loana's personal guard charge. The archers begin providing covering fire. With Kiramu's orders, the second act of the battle for the fate of the elves has begun. Master level Trollazim illustration chapter 65. Monster subjugation. 3. Subjugating monsters. 3. The elf guard led by Kiramu quickly moved to the dragon territory. One person entered the area first just in case, and when it was confirmed that there was no problem, everyone rushed in and started the fight. The Beketh clan takes charge of the left side, and the Loana clan takes charge of the right side. Open the way for the Queen and Chief Loana to defeat that monster, truly worthy of the name SS. They continued to pave the way by defeating all approaching monsters with only a few troops as the small and medium-sized monsters fled in fear at the power of the elf bodyguards. Several giant ogres and cyclops came behind them, their ferocious eyes shining and charging with large wooden clubs. Wow, KOECK, as those huge figures rushed. At once, the elves felt cold. Archers, start firing. Concentrate on their eyes. However, Meruku calmly gave instructions to the archers, and arrows were fired from their bows all at once. As the powerful arrows fired by the elf archers with the assistance of the sylphs rained down, the ogres and cyclops were struck in the eyes by arrows and began to bleed profusely. However, despite becoming blind, the ogre and cyclops did not stop charging. Unlike monsters, they swung their huge clubs here and there with the intention of destroying everything around them, regardless of whether they were friendly or not. However, thanks to Meruku's command, the feeling of fear disappeared from the elves' minds, and as long as they were not embarrassed, the elves were not susceptible to such random attacks, so they were able to easily subdue the giant monster's spot. When the last ogre's head was blown off by Kiramu's sword, the remaining giant monsters around the world tree were no longer visible. Queen, the way is open. Good. Princess Eliza, Catherine, let's go. Yes, I will go. Kiramu, Eliza, and the chieftain of the Ruana clan pulled their swords from their belts, and Catherine donned her armor and ran towards the dragon that was focusing on Yuno under the world tree. You monster. Only this time, I will cut off your head. The three people's sword energy sharply dug into the dragon's neck at once, and Catherine's sword energy flew towards the head, but the giant dragon lightly repelled their attacks by raising its scales. What are you bitches? This body is a chance to ascend to heaven. You're disturbing me. I will not forgive you. Wow. Much. That guy's voice is in her head. When Eliza stumbled at the dragon's roar, Catherine supported her body. Eliza, focus. Send even a small amount of mana to her head to protect her brain. Yes, sister. Thank you. They realized that they could not catch the dragon with long distance attacks, and agreed with their rise to engage in close combat. Meanwhile, Yuno was supporting Yuria and resisting the dragon, taking away her energy as much as possible. Eliza and Katrine and Kiramu-sama has started the battle. I'm losing my mana, but the pressure on me has eased a little. Thanks to this, Yuno, who was able to move his body to some extent, was able to sit cross-legged and focus on his own body. As expected, due to the nature of my body, where the mana hole is located in the testicles, the yang energy he was talking about was my mana. Still, I'm still in good shape. But how long can I last? And while I hold on, will I be able to defeat that dragon? Deep inside, Yuno wanted to prevent her mana from being taken away, but if she did that, the dragon could emit negative energy again, and render the elves incapable of fighting, so she couldn't bear to try. Next to Yuno, Yuria soothed her anxious heart, and watched over her beloved son. Yuno, is there anything her mom can help you with? It felt like the mana would run out of her mouth if she continued to speak, so Yuno just shook her head and smiled to reassure her mother. There's nothing I can do now. I have no choice but to conserve my mana as much as possible and trust them according to their plan. Yuno opened his eyes again and began to observe the situation on the battlefield. The battlefield situation in his eyes was extremely intense. The 4 women infused mana into their swords and gauntlets and rushed at the dragon, and the dragon attacked them with its tail and lightning breath. Hold it, sister Catherine. Come towards me. When the dragon shot Catherine with her lightning, Isabella threw her body towards Catherine, and Isabella blocked her breath by casting a lightning rod spell to Catherine's side. Thank you, Isabella. Meanwhile, the dragon's belly, with its thin scales, appeared before Kirimu's eyes. Gap. Easy profit. However, Mary noticed the dragon's tail slashing behind Kirimu's back, as if it was a trap, so Mary shouted with all her might at Kirimu, Queen. Avoid. Go to the corner. Hot. Thank you, Mary. Fortunately, thanks to Mary's warning, Kirimu blocked the dragon's tail swipe with a rock shield created by summoning an earth spirit and threw her body to the side. Mary also summoned a gnome to create an earthen shield, so she was able to protect her arm. I was able to avoid the attack with only minor shrapnel wounds. These rat-like bastards. How dare you avoid my tail? Then you're going to hit my fist instead of avoiding it. While the dragon was angry at Kirimu and Mary, Katrine, who had dodged her breath and was sideways for a moment, suddenly lunged at the dragon's head and punched it with all her might. Whoa. Kara. With a loud roar, the dragon's head turned backwards and its large body fell to the ground. It's now. Everyone rush. The 4 masters rushed in and attacked with swords and gauntlets full of mana, and the archers and wizards who were keeping the monsters in check also poured out the most powerful magic and elemental magic they could. Then, for the first time since the battle began, blood burst out from all over the dragon's body. Cry. A painful roar came out of the dragon's mouth, and Kirimu jumped high, lifted his sword back, poured all of his mana into the sword, and slashed at the dragon's chest. Die. Enemy of the world tree. But the moment Kirimu's sword touches the dragon's chest, the dragon's eyes widened, and the bodies of all the elves on the plain fell to the ground. This is. And it wasn't just the elves, it was the same for Eliza, Mary, Isabella, and Catherine. They felt cum dripping from their pusses and their heads filled with lewd thoughts. Wait. Yuno is already there? Haha. Here and there on the plains, elves were seen throwing down their weapons and fucking their pusses with their hands, and the masters who were using mana, as well as wizards and spiritists of intermediate level or above, were only able to endure masturbation, but they too were suffering from their increasingly strong sexual desires. I could feel my nipples becoming erect and my breasts swelling. And the dragon raised its large body again and began to heal its wounded body here and there. Krung. This body for those rats. The 4 years will have to throw away the idea of dying. After finishing healing his wounds, the dragon radiated the yin energy from his body even more powerfully. Then, the women who were barely holding on ended up falling to the floor, spreading their legs, and touching their clitoris and pusses, including Eliza and Catherine. Aha. Cock. I need a cock. Yuno's big cock. Haha. Yuno. Poke my pussy with your magnificent cunt. Spray your thick cum on Master's womb, and make her pregnant. In particular, it was the worst for Eliza and Catherine, who had sex with Juno, and with their pussies clearly exposed, they grabbed their big breasts, and started sucking each other's pussies. Churura up haha. Catherine, your pussy is so delicious. Sister, please suck my pussy to churura up. Eliza's pussy water is sour yet sweet, but it's not enough, you know. I need Yuno's cock baby. Watching the group masturbation show between the elves and the women, the dragon roared in victory into the sky. Kuoohh. Yes, it's suitable for the rats. Before I knew it, some of the giant monsters that had run away had returned around the dragon, and their erect penises were as huge as monsters. Haha. I made these guys' genitals specially huge. So you bitches will have to give birth to as many monsters as you kill. I wonder what kind of harp will be born if an ogre or a cyclops and an elf crossbreed. At the same time, the dragon looked at Catherine, who had cut off his head, and Eliza, who had driven the sword into various parts of her body. I'll treat you girls as special people. The Minotaur is enough to satisfy even you lustful girls, right? Seeing that they have such a vulgar tattoo on their stomachs, they must be quite bright girls. Catherine and Eliza felt extreme fear as they saw the Minotaur approaching them with a huge erect penis, but they could not stop the les play due to their enormous sexual desire that continued to build up. The dragon smiled sinisterly in anticipation of the scene of rape that was about to unfold. However, a voice he had never heard before reached his ears. "You bastard. Aren't you forgetting something? Huh? What about you? Whoa. Kara." The dragon received a huge shock and fell to the floor, and at the same time, all the giant monsters that were approaching the women also turned into a stream of blood. Kirimu Military Uniform Illustration Chapter 66. Monster Subjugation. 4. Subjugating monsters. 4. Yuno instantly slaughtered the giant monsters that were targeting the elves and his women, and then looked back for a moment. "00I. Are they alright? So, don't worry about her, mom. Go quickly. My pussy is so hot I'm going crazy." There, Yuria, who was in heat, was rubbing her pussy, which was gushing out her own semen, and sucking up the semen, while gesturing for her to go quickly with her other hand and screaming. Brit Yuno wanted to do something for her beloved mother, but she had to solve the situation by killing the dragon right away, so she gritted her teeth and ran back to the dragon, recalling the situation that had just happened to her as she observed the battlefield. Her heart pounded, hoping that her women would not get hurt. She wanted to run away as many times as she could, but she couldn't, because if the dragon emitted negative energy again, the elves would fall. She, who had been drained of mana so far and was in poor physical condition, thought she couldn't defeat the dragon. Brit and as Yuno saw Catherine striking the dragon's head and knocking it down, Yuno thought she didn't need to intervene, but was shocked to see the elves fall in the dragon's counterattack, and then saw several monsters return. "I fell into despair." Holy shit. If I had known this would happen, I would have stepped forward from the beginning. Of course, once the dragon started emitting negative energy, the feeling of mana being taken away from him disappeared, but perhaps because he had been robbed of so much mana, his mana hole was empty, and his legs were shaking. But I can't just stay like this. I have to go, even if I have to die." The moment Yuno took a shaky step forward, there was a hand grabbing Yuno's shoulder. "Mom, it's no use trying to stop me. I have to go. I can't watch my wives being violated by monsters like this. Can you wait a moment?" Yuno turned her head back in surprise, because the voice coming out of Yuria's mouth was not her own, but a completely different person's voice. Yuria was standing there, naked, with her empty eyes, and a clear aura was radiating from her. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yggdrasil. This is the world tree my children speak of." Yuno opened her eyes wide in surprise at the sight of the world tree speaking in Yuria's body. "World tree? Why is my mother's body? And I don't have time to stay like this. My wives came to save you now." Yuno, excited by thoughts of the world and her wives, turned her gaze away from her mother, who was possessed by the world tree, and looked in front of her. "I stopped time for a moment. So calm down and look this way." "Yes, I understand. World tree." Only then did Yuno calm down for a moment and turn to look at the world tree. "Yuno, even if you head there alone right now, you know that it will be difficult to save them, right? But what's the point if I run away alone? Are you saying I have to watch my wives get raped by monsters?" The world tree shook its head at Yuno's words. "I didn't say that. I have to protect my children, and you have to protect your wives. Yuno, from now on, have sex with me." "No, what's going on in this situation?" Yuno opened his mouth wide when he suddenly heard the world tree telling him to have sex with him. "Through sexual intercourse, I will imbue you with all the mana I have left. Anyway, I lost too much energy to that monster to revive myself. So please accept my mana and save my children." Meanwhile, the world tree sat on the floor and spread his legs to the left and right. No matter how possessed the world tree was, she was Yuria herself, and Yuno's cock immediately became erect at the sight of her mother spreading her pussy, brightly lighting up her uterus to 2. "You're a really healthy person. You look like that, even after losing so much energy." "Then let's begin." Yuno took off all of her clothes and thrust her erect dick into Yuria's pussy. Yuria's body was also affected by the sexual energy emitted by the dragon, and her pussy was already soaked with love juice, so it seemed like there was no need for her to caress it. "Yes, there's no time, so please finish quickly. I can only stop time for about 10 minutes. Ugh, as Yuno plunged his cock into her, a moan burst out from Uria's mouth as the world tree was possessed. The world tree felt as if his body was being torn apart, and an incredible amount of pleasure he had never felt before, and soon he began to cry out in pleasure at the pleasure of his body being violated by his huge cock. What? This feeling. How Uria's pussy, which had countless sexes with Yuno's cock, became a custom-made pussy that was exclusive to Yuno and boasted excellent compatibility with her son's cock, and the pleasure felt by the world tree possessed by Yuno's body was also similar. At 10,000 years. But this is the first time I've ever felt like this. You said you don't have time, so I'll go strong right away. Regardless of whether the world tree was screaming or not, Yuno threw her legs over her shoulders and rammed his cock deep into her pussy as hard as he could. The large cock pushed up her uterus and pressed against her cervix. Uria's eyes, which had been empty due to her being possessed by the world tree, suddenly changed into eyes filled with her pleasure. And as the waves of her pleasure washed over her, the world tree let out her pleasure-soaked moans. At the same time, the world tree was biting Yuno's cock tightly, which gave him pleasure, and instinctively hugging Yuno and kissing Yuno's lips for even greater pleasure. This. I feel like this is going. Harwagababov. Plop, plop, plop. TSK 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 TSK. The obscene sound of flesh clashing rang out in the middle of a fierce battlefield. The world tree continued to throw its bodies apart, spewing out cloudy love juices between their joints, and hugged Yuno, who was giving him pleasure, and kissed her passionately, pressing her against his large chest. Sighed. Churup chup. Sighed as Yuno's tongue delved into his mouth. The world tree went away again, feeling his bottom and stomach being violated at the same time. Crumbling. Yuno's massive vicious cock continued to scratch all of her sensitive parts and rub the most sensitive area, the cervix. I like it. I like sex. Come now. Pleasant semen. No, please come with thick semen. Please make me pregnant with cum full of vitality. I'm Yunoni. Before she knew it, the world tree was calling her Yuno-sama, and begging for her Yuno, as if she were pregnant, and Yuno felt the curved protrusions surrounding her glands, and it was just like that in her womb. Started ejaculating. Buak. Although she lost a huge amount of mana, which symbolizes her yang energy, she ejaculated a huge amount of semen as if she still had a lot of Yuno's stamina left. And as soon as she started ejaculating, Yuno felt her huge and warm energy filling his body. This. Hara. I feel good. Yuno-sama. I gave all my remaining energy to you. So, I will take care of my children. And thank you for letting me know this pleasure before I disappear. When the world tree kissed Yuno's lips, Yuno felt the world tree disappearing from within Uria's body. Now, if the world tree disappears, won't the elves also disappear? She smiled at Yuno's question. Are left a seed in case of an unexpected situation. If you dig under my stump, a seed will come out. If you sprinkle a lot of your cum, which is full of the energy of life, on the seed and bury it in the ground, the next world tree will grow. So please take care of me in the next generation. With those last words, the feeling of the world tree completely disappeared. Uria's eyes opened brightly, and time began to pass again. Her, it's this. What is this? Uriah was surprised by Yuno, who was attacking her, but she immediately couldn't control her horny body and started begging Yuno to have sex with her. Yuno, do it. Give it to mom. Don't stay like that, and stick that nice cock in mom. Spray thick cum on the horny mom, who is crazy about incestuous sex with her son. What? However, despite Uriah's begging, Yuno pulled out her dick and raised her body. Mom. I'm sorry. My sister, Mary, and her wives are in danger. I'll come later and give you plenty. Only then did Uriah understand the situation and didn't complain when Yuno pulled out her dick. Himself, his pussy is going crazy. Hurry up. It will be even harder for mom if you are here. With Uriah telling her to go, Yuno threw her body away with all her might. And Yuno was astonished because the speed was far beyond the maximum speed so far. This is the mana left by the world tree. It melts into the mana hole made of dragon heart mana without colliding at all. Feeling the immense power boiling within his body, Yuno rushed towards the dragon, whispered in his ear, and then struck him with his fists with all his might. You bastard. Aren't you forgetting something? Huh? What about you? Whoa. Kara. As the dragon's large body flew away, Yuno took advantage of the opportunity and instantly slaughtered the ogres and minotaurs that were charging at the elf and his wives. Ha. You. No. How? My wives are in danger, so why should my husband stay silent? Eliza? Catherine? Our places are mine? So, be a good guard. Yes. Bang. Catherine's face turned red when she saw her young husband turning the minotaur that was charging at her into a stream of blood. You. No. Finish it quickly. I think I'm going crazy. Okay. Eliza, just hold on for a little while. At Eliza's words, Yuno turned his gaze back to the dragon and rushed towards it, raising his spirits once again and extending his fist point. The energy on Yuno's fist was shining twice as brightly as before coming here, and its size was also much larger. Quang. With a tremendous roar, Yuno's fist dug into the dragon's abdomen, and soon Yuno's fist was pounding all over the dragon's body. Whoa. In the end, the dragon that had been hit countless times by the fist, filled with energy, fell forward, screaming and spitting out blood from its mouth, and Yuno slowly took steps to finish off the dragon. Wow, you let your guard down. You. However, looking at Yuno, the fallen dragon kept its stance and poured lightning breath at Yuno. Oh, Yuno had never thought that the dragon would have this much energy left, so he just stared at the lightning breath pouring down on him. The elf spirit and wizard who were supposed to help him were all lying down, consumed by the negative energy, so the dragon smiled in victory. But at that moment, gnome, lightning art, at the sound of someone's voice, an earthen shield was spread out in front of Yuno's feet, along with a lightning bolt. The dragon's lightning breath, which was powerful, but helplessly weak against earth and metal, was absorbed, and the dragon closed its eyes in despair that its final means had been blocked. Wall tree Yggdrasil illustration. Chapter 67. Third Dragon Heart. 1. Third Dragon Heart. 1. Yuno, who thought it was over due to the lightning fired towards her, felt that she was okay, opened her eyes, and looked next to her where she heard the sound of magic chanting. There, Isabella and Mary, who had gritted their teeth and activated their magic when they saw Juno's crisis, even though they were dominated by the dragon's evil energy, were out of breath. Haha. Oppa. Haha, are you okay? Ugh. I think we've reached this point. Ugh. Let's finish this quickly. Let's finish it. Thank you, sister. Mary. When this is over, I will grant you one wish. Did you promise? Yuno expressed her gratitude to Isabella and Mary and walked back to the dragon. As soon as Yuno turned around, the women couldn't control their sexual desire and started masturbating. When Yuno stepped on the fallen dragon's chest and thrust a fistful of encouragement into its face, the dragon closed its eyes and spoke as if it had given up on everything. CRRRRN. Your victory. Kill it. I just ask one question. This is the first time I've heard of dragons in this world. How did they come here? No. You. Are you not a human here? How do you know my race? When it was confirmed that the dragon was not of this world as Yuno expected, Yuno continued to urge him. Answer my question first. How did you get here? I don't know either. As you know, I'm a dragon. Or, more accurately, since I failed to ascend to heaven, I should consider it half-hearted 10 years ago. After 1,000 years of training, while suppressing all my desires in the form of an emoji, I achieved merit and ascended to heaven. While doing so, a little boy who was digging for herbs found me, and I failed to ascend and fell from the sky. Just thinking about that time, the dragon continued to snort, as if he was still angry. Continue. Yes. Anyway, I failed to ascend and fell to the ground and accepted death. But for some reason, I didn't die, and when I came to my senses, I was floating in the spirit lake you guys are talking about. Yuno was surprised by the dragon's words, and asked a question. Did you meet God or something like that when you came here? Did he offer you some sort of deal? Did he give you a gift out of pity? HMPH. God. If I had met God, I would have questioned why I ended up like this. There was nothing like that. Okay. Well, that aside, why did you take over the world tree? Why did you try to annihilate the elf race? Did you not know that the world tree was a being that gave birth to elf children? World tree. Ah. You mean this tree? It was for my survival. My body, which failed to ascend, was filled with this damned negative energy, and I needed a large amount of positive energy to relieve it. And around here, the tree was the only entity that contained the greatest positive energy. What attacked the elf? I never attacked them first. They attacked first, so they just brainwashed the surrounding monsters to protect me. But this tree was the one that gave birth to elves. I really didn't know that. Finally understood the situation. Now answer my question. How do you know I exist? As the dragon asked, and heard the moans of her wives behind her, realized that there was something she had to do first. First stop emitting negative energy. Then I will answer your question. I gave you all the answers. But you are asking too much for just one answer. After all, what can a loser say? CRRRRM when asked. Unexpectedly, the dragon obediently stopped emitting sexual energy, and the moans of the elves that were heard here and there also stopped. I'm a being whose soul came over here after dying in the world you lived in and was reincarnated. The same goes for my mother over there. Mother? You mean that human girl with long black hair over there? Her flesh smells like you? You. Really? Blushed at the unexpectedly sharp words of the dragon. Well, that's none of your business. Anyway, it seems like we lived in a different time zone. But we are from the same world. I don't want to kill you. I heard you had a situation too. Thinking that he wasn't a very bad guy, much of the hostility in Yuno's mind disappeared. In the first place, Yuno and his party suffered little damage from the dragon, and in fact, it had the effect of preventing the rampage of giant monsters for 10 years, so it was considered a thankful thing from the Lord's point of view. No, kill me. As long as I have this lump of vagina, I have no choice but to die. Anyway, I feel sorry for the elves. I really didn't know that the fruit of that tree turns into an elf's baby. I really didn't know that. Kirimu and Miruku, who were gathering themselves at the dragon's self-deprecating words, approached the dragon. Is that really true? You didn't do it to annihilate us and take over the world tree, but you did it for survival. Yes. I'm truly sorry to you elves. I had a desire to somehow risk my life and ascend to heaven again. That is why I was absorbing positive energy from this tree, called the world tree. But it was an act that would annihilate you. In fact, he even gave orders to monsters to rape elves and caused your species to become extinct, so all kinds of vices would have piled up, making ascension impossible in the first place. After the dragon was defeated by Yuno, he gave up his desire for ascension and apologized in a reassuring tone. For now, I will accept your apology. Since the world tree is dead, we will not be able to avoid destruction. But it was probably a purpose you had to risk your life for. Krung. Thank you. Now take my life, your highness Yuno. I will leave the disposition of this dragon to you. In fact, you were the one who defeated this dragon. As Kirimu returned the sword to its scabbard and took a step back, Yuno thought deeply before speaking again. First, I have something to tell you, Kirimu. The world tree is not dead. Yes? What do you mean? When the dragon emitted its negative energy for the last time, the world tree possessed my mother and left behind a message. He left a world tree seed under his stump for generations to come. And I, who is full of life force. Me? What am I? Yuno was a little embarrassed to tell Kirimu, whose big eyes were blinking, that she had to pour semen, but Yuno eventually confessed the truth. He told me that if I pour semen on him, he will be revived. Really? The world tree revived me. Venus. Thank you. As Kirimu and Miruku jumped up and down in joy at her, Yuno's eyes were taken by her big breasts bouncing up and down, and before she knew it, Eliza and Catherine had gathered themselves together and approached her, feeding chestnuts to Yuno's head. It brought her to her senses. Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Are you going to keep leaving your pretty wives behind and sending evil looks at the queen and princess? Well, it's an instinct, and it can't be helped. CRRRR. There's no time. I have to release the negative energy accumulated in my body again in a little while. Kill me quickly. The dragon lost his temper again at Yuno, who was making a scene in front of her. Ah. That's right. I think I can help you too, right? Before the world tree passed away, I gave him all of my remaining energy. But, due to the nature of my mana hole, all of my mana is a lump of energy, so I can't control my energy. So, what if I absorb the negative energy in your body and neutralize it? It's difficult for me to handle the mana that is tilted to one side. Is that possible? Well, I'll have to try it. But I think it's possible in theory. Do it. Please. If you save me, I can seek ascension again, after repaying my sins to the dead elves in the world tree. When the dragon asked in an earnest manner, Yuno looked at Kiramu and the chieftain of the Luana tribe. Queen Kiramu? Chief Luana? Can I save this dragon? The ones who suffered the most were the elves, so I'm asking you to. Please give me just a moment. The two elves returned to the elven archers and royal guard they had led, explained the situation, gathered opinions, and returned. The children will follow His Highness Yuno's opinion. And personally, I hope that no more people lose their lives. All of this is due to ignorance of each other, so I hope that, since that has been resolved, there will be no more damage. Yes, I understand. Queen. Yuno bowed to Kiramu, and then looked at the dragon again. Can you possibly make it smaller? It's possible. While I was training, I occasionally went to a human village to play. Thanks to that, 1,000 years of training were in vain. When the dragon chanted a spell with a bitter smile, the large dragon's body began to glow and transformed into the appearance of a girl with a huge tail and horns. Did it work? Ah. No. Were you a female? Didn't you notice when you heard the laughter earlier? Only then did Yuno remember the dragon laughing earlier. I wasn't in a hurry at the time. Anyway, where do you store your mana? Or key? Then the dragon pointed to the small scales on his neck. This is the place. I'm sure you've heard that you're a bastard, right? This is my weakness, the place where I store my energy, and it's also a place full of that cursed evil energy. Good. Then, from now on, I will absorb your sexual energy. Now that I think about it, what is your name? Isn't it a bit much to keep calling you Yang or you, Miri? It is called Miri. Miri? Ah, I heard that guy named Ajin said he had to protect Miri. That was you, Krung. Ajin. I brainwashed her and increased her intelligence considerably. The same was true for the ogre, but the two trained together and became powerful beings. She is now a slave to you. He might be dead, don't worry too much, because I saved it. The ogre seems to be dead, but, well, there's nothing we can do about it now. We'll start from now, so stop thinking about unnecessary things and focus. CRRRRNG. I understand. Yuno placed her hand on Mira's body and began to absorb the sexual energy that was attached to her body. Red Dragon Miri Humanoid ILLUSTRATION * Chapter 68. Third Dragon Heart. 2. Third Dragon Heart. 2. Yuno injected her own mana into Miri little by little, first understanding her condition. I can feel a lump of negative energy inside. It's much bigger than my mana, although it was only a fragment. Yuno's mana, which had consumed 2 dragon hearts, was much greater than that of her teacher Catherine, so Yuno stuck out her tongue to Miri's vagina. Little by little. I just need to pull it in little by little, neutralize it with my mana, and store it in my body. Yuno's mana, filled with hot energy, penetrated the inside of her breasts and gradually stimulated her vagina. Then, Mira's negative energy was drawn out little by little in response to Yuno's mana, and Mira's negative energy that entered Yuno's body gradually reacted with Yuno's hot mana and was neutralized, accumulating within Yuno's body. Good. It's going as expected. Still, I only had a theory and wasn't sure, but I'm glad Yuno sighed in relief and, little by little, purified Mira's vagina and sucked it into her own body. Meanwhile, while Yuno was working on sucking Mira's vagina, Kiramu, Miruku, and Yuno's women were huddled by Yuno's side and talking after retrieving the world tree seed. Queen. Is it okay for the Luana clan chief to lead the troops like that? Seeing the elf spirit archers and her personal guards retreating after clearing the battlefield without Kiramu's leadership, Kiramu had a gentle smile on her face in response to the question Eliza asked. Yes, it doesn't matter. I'm planning to retire anyway. Yes, everyone, including Miruku, was shocked when she heard that the Queen of the Elves was retiring. No. Why did the Queen? Are you sure you have responsibility for the World Tree? The World Tree is ready to be revived as a seed here. Mother, what will I do when you retire? I was planning to quit my position as successor too. No princess, why are you quitting? In this messy situation, Kirimu put her finger to her lips and silenced everyone. Then she opened her mouth again. Actually, I was injured in an important part during the battle with the dragon just now. Since I'm no longer a master, it would be difficult to take on the position of leader. That requires military force. So, I reported this to the leader of Luena and asked him to take my position. It's true. Meanwhile, Kirimu opened her huge breasts to the left and right, revealing the scar near her heart point. She said her breasts were so big that it was a wound that had never been visible before. Although her bleeding had been stopped, the pain seemed to be quite deep and the women frowned. Ah. Is this really that time? Kirimu nodded her head as Mary recalled the memory of her preventing him from stabbing her dragon's tail. Yes. At that time, I failed to block a rock fragment, and it got stuck in the mana hole in front of my heart. In a way, I guess I'm glad that my heart was saved thanks to the mana hole. Hebe. But you've been fighting while waving your sword skills since then, right? The mana in the mana hole began to leak, so I just raised all my mana and fought. Now that I've used up all my mana, I won't have to unleash my sword energy again. Sorry, Queen. I should have prevented it better. As Mary tried to shed her tears, Kirimu hugged her and patted her on the back. It's not Mary-sama's fault. If it weren't for Mary-sama, I probably wouldn't have died. I think I'm lucky that I'm so relieved. If it's okay with you, can I take care of Kirimu's wounds? Mama Empress. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces as Yuria approached Kirimu with a green glow in her hand. Mom. What's that on her hand? Just now, the World Tree possessed her mother's body and had sex with Yuno. Then, it seemed like the World Tree's energy remained in her mother. And Yuria held the green light in her hand to Kirimu's wound point. Then, Kirimu's wound healed quickly, and after a few seconds, Kirimu regained her smooth skin, as if nothing had happened. How are you? Kirimu? You're not sick anymore, right? Oh my god. The energy of the World Tree has been passed on to the Empress. It seems like a trace left over to my son, rather than being passed on to me. Still, I'm glad I was able to help even to this extent. Anyway, I don't think the mana hole has healed. Shall we try again? Despite Yuria's suggestion, Kirimu shook her head. No. Now, I'm trying to find a life other than being the Queen of the Elves. Although I'm not a master, I still have the power as a mid-level spiritist, so this is enough to protect myself. Ho as Kirimu looked at Yuno with her strange smile, a wary light appeared on Yuria's face. No way. Right? No matter how much the precious elf queen has retired, she must still do this even though she knows that Yuno is interfering with us. But, why is my daughter quitting her position as heir? Doesn't she know that, even though her mother passed her queenship to Chief Ruana, she can still run for the next queenship if she wants? Actually, I'm thinking the same thing as her mom. What do you think, Mom? What about her mother and daughter together? Oh, my mom is so good, she would be perfect if she were with my beloved daughter Kirimu. And Miruku began to look at Yuno with strange eyes, and at the moment when all 5 women, including Yuria, were on guard, an extremely bright light burst from Yuno. What is this? Yuno. As the emitted light faded, Yuno's figure was revealed, surrounded by her pink mist, and Yuno's body was radiating hot heat and her skin was cracking. CRRRRM. That guy is so amazing. I never thought he could really absorb all the sexual energy in my body. Are you okay, dragon? Call me Miri. It's not nice to be called a dragon by my benefactor's family. Yes, Miri. But what happened now? Even though she had a tail, Miri looked so cute as a little girl, and thanks to her appearance, they were able to talk to her naturally. That guy absorbed all the dirty negative energy that had accumulated in my body. It looks like he used that negative energy to go one step further. He really is an amazing guy. Everyone focused on Yuno's condition after hearing Miri's words. If you take one step further, you're already at a similar level to me. Woo, I really have an amazing student. Yuno. You don't have to get stronger anymore, so just make sure you're safe back. Topper. You have to wake up quickly and hug Mary. She's grown up now. Huh. The light that was emitting gradually diminished, as if the prayers of several women had reached her, and Yuno's appearance began to be seen. As soon as the body change was over, the cracked skin turned into powder, and flew away in the wind, revealing his smooth skin, slightly slimmer but stronger muscles, that seemed to be more compressed, and a much larger and red shining cock. The women looked up. I blushed and admired the sight. And when Yuno finally got up, they all rushed towards her. Yuno, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? Let's go back quickly, brother. Today, you become Mary's. Mary becomes yours. You're funny. Yuno is going to sleep with me today. Everyone clung to Yuno and talked to her, but Yuno closed her eyes and didn't respond. Is it Yuno? When Yuria grabbed Yuno's head and lifted it up, Yuno's eyes opened and began to glow red unlike usual, and a scream came out of Yuno's mouth. Crunching out. Yuno, whoa, whoa. Yuno let out a huge roar into the sky and rushed at Yuria, tearing off her clothes, and pounced on her. No. Slow down. Mom is not running away. Higher. Yuria slowly guided Yuno, who had lost her temper, to begin having sex with her, and then gestured to Eliza and Catherine, who were staring at them blankly. Eliza and Catherine, who noticed Yuria's signal, came to their senses and immediately ran to Mary. Mary, how did this happen? I guess there was a problem in the process of storing it in my body, because my sexual energy was very cloudy. Is there any way there is a way for me to reabsorb? But that would just repeat the same situation again. Just wait a moment. Mary placed her hand on Yuno's back, who was preoccupied with shaking her hips on top of Yuria, and checked his condition. Haha. Well, I don't think it's a big problem. The turbidity from the absorbed sexual energy invaded my brain, and I lost my senses for a while. If you continue to have sexual intercourse, the turbid energy will be released, and it will naturally return to its original state. All the women's faces turned red except for Yuria, who was busy receiving her sunstick when she was told that she would release her dick by having sexual intercourse. Well, then how much should I do? Let's see. Everyone, take it easy. It is expected that it will be resolved if we continue to have sexual intercourse for about 3 years. What? 3 years? All the women were shocked by Mary's words, and Mary blinked, as if asking why she was surprised, when it was nothing special illustration of Yuno's current physical condition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. The Virgin Pussy of a Dragon that trained for 1,000 years. The virgin pussy of a dragon who trained for 1,000 years. Why are you so surprised? Isn't 3 years a very long time? You may say that, Mary, but isn't our human life short? Besides, having to spend our days just having sex without any sense of reason. That's I didn't take that into consideration. Wait a moment. In response to Catherine's protest, Yuno finished ejaculating until Yuria's womb was filled with Mary's worries, and Yuria fainted after receiving her son's semen for the second time today. As her opponent fainted, Yuno looked around with her cock erect, looking for her next opponent. Then Elisa and Catherine took off their clothes, approached Yuno, spread her legs, and started having sex. This has gotten bigger. This has made me feel better. This is strange. Every time the dick pricks them, it keeps getting better and better, and it keeps going. For instance. Juno placed Eliza and Catherine, who were showing their pussies to him, on top of each other and took turns thrusting the pussies of the women who were lined up side by side. It was a simple movement without any consideration for them, but the pleasure felt so strong that Eliza and Catherine continued to let out orgasmic cries. Jibub crumbling. Wow. A third. The glands is torn. Yuno's dick is scratching my stomach. No more. Bad guy. I can't believe I made my teacher like this. They were trying to buy time by holding on somehow, but as Yuno's cock repeatedly scraped the pleasant spot inside their pussy and pushed into the deepest part, their pussy spewed out slippery love juice and instinctively craved the pleasant cock of their lover. He was trying to receive it more actively and was sucking it in while moving around. I can't hold on any longer. This feels so good HMM. My student's cock feels so good. My husband's cock is the best. The cock that made me a woman. The cock that made me a female. While listening to the girls chanting, Yuno started coming again. Point crunch clunk crunch clunk crunch clunk crunch clump. Eliza, her childhood friend, and Catherine, her teacher. After completely sending off her 2 wives, Yuno took turns ejaculating in their pussies and then pulled out his dick. Point in the end, when Eliza and Catherine also collapsed, her body shaking like a frog, with a huge amount of semen flowing out of her vagina, Yuno looked around her again, looking for another woman. Point, even though he had already completely sent away the 3 women, Yuno's dick was fully erect, so Isabella, Mary, Kiramu, and Miruku, who were looking at it, swallowed their saliva and looked at each other from the corner of their eyes. Mary, is there really no way? I don't mind being held by Yuno, but I want Yuno to know that I'm taking my virginity. If possible. Mary raised her head, as if there was finally a solution to Isabella's question. Good. I thought of a solution. Really? How? HMM. That guy took my vagina and even the tabloa, so if I bring back some of the tabloa, the burden will be alleviated. Of course, I will come back to my senses that much faster. Then won't Mary be in trouble again? The world tree again. Mary smiled as Kirimu asked, hugging the seed of the world tree in her arms again. Don't worry. I've been thinking about how to do that, but there was a very easy solution. Perhaps. What is that method? Quite. All I have to do is have sexual intercourse with that guy. Anyway, that guy is also purifying his turbidity by having sexual intercourse, so if I take a little bit, wouldn't the speed be doubled? Meanwhile, Isabella and Mary sighed when Mary said that once they had sexual intercourse, the opposite sex would return for about 3 hours a day for a while. I can't. Yuno's number of women will increase, but I guess I can't help it here. Sister, I actually hate giving her virginity to her brother and him not even remembering it. As Mary confidently walked forward, leaving Isabella and Mary behind. Yuno, who had spotted the next target, quickly ran towards Mary. Oops. Calm down, you guy. This body is my own. Ugh. After subduing Yuno, who had lost her temper, Mary tried to pull out the tackji wrapped around Yuno's head, but when Yuno ran at her at a speed that even she couldn't handle and tripped over her, she screamed, ouch, ouch. You little guy. When you're in this body, you don't have scales, so it's not that hard. If you stay still, I'll. Here Mary raised her body and tried to grab Yuno's head, but when Yuno's cock rubbed her pussy, she cried out from the immense pleasure that hit her brain. Backquote, you bastard. All the sexual energy absorbed from me was stored in the cock. This is against the rules. Any female body that touches this cock will become horny. Yuno's cock was filled with the vagina taken from Mary, as if she was emitting her vagina to make the surrounding women aroused, so Mary felt an even stronger sexual desire every time Yuno's dick rubbed against her vagina. She let out a moan out of strange pleasure. But if you keep your vagina stored in your dick like this, you won't be able to function as a man. Backquote, you bastard. Since there is such a strong mass of yang energy in the balls, even if the dick is full of yin energy, they can work in harmony and have a synergistic effect. Ugh, this is my first time feeling such a strong desire. Before she knew it, Mira's pussy was getting hot and gushing out love juice like hot spring water as Yuno's dick was rubbing her pussy membrane. I can't do it. It's so dirty. Just put it in first. Take the sacred dragon maiden with a human dick. Yuno finally thrust his cock into Miri, who opened her pussy and begged for a cock. Subububukhanara. This is what human females say. The feeling of going a thin trail of blood flowed from her vagina, showing that the chastity she had maintained for over 1,000 years had been broken. At the same time, Miri felt that her desire, which she had suppressed for thousands of years of training, was completely exploding within her. It feels good. A human cock feels good. A male cock feels good. Miri, consumed by such pleasant pleasure, pushed Yuno's body away and climbed on top of him, stroking her breasts, crumbling Yuria, Isabella, and Mary, who had come to their senses to some extent, gasped when Mira's vagina was exposed as she made lewd sounds, and slurped her urine on Yuno's body point. When Mary transformed into a human, she had the appearance of a very small girl, so the sight of Yuno's huge dick entering such a girl's body looked so cruel and obscene, and they felt their pussies getting wet again on their own. Brit AHH. This feels good, my pussy is moving on its own, my male is telling me this is this. My companion is telling me this is his dick. I love the sex that forces my pussy open in Mira's head. The thought of having to absorb the steam from Yuno's head had disappeared, and only thoughts remained such as how good Yuno's cock made her feel, and how she could make sex more pleasant. Point. No matter how transformed it was clear that a dragon was a dragon. Mira's pussy was squeezing Yuno's cock tremendously, and Yuno was pouring semen into Mira's pussy. It's coming. Male's fucking water is coming in. Oh, it's hot. It's a lump of this hot sheep. It's now the wife of the male. The only one who makes me a female. I'm Sia Bangni, I love you. I'm Sia Bangni. Originally, she would have been preoccupied with absorbing the energy that came into her body, but she now prioritized the pleasure that came from sex with her Yuno, rather than that energy, and she pumped her pussy. Her body lay on the floor with her dick still stuck in. At point then, she instinctively grabbed Yuno's head, pressed her lips to hers, and started begging for sex. Chua up charul up hard up, I like it. Sir, please give me more dick, please thrust that delightful cock into Mira's female pussy, which is only for you. The sight of Miri instinctively kissing Yuno's lips and showing off her charms looked so lewd yet beautiful. Point. Yuno did not understand Miri's words, but his instincts were screaming at him to rape the female in front of him, and because he had no reason, Yuno's actions, which were based on instinct, were extremely violent. Point. Yuno pushed Mira's hips down, lifted her hips up, then got on top of her, putting all of her weight on her, and slamming his dick down on her. Amazing. Awesome. If you find out about sex like this, you can't go back. You can never go back to being a dragon. Pang pang plop. Plop AHH. I don't care about ascending to heaven anymore. As long as I have this cock, all I need is my husband's cock. Mary shed tears and snot, and cried out with a completely lost face as she experienced intense sex with Yuno, who penetrated her with the force of completely crushing her uterus. Their sex continued for a long time, and their sex, or rather, copulation, was so intense that the love juice and semen that flowed from their joints formed a puddle. Sex feels so good. Sex with my husband. It feels so good that I die. Feeling her orgasm coming again, Miri hugged Yuno tightly and tightened her pussy. Yuno's cock also trembled and pressed against Mira's cervix with the force of crushing it. Sia bang. Please come. Please come in Mira's womb with plenty of thick cum. Please fill Mira's womb with the strong male's thick cock juice. AHH. I'm coming. I'm going. Brit Buraya Rurarat. Burarat. Buak. Bulge. 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 Yuno's spurts of her semen once again filled Mira's womb, which had been filled with her semen from her previous ejaculation, sending her away completely. Point. Softly the sight of Miri being held by Yuno, with her tongue out and drooling, was not a dragon, but a female itself, and Miri, feeling her mind fading, squeezed out the last of her energy, and seeped into Yuno's head. After transferring her takji to herself, she lost her mind. Sia bang. Now that we share the same energy, we are a couple, so please continue to love Mira's female pussy a lot. Feeling Yuno's semen filling her stomach, Miri fell to the floor, losing her consciousness. And as soon as the red uterus tattoo appeared on Mira's stomach, a gun returned to Yuno's eyes. Humanoid pre-ejaculation illustration. Chapter 70. Isabella Mary Sisters Rice Bowl Incest 6. 1. Isabella Mary Sister Rice Bowl Incest 6. 1. Miri? Why am I doing this? What happened to everyone? Yuria, Isabella, Mary, Kiramu, and Miruku rejoices. Yuno, coming to her senses, pulls her cock out of Mira's pussy, picks her up, and brings the stunned Eliza and Katha into her sides. Ran to her. Yuno, you've come to your senses. I'm glad. Woo. I was so scared, because I thought I was going to lose my mind like this for the rest of my life. But Mary said you will only come back to your senses for about 3 hours a day for the time being. How are you? Yuno. Are you still feeling bad? As soon as she heard Isabella's words, Yuno sat down on her floor and circulated her mana to check her physical condition. She smiled bitterly after realizing that there was a lot of turbidity in her brain. Woo, as I was absorbing the negative energy that was attached to Miri, I also absorbed all the negative energy. But this isn't coming off. You said that if you keep having sex for about 3 years, you'll get better. When Mary said, twisting her legs, Yuno screamed in surprise. What? 3 years? Yeah. But Miri said that, by having sex with my brother, she shortened the period a little, and gave me time to come back to my senses. So it'll be okay soon. After hearing Mara's words, Yuno saw her Miri again, lying down and sleeping with her uterus tattooed. Backquote, I'm sure he's not a bad guy. Haha. Anyway, what should I do with this? Can I just hold on to my mind for 3 hours a day for 3 years? So what should Youngji do? What if war breaks out? As Yuno, who had left her group to think for a moment, was sitting on the floor and thinking about various things. Kirimu took Yuno's top and draped it over her shoulders. Your Highness Yuno, don't worry too much. First, let's solve the problem you're facing right away. If you think about things too far into the future, you'll get a headache, and it'll be hard to live. Ah, Queen. Thank you. Yuno stood up, expressing gratitude for Kirimu's comfort. Then her large erect cock came into Kirimu's field of vision, and she looked at Yuno with a naughty smile on her face. You're strong. By the way, I'm not the queen anymore. So just call me Kirimu. Yuno, who had forgotten that she was naked, raised her body and quickly covered her lower body with her top to cover her cock, but raised her head when she was told that she was not her queen. Huh. What does it mean that the queen is not a queen? Actually, my mana hole was destroyed in the previous battle. I finished the battle with the remaining mana, but I'm no longer a master. I'm just an ordinary mid-level elementalist. So, I handed over the queenship to the tribe leader Luana. I'm sorry. The mana hole was damaged. When Yuno visited the capital's hospital for disabled veterans to console her, she saw many knights whose mana holes were destroyed, and Yuno had heard that some of them committed suicide while suffering from mental illness, so Yuno had some idea of the extent of Kirimu's loss. No, it's okay. I feel much lighter now that I've passed over the title of queen, right? And now that I'm free from being the elf queen, I have things I want to do while living freely. I'm glad you say so, queen. No, Kirimu-sama, just tell me what you want to do, and I will do my best to help. Oh my, is that really true? Of course. I promise in the name of Yuno, the third prince of Balkan. Kirimu looked at Yuno, who was pounding her chest and making a promise with a bewitching smile. Thank you, but the sun is slowly going down. So I think we should go back to Elist quickly, since it seemed like he was going to end up sleeping here. Yuno also joined the group. Then, Eliza, Catherine, and Miri came to their senses again and gathered themselves together. And Yuno returned to Elist with them. At Elist, a huge crowd welcomed them and showered them with flower petals, so Yuno felt embarrassed and quickly ran to their accommodation. Phew, I survived. I thought I was going to be crushed to death by the elves. Anyway, is it okay for you to let me in like this? Who was your enemy just now? When Miri asked incredulously, Kirimu naturally responded by unpacking her luggage at Yuno's lodgings. Woo, the incident was unfortunate due to a misunderstanding, but we elves are not a species to be worried about going extinct right now, just because they have not been able to reproduce for 10 years. Didn't the world tree leave us hope like this anyway? She returned first and told Kirimu to stay comfortably, saying that Chief Ruana, newly crowned queen, had explained everything to her. This is originally accommodation for 10 people, so you can use it comfortably. By the way, why did Her Majesty Yuno take so long to wash in the hot springs? Well, I guess it's about time. Upon hearing Mira's words, Kirimu ran to the hot springs and was shocked by the women's chanting there. What are you doing there? If you want to go in, go in. If you want to get out, get out. When Kirimu turned her head at the sound of a voice coming from behind her, she saw Miri naked again. Do you see it? This is the proof that I'm your wife. Although I feel a little sad that you don't remember holding me. I guess that's all I can do if I take good care of myself. Isn't that right? Those girls over there, as she called Mary a bitch. Kirimu looked behind her, and she saw that not only she, but also Miruku, Isabella, and Mary were trembling slightly, and looking at the entrance of the hot spring with such longing, that she smiled bitterly. TSK TSK TSK. It looks like you all have your heart set on you. Wouldn't it be better for you to spend the first night together while he's awake? So leave tonight to us. Mary stroked the tattoo of her uterus on her lower abdomen, as if she were loving it, and then she opened the door to the hot spring and went in, and the door closed, as if it had been opened for some time. Then, Mary's voice was added to the chanting, that rang out inside, and it rang obscenely throughout the house. Are you really the queen? No, Kirimu, you have in mind. Same for Miruku. My brother. Kirimu and Miruku both nodded in response to Isabella and Mary's questions. How could you not fall in love with the man who sacrificed himself for our elf race, who had nothing to do with you, saved our entire race, and saved the world tree? That's right. And sex with Her Highness looks so good. I'm ecstatic just thinking about what it would feel like to be held by her. Isabella and Mary gritted their teeth. You. China, I haven't even been a virgin yet and her rivals are increasing. You know bastard. I know how much this older sister loves me, but she doesn't even lay a hand on me. Ugh. Mary should have been first. Oppa is bad. When you were young, you said you loved me so much. But you've already had 4 women, and now you're seducing the elf queen and the princess. Kirimu and Miruku approached Isabella and Mary, who were puffing out their cheeks and expressing their anger, and hugged them tightly. Haha princesses. You want to have sex with but Her Majesty won't take her hand, since they are biological siblings. At Kirimu's words, Isabella and Mary nod their heads, and say that her mother eats her dick, and doesn't touch them, and that she makes her suck her dick, but doesn't have sex with her. I expressed my anger, of course. Mary, without her knowledge, screamed at her sister for sucking her brother's cock and tasting his semen and slapped her on the back. We will give you an outfit that will make Her Majesty fall for you in one hit. In return, will you take her side so that my mother and I can become Her Highness women? Instead, of course, I will let the princesses take the lead. How do you feel? The girls nodded to Kirimu and Miruku, who brought them an offer they couldn't refuse, and Kirimu and Miruku introduced them to the outfits they had brought. Are you telling me to wear this and go? How do I wear this? Even though Isabella and Mary were blushing at the outfits that looked so obscene, Kirimu calmly explained how to put them on as if it was nothing, and took them to the mirror so they could see what they were wearing. What do you think? At this rate, His Highness will fall for you in one hit, right? Yes. It's so pretty at this rate. I'm sure my brother will lose his mind over Mary seeing them ecstatic about themselves. Kirimu smiled filled with joy. Next day, when came to her senses in her hot spring, she was shocked to see 4 women lying around her. Mom, are you awake? Eliza. Catherine. Hurry. Their bellies were swollen, as if they were pregnant, and the semen that she had put in was gushing out of their pusses and flowing along the water. Woo, it's a good thing that the hot spring here is not stagnant and the water is continuously flowing. Oh well, damn it, it's a good thing I came to my senses for about an hour longer than Mary said. Said that despite Mary's words, that she would only be able to come to her senses for about 3 hours. She was still conscious for more than 3 hours. So she thought she would be okay, and took a rest by washing her body in the hot spring. However, as soon as she soaked in the hot springs, she suddenly lost her senses. Unfortunately, her wives came in to help her bathe, so she was able to avoid a situation where they attacked them, went to the village, and raped the elves. But no matter how good the sex is, these 4 people can't handle me all the time. I need to get some rest. Sai first, washed her wives' bodies and woke them up. Ugh, is it you, Siabang? Hoo, it was so good. Siabang on your side actually didn't have any feelings for Mary until yesterday, but the sight of Mary looking at her lovingly with her uterus tattooed on her pretty body felt so beautiful. In the end, it was her who decided to accept her as her own wife, thinking that it was her destiny to become entangled with Mary. Did you like Mary too? Thank you for giving yourself to me like this. I will do my best to love Mary from now on. Thank you, Lord West. I guess the reason I came over to this world and the reason I failed to ascend to heaven was to meet you. Lord Mary was hugged by Yuno and cried so hard that she fainted. No matter how brave she was, losing her virginity the day before yesterday, taking turns having sex with her for another 20 hours must have been quite a stretch. Since all 4 of her wives were unresponsive, Yuno moved them to their rooms one by one, and she herself went back to her room to get some rest. Grumbling, woo, I can't believe I'll only be conscious for 4 hours a day from now on. How can I do this? Wow. And as soon as the door opened, Yuno couldn't help but be scared. Yuno? Are you here now? I was just waiting for you. Oppa. Why did it take so long? Mary waited for a long time. Isabella and Mary, dressed in eye-poppingly obscene outfits, spread their legs left and right toward Juno, her younger brother and her brother whom she loved so much. Oppa Yuno, as they exposed their pussies, the two lowered their eyes, as if they were embarrassed, but still spoke to Yuno in earnest voices. Sister, I have been eagerly waiting for this day. The day when you become your brother's woman. And I will give you the virginity that I have cherished for 21 years. Mary also waited for the day when she could become her brother's woman. Her sister's pussy is only for her brother. Mary's pussy will be used only for her brother for the rest of her life. And they both spoke at the same time. So, please take our sister's virginity. Our sister will only love Yuno/Oppa forever from now on. As soon as Isabella and Mary finished speaking, Juno lunged at them, and the incestuous sex between the 3 siblings began. Isabel last strap bra plus garter belt ILLUSTRATION * chapter 71. Isabella Mary sisters rice bowl incest 6. 2. Isabella Mary sister rice bowl incest 6. 2. As her Juno rushed in, Isabella let out an exclamation of joy and opened her body to welcome her little brother. You know, if you suck on my sister's breasts like that. Ugh, Oppa said to my sister first. Who is? What? There. Isabella pouted her mouth for a moment while Juno sucked her breasts, but when Juno casually rubbed her navel, she moaned and wiggled her body. Chew up, churra-rub. Sister's breasts. The feel is so good, Oppa. Please touch Mary's breasts too, they are much bigger than yours, so they'll feel better. Mary, don't talk nonsense. Yuno said she likes yours. What are you saying? When the sisters, who are usually good friends, always fought over each other and did the same in bed, Yuno strongly pinched their nipples. You know. Say hey, Oppa. I just like that. Add more. Even though the pinch was quite strong, Yuno was a little embarrassed because Isabella and Mary did not complain of pain, but instead asked for it to be stronger. But Yuno immediately took the initiative again by hitting each of their buttocks. Slurp. Clang. They both liked it when Yuno slapped her ass, but when Yuno made them sit up and thrust his cock in front of her face, they couldn't take their eyes off Yuno's cock. You too. Sister and Mary, please suck my dick. You can do it well, because you've sucked it before, right? Mary, learn by watching your sister do it. The smell of your brother's dick. The smell that has been flowing into my nose every time I exercise since long ago. It seems to be stronger today. This strong scent of man. Isabella and Mary put her nose to Yuno's cock and sniffed it. Then naturally Isabella kissed Yuno's glands and Mary kissed the root of Yuno's cock and started fellatio. Chew up. Churra up. Yuno curled her toes as she felt strong pleasure from Isabella's fellatio, where she put a lot of pressure on her tongue and caressed it by twirling her glands with her tongue point. As if Mary would not lose to her older sister, she licked the base of Yuno's cock and his balls with her tongue, sucking on the skin little by little, and placed her lips together. Ugh. You're both good at it? Haven't you tried Mary before? Cheer up. Don't talk nonsense. You know that Mary only has a brother. I read pornographic books, and every night I sucked my finger while thinking about sucking my brother's dick. So, chew up. I like it, but my sister's tongue is better. What do you think? Doesn't it look like it's going to come already? Isabella, who took possession of her glands, held the top of Juno's pole with her hand and shook it, while Mary continued to point her head deeper, almost coming to the point of sucking her anus. Okay, now shift. Even though Yuno said to change, Isabella couldn't take her mouth off Yuno's cock, as if she was so disappointed. Chill up. Just a little more. Just a little more, and I can drink Yuno's cum. I heard you tried it just yesterday. She always wants to keep everything to herself about her brother. Now it's Mary's turn. When Isabella removed her mouther, Mary seemed to be in a hurry and immediately placed her soft lips on her brother's cocker, kissed the tipper, and began sucking ravenously. Even though her cock was covered in her sister's saliva and her pre-cum from her cocker, Mary's mouther felt indescribably sweet. Wow. Chew yoop. It sucked tsk back quote ahh my brother's cock smells so good. I'm sucking his cock and my pussy is getting wet. I'm so horny, because I want to be fucked by my brother's cock apostrophe as she sucked Yuno's cock. Mary moved her hand down and rubbed her own pussy. Back quote haha. It feels good to masturbate while sucking my brother's cock. Ha this makes me happy too, but I heard this cock enter my vagina. She recalled her sex with Yuno. Her sticky love juices seemed to explode out of her pussy, completely soaking her panties and flowing down her like a thread. Meanwhile, Isabella, who had been pushed down by Mary, was licking with her tongue to her right where Mary had left off. Then, her tongue immediately touched Juno's anus and Isabella pointed her tongue and stimulated her brother's anus Well, now, wait a minute. Isabella's eyes widened like a crescent moon at her very satisfied reaction, and she cared about her brother's anus even more vigorously. Cheer her up. Yuno, are you feeling good? Nuna will make you feel good, so all we have to do is trust Yuno. Side giving Juno her job. Isabella stretched out her arms in front of her and rubbed Juno's balls while her other hand moved down to rub her pussy like Mary. Back quote hara. I really feel like a crazy bitch. A sister who masturbates while sucking her brother's anus. You can't find such a vulgar bitch in the entire empire. No, even if you search the entire continent. But this is too much. I'm happy. Cheer still. How are you, Oppa? Does your tongue feel good? Does Mary's tongue feel good? Yuno couldn't bear to answer, as she was receiving fellatio from her younger sister and rimming from her older sister. She felt so much pleasure coursing through her cock that she felt like she was going to come right away if she said even one word. Therefore, Juno pulled Isabella, who was sucking her anus, in front of her and placed her side by side with Mary, and then made them both suck her glands at the same time. Yoop. Chew up. Atsu up. Ugum. Atsu up. HMM. As Isabella and Mary stuck to the glands and stuck their tongues out to stimulate the underside and top of the glands, Yuno could not hold on any longer and started ejaculating. Burayarayaruk. Boom, 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 boom. As Yuno's cock began to squirm and ejaculate, Isabella and Mary pushed into her face, offering to drink Yuno's semen. And as a result, they had to receive Yuno's semen with their faces and chests instead of their mouths. So after covering their entire bodies with semen for a while, the two reached an agreement with their eyes and took turns swallowing several sips of Yuno's semen. Gulp, 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 gulp. Patter. It's Mary's turn. Back quote hung. Little brother's cum. I really love it. I think I could drink this for the rest of my life. And if this gets into my womb, I'm imagining that she was pregnant with Juno's child. Isabella first continued to swallow her gushing semen and then spit the cock out of her mouth, and Mary, who was waiting next to her, immediately took over. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Patter up, sister. Here. Back quote ahh brother, your cum is so delicious. It smells good. It even tastes. Hara. Brother. Now fuck Mary. Make Mary's virginity with this huge dick of your brother. Please take it. Mary also thought about giving her virginity to this cock, so she savored Juno's semen for a while and then handed it over to Isabella. Juno's ejaculation continued for almost 2 minutes, and when she thought that the amount of semen they had inhaled would exceed 1 L, Juno's ejaculation stopped. Haha. It was so good, Yuno. But why is so much cum coming out? I was going to drink it all. HAA. HAA. Me too. It smelled perfect, and I was so happy to drink your cum, but I failed to eat it all. I'm sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about that. Sister, Mary, come here. Yuno hugged his older sister and her younger sister, who were sorry for not being able to drink all of their semen, and felt his dick become erect once again from the feel of their soft bodies. My little brother, I heard you have amazing energy, right? Come to think of it, if you have sex for 24 hours instead of 20, wouldn't the dirty energy in your head be purified faster? Really? Brother. Mary will now use her pussy to make your dick feel good. So Mary's virgin pussy that has just become an adult. Please take Mary's virginity by throbbing it with your magnificent cock. Please be Mary's first and last man as you know's dick grew bigger due to Mary's extremely lewd comments. Isabella also spread her legs in front of as if she was not going to lose, and spread her pussy with her hands, revealing her pink insides. Brit, can you see your sister's virgin pussy throbbing for your brother's incestuous cock? That's how much your sister loves you. So, your sister's virgin pussy. Please take my virginity away by piercing it with my brother's huge cock. From now on, forever. Please be my sister's only man. The two's cries were filled with earnest love, and as such, Juno's resolve to make Isabella and Mary his women became firmer. Thank you, sister Mary, for loving me so much. I will love you and Mary as much as they love me, as a family, and as a woman. So paused for a moment and pulled the two faces in front of her. Looking at like that, Isabella and Mary swallowed their saliva and waited for her to continue. Isabella, Mary, be my wife. From now until the day I die, I will love you both, so you won't be lonely. Although you are a younger brother to my sister and an older brother to Mary, I will make sure you never regret choosing me. Hearing confession, big teardrops welled up in Isabella and Mary's eyes. Yes, I will. I will become my younger brother's wife. From now on, I will love only you forever. Mary swore from long ago that she would love only her brother. As her brother's wife, Mary will love only her brother forever. The two hugged tightly, and took turns kissing Isabella and Mary on the mouth point. When the kiss ended, looked at the bed, and Isabella and Mary climbed on the bed, took off their panties, became naked, and spread their legs wide looking at Juno, who was now their husband. Please come. Please accept our wife's virginity. Honey X2. When her older sister, her younger sister, and her wife cried out at the same time, who could not resist the enormous temptation, immediately ran towards them. But at that moment, the bedroom door opened and someone came in and started yelling illustration of Mary wearing garter belt underwear tempting chapter 72. Isabella Mary's sister rice bowl incest 6. 3. Isabella Mary's sister rice bowl incest 6. 3. What are you guys doing now? These girls are going crazy. Is your younger brother and older brother. Can't you come out soon? It was Uriah who entered her room, and behind her, Eliza and Catherine were smiling bitterly. Seeing that they were all naked, I had a rough guess as to what she was doing, but she knew that her back would not be safe if she intervened, so she was quietly depressed. Mom has sex with too. Why don't they let us do it? Because mom is different. She says it's because mom has a different situation. Do we have no regrets? Mary and I have only looked at since we were children. And now that she is an adult, we will take care of our own affairs. Uriah was taken aback when Isabella and Mary, who would normally have been slightly shocked, began to fight back and forth. These bitches so busy with their mother, and doesn't she, mom, come to have sex now? She thinks will lose her mind again in a little while, so she came to open her pussy. That's right. That's exactly why mom took off all her clothes. Sister Eliza. Sister Catherine. Are we right? Eliza and Catherine were taken aback when an arrow suddenly flew towards them, so they just nodded and told the truth, which made Isabella and Mary step forward even more confidently. Look, everyone came here to have sex. So we are going to have it too, and you really enjoyed watching her sister and Mary suck their dicks. Your cum tasted so good. Also promised to take us as her wife. She even said she loved us. Is that really true? When Uriah glared at her with her blazing eyes, nodded with only her eyes peeking out from under the blanket. In the end, when a sigh came out of Uriah's mouth, Isabella and Mary smiled and began to gently persuade their mother, hey mama, how much we love her mom. Right, you said that my brother will have to keep being the opposite sex like this for almost a year. So, if Mary and Isabella join together, the burden on her mother and sisters will be lessened. There was quite a bit of truth in what they said, so Uriah ended up allowing incestuous sex between her daughter and her son, who if has decided to take you as her wife. I can't help it. Instead, Her mother will take care of what you do on your first night. Do you understand? Why did mom spend our first night, Isabella? Don't you think that can be helped? That's right. Me and Eliza were with her mother on the first night. Kick, kick, kick. As Eliza and Catherine took Uriah's side here, Isabella and Mary eventually nodded, and they ended up spending their first night with Juno in front of her mother. You know. Who will you start with? Isabella and Mary lay naked on the bed, their eyes sparkling. Both of them gave strong looks, as if they were asking me to do it first, so Juno thought for a moment, and chose one person. Sister, please open your legs a little more. That way, it will be easier for me to get in, and it will hurt less for you. TSK. In the end, it comes down to older sister. Well, I'll give up this much to Mary. Mary was quite lenient, because she knew she would have sex soon anyway, and Juno felt a little at ease thanks to that point. Isabella's pussy was soaked with the tension of losing her virginity and the anticipation of receiving the cock of her beloved brother, and her Juno's cock was fully erect, and pointed towards her lower body. Wait a minute, when Uriah called, Juno looked at Uriah, to see what was going on. And Uriah went down under her, and sucked Juno's spot deeply with her mouth, then spit it out, and moistened her dick with her saliva. Your dick was dry. If you both want to be Juno's wife, you have to pay attention to little things like this. If your dick is dry, Juno will be less able to feel pleasure from her. Do you understand? Your mom, I'm not very good at answering things like this. Juno took Isabella's cock to fuck her first, and then looked at her Mary. When he got a good idea, Mary, would you lie down on top of your sister? I want to feel the feel of your and your pussy flesh before we fuck you. Yes, I understand. Of course Mary was welcome, and the two sisters' pussies were lined up side by side. Juno's cock lightly kissed Isabella's pussy underneath, and as soon as Juno's cock, which was wet with her mother's saliva, touched her pussy flesh, Isabella felt her body heat up, and her sister cried out for a while. I waited for him to fuck me quickly. What is this? I just touched her pussy, and it felt so good. Fuck me quickly, Push your big cock deep into my sister's pussy. However, after the merciless Juno's cock hit her pussy flesh a few times, she moved up and pounded Mary's pussy flesh, and Mary's body also heated up, and transparent and sticky love juice poured out from her pussy. Horror. Fuck me quickly, brother. Mary's virgin pussy is eagerly waiting for her brother's cock after getting her sister and her sister in heat. Juno gently rubbed her two sisters' pussies up and down hers, then thrust into Isabella's cunt lying below her. In the end, when Juno chose Isabella's pussy first, Mary lightly kissed her sister's cheek, then got off Isabella's body, and began masturbating, while watching her brother and her sister having sex. Brit Jill Piokara D. came in as she finally gave me the virginity she kept for her younger brother for 21 years. Sob. I love you. Isabella felt like she was going crazy as her virginity was destroyed by Juno's huge cock, and the excruciating pain and pleasure of finally being with her beloved brother were mixed together as the tears of her breakdown fell from Isabella's eyes. Uriah placed her green-colored hand on her daughter's stomach, and as soon as she did so, Isabella felt her pain slowly subside. Mom. Oh, my goodness. Do you know that mom wants to see you on your first night for no reason? Since she also has this ability, I came here to take away your pain. Thank you, mom. Ugh. When realized that his sister was free from her virgin pain, he began to play with his cock roughly. As began to exert force on his cock, the vagina stored in Juno's cock was activated, causing Isabella to go into heat. A ton of her love juice spurted out from Isabella's cunt, and the insides of her pussy twitched, sucking her cock inward. However, Juno's cock does not move obediently, and as she sucks, he pulls his cock out of her, and as soon as she releases her strength, he penetrates deep inside her, literally tearing her pussy, causing an erection that brings her pleasure to Isabella. I love this. I love sex with my little brother so much. I should have done it a long time ago. Juno's dick is the best. The sight of Isabella, completely aroused and gently turning her waist in sync with Juno's movements, could have been seen as a prostitute, not a virgin, if it were not for the blood flowing from her vagina. Seeing her older sister like that, also got excited and turned her waist even harder, and Isabella couldn't overcome the powerful pleasure of the large dick pounding against her cervix while scraping against the inside of her vagina, so she bit out her tongue and fainted. Ugh boy. What if you get that hard on her, virgin girl? Ah. My sister liked it so much. She did what she used to do to her mother, as scratched her head. Yuria rolled her eyes and took her son's cock, which was dirty with her daughter's virgin blood and her love juices, into her mouth and cleaned it. Mary, come here now. As soon as Yuria called, Mary excitedly ran over, laid down in front of spread her legs, and grabbed her pussy meat with both hands and spread them wide. The sight of the pink pussy flesh shining brightly, showing even the inside, was so beautiful that had a desire to penetrate it right away. Ho ho, our youngest daughter. Aren't you being too proactive? Doesn't this mean you'll have sex quickly? Right, Oppa? So, please ram Mary's horny virgin pussy quickly. Mary's pussy is drooling because it wants to eat your dick in the end. Gave in to Mary's temptation at once, and she inserted her already fully erect cock into her sister's pussy. Pussy ugh. It hurts. Still, Mary has finally become her brother's woman. I love you, Oppa. As Mary wriggled her back in pain, Yuria quickly placed her hand on her stomach and helped her heal. As soon as she felt her pain go away, Mary wrapped her arms around Yuno's neck and actively encouraged her. I started enjoying sex with my brother. Hi third brother. I like this so much. Furthermore, I'm so happy. Black. Mom's fatality. Brit activated her vagina again and made Mary into heat, and like Isabella, Mary also poured out her love juices, giving Yuno's cock a slipperiness and squishiness, as well as the tightness of her virgin pussy. Crumbling eyeing Oppa's dick. It's pressing against Mary's uterus and doing this. Harder. Oppa, harder. Make it harder. It was as if her sisters were sisters. Mary's pussy felt as sticky as Isabella's, and her bumpy protrusions were clinging to Juno's glands and tickling her cock. What? Your brother's cock is the best. I love sex. Incest sex with your brother's cock feels so good. However, Mary, perhaps because of her virginity, could not endure sex with to the end and fainted from her excessive pleasure. Ugh, now, do it to me. As soon as Mary fainted, Isabella woke up and climbed on top of Mary, spreading her pussy. Pulled out her dick from Mary's pussy and stuck it into Isabella's pussy, shaking her waist. Whoa, it's her younger brother who was inside her younger sister's pussy. Yuno's dick is covered in Mary's cum as Juno was enjoying Isabella's pussy. Mary also quickly woke up and Juno thrust into Mary's pussy again, taking turns enjoying her two sisters' pussies. Oppa, I like it. Sex with my brother feels so good. I'm glad Mary was born as her brother's younger sister, as Yuria felt her body getting hotter while watching the incestuous sex between her son and her daughters, and was thrusting her pussy in the corner of her room. Noticed it and called her in with a gesture of her hand. Brit, do Isabella and Mary's pussies taste good? But why does mom chew up chirrup after kissing Yuria's lips deeply? Plunged her cock into Isabella's pussy and gently stroked her mother's pussy with her fingers. Mom gave birth to me so she can enjoy this with her family. So as a thank you, I'm going to give her a little finger in mom's pussy. Harder. Thank you, son, for taking such care of mom's pussy. Harder. As alternately enjoyed Isabella's pussy on top and Mary's pussy on the bottom, she started to feel a sense of ejaculation. Ugh. I think I'm going to come soon. Who should I come first? Let's do it at the same time. You can do it, right? It was so good when I received your cum together with my sister earlier, right? But it's my first time and I want to receive it together with my sister, like good sisters. Isabella and Mary asked to join in, and teased their waist even more vigorously, sending them to climax, and then ejaculating into Isabella's vagina. First point by Aurora at by Uraruk by Urabiak by Urabia by Urabile by Urabia by 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 bile by 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 bile by Urabia bile by Urabia 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 Urabile. It's hot. Once Isabella's womb was full, Juno moved her dick right down and started coming into Mary's pussy as well. Buraya Guluk Buraya. This is my brother's cum. My uterus is filling up. I'm turning Mary's sister's uterus into my brother's. Yuno's cock wriggled and continued to ejaculate, and when Mary's womb felt slightly swollen and full, Yuno pulled out her cock and sprayed her semen so that her older sister and her younger sister's bodies were covered. Gave at the same time. Obscene uterine tattoos appeared on Isabella and Mary's lower abdomen, and unfamiliar memories began to appear in their heads. Ouch, it hurts. What is this? When the two suddenly grabbed their heads in pain, Yuria and Juno were surprised and approached them, and the girls looked at them with surprised eyes. Yuri's mom, Janho Oppa, The four families surprised and absurd looks intertwined, and the day of incestuous sex in the Yuno family grew deeper and deeper. Isabella's first vaginal cum shot illustration. Chapter 73. Three mothers and daughters who became completely one through incestuous sex. 1. Three mothers and women who became completely one through incestuous sex. 1. You guys? What did you just say? When Yuria asked her daughters in a trembling voice, they also answered with confused eyes. You know mom? This, Yuri your brother. Was he Janho? My mother's lover. Are you really Jaime and Hyein? Oh my god, this can't be right. Big teardrops welled up in Yuria's eyes, and she approached her daughters and poured out her tears. My daughters. You let me ride as your mother's daughter again this time. Thank you mom, thank you for being my mom in this life too mom. Hang. If you knew you were going to die like that, you would have been nice to me. Isabella and Mary also shed tears and shared their joy and sorrow, but Juno, who was watching from next to her, was left speechless at this astounding situation. No. God, isn't this crazy? Yuri, I asked you to reincarnate her daughters, and she gave me birth as her daughters again. That too with my older sister and younger sister. Although it was an absurd situation, Yuria and her two daughters continued to hug each other and rejoice in their reunion. No. What's wrong with all three of you? We were family in our past life, and we are still family now, so nothing much has changed, right? You know, don't you remember when you and your mom found your memories? You cried so hard too. When Yuno finally said something, Yuria shot back, and Isabella and Mary approached them with sparkling eyes. How did you and mom find your memories? Really? Mom, tell me. That Syria was embarrassed for a moment and looked away, but she was pushed by her two daughters who persistently asked her, and she ended up confessing the truth. Mom was having sex with Yuno, just like you guys. Her memories came back when she got a vaginal cum shot for the first time and got a tattoo on her uterus. Cluck in front of Isabella and Mary, who burst into laughter. Yuria's face turned bright red, and she screamed, You guys are so anxious to have sex with Yuno. Are you only doing that to your mom? Haha, we were originally perverts. Giggle, but we are so different from our mother's image in our past life. Giggle, that's right. We raised her very strictly, but she's a pervert who's upset because she can't have sex with her son in this life. Her sister, who had been laughing at Yuria for a while, was eventually subdued by Yuria, who raised her palm and hit her on the back. Oh my. This is the same as my previous life. Ouch. Hey, if I did something wrong, wouldn't I have been hit on the back by my mom and almost remembered her past life? Yuria, who had suppressed her two whining daughters, cleared her throat and called her sons and daughters together. Well, I got my memories back like this. But aren't we one family anyway? So let's not think about our past lives, and let's get along well as a family in the future. Although she was a soft-spoken Yuria, Isabella and Mary's gaze was not gentle. So mom won't have sex with her brother? Because now her brother is Mary's husband. Hey, he's my husband too, right? Before we had sex, he told me to be his wife. I almost became a father in my past life, but this time, he's my husband. Do you guys want to keep talking nonsense? Yuno was still her mother's even in her past life. Her daughters jeered at Yuria's words, but Yuria ignored them and hugged Yuno. Ho. My son, would you like to do something nice with your lovely wife? Yuria, as Yuria pressed her breasts against Yuno, rubbed Yuno's cock with her hands, and kissed his neck. Isabella and Mary also rushed at Yuno. Isabella and Mary clung to Yuno's lower body and started sucking his cock. Isabella licked Yuno's balls and the root of his cock, and Mary licked the glands, guiding Yuno to the ultimate pleasure. Slap. Is it okay here, brother? Mary is rubbing her tongue on the most sensitive area under her glands. On the other hand, Juno likes to kiss here too. My sister will make my brother's balls feel good with her tongue. Ugh. These guys are really. In the end, Yuria also joined her daughters and licked the pillar of her son's cock. In the end, all three mother and daughter clung to Yuno's huge 30cm cock and began to caress each part and enjoy the smell and taste of Yuno's cock. Higher. As expected, the smell of your brother's dick pre-cum is delicious too. The smell of my balls here is so good I want to drink my little brother's cum. My pussy is itching. I'm sucking my son's dick with my daughters. I feel like such a crazy bitch. Please forgive this pervert mom. Yeah, but this makes me so happy. As the soft tongues of her mother, older sister, and younger sister caressing his cock tangled with each other and wrapped around his cock, quickly felt a sense of ejaculation due to the perverted pleasure, and cum was spread evenly on all three faces, not just on one person. It was sprinkled. Brother, you have to put your cum into Mary's pussy so Mary can get pregnant with her brother's baby, right? I'll be the first to get pregnant, right? Slam. Slam. These people are just talking nonsense. How old are you? And pregnancy is pregnancy. After being hit on the back by Yuria, they opened their mouths wide, but were unable to confront her mother, whose eyes were flashing white. Meanwhile, who was looking at them, felt his cock being strengthened once again by the beautiful bodies of the three mothers in particular. This time, as the virgin was pierced with his cock, the women who were supposed to be his older sister and adopted daughter. From his previous life with their uterus, Tattooed felt so beautiful that wanted to pounce on her three mothers and daughters right away, and he did it right away. Bread, come on. Oppa? My younger brother must have wanted to fuck his older sister that much. You can just say it. My son likes his mom's pussy best, right? Her three mother and daughter were lying down in front of each of them spreading her legs and showing her pussy wide open. She began to tempt to have sex with her, and gave her huge. She was lost in her thoughts with her cock upright. What are you so worried about? Is your mother's warm pussy here? The hole that gave birth to you has now become a sex hole exclusively for my son, where only Yuno's cock can be used, and it's waiting for my son's cock. As Yuria spread her pussy and said her ridiculously lewd words, Isabella and Mary also seduced as if they could not be defeated. Your sister, who almost became your daughter in a past life, is waiting for you. Your sister, who just lost her virginity to your cock, is desperately waiting for your cock. Your sister's pussy will make you feel good, so sister, come to me. Isabella even opened her pussy with her own hands, showing her inner skin to brother. Mary's younger sister's pussy, which has just become an adult than her old mother and her older sister, is waiting for her brother. Would you please put your sticky dick into Mary's cunt? Watching the mother and daughter lewdly shake their buttocks and dribble out the semen that had accumulated in her vagina hole, seemed to have made up her mind and lunged at Isabella first. You're the best sister for your sister. Hung mom. Mary, is rubbing the glands in my pussy. As her Juno's glands rubbed against her own cunt flesh, Isabella felt her lust take over her body again, but she gave herself over to her desire, and Juno's dick was inserted into Isabella's pussy hole. Creak, creak, creak. Less than an hour after weaning her, Juno's cock forcibly spread Isabella's still narrow pussy and penetrated deep into it, but instead of feeling any pain, she felt immense pleasure and squirted out her love juices. Ugh. It feels so much better than before. As soon as she was inserted, Isabella's mind went blank for a moment due to excessive pleasure, but as soon as she came to her senses, she felt her brother's huge cock pressing against her uterus and attacking her with his strong body. Drop, 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 drop every time Yuno's cock disappeared into her vagina and then reappeared. An obscene sound erupted, and he enjoyed the pleasure of the puckered wrinkles inside Isabella's vagina, giving Isabella great pleasure as well. In it. I'm sorry that my older sister couldn't make my younger brother's cock feel good. Isabella collapsed on her bed, her body quivering and spurting her love juices hard enough to push her brother's cock, filling her cunt. Sister? Sister? Are you okay? You said you make me feel good. Giggling, Yuno pulled his dick out of his older sister's body, who had gone too quickly, and lay down on the blanket, while gesturing to her younger sister, who was looking at her, and her sister's sex with jealous eyes. Mary climbed on top of Yuno's body with shining eyes. She grabbed her brother's cock, and aimed it at her pussy. Do you see my brother? My brother's dick is going into my pussy. Please take a good look at Mary's sister's pussy eating her brother's dick. Jikirioke. The sound of a wet membrane opening was heard, and at the same time, Mary's voice filled the room. Maria's vaginal cum illustration chapter 74. 3 mothers and women who became completely one through incestuous sex. 2. 3 mothers and women who became completely one through incestuous sex. 2. I'm going to have a good time HMM. I can feel your dick digging into my pussy. Mary climbed on top of Yuno's body and lowered her hips, slowly enjoying her brother's cock. What do you think, brother? Isn't Mary's pussy so slippery? Mary's pussy is gushing out juice for you. Yes. It feels good, Mary. Phew. Mary's younger sister's pussy feels so good. However, no matter how horny Mary was due to Yuno's cock, it was not easy for her, who had been a virgin until just a moment ago, to receive Yuno's huge cock all at once, and the speed was very slow, so she had to masturbate while watching her son and daughters having sex. Yuria, who was enjoying herself, eventually got up. Haha. Oppa, please enjoy Mary's pussy. Mary's warm and tight pussy. Mary's sister's incestuous pussy who loves her brother so much HMM. Mom, why am I to help her cute youngest daughter have sex? Yuria grabbed her daughter's legs, lifted her up, and immediately lowered her body. Suckerang Pasheet. Huh. Mom, I can't stand it when you put it down all at once like this. My daughter. How are you? Does your brother's dick feel good? All of her weight was placed on her uterus, and Yuno's cock penetrated into her cervix at once, imprinting itself on her cervix, giving her a tremendous shock and pleasure at the same time, and she pressed against her cervix. Thanks to Yuno's cock, Mary almost fainted for a moment. This feels so good. Oppa's cock, I think it's even better than before. Hug. With barely any strength on her trembling legs, Mary raised her body again and instinctively turned her back, twisting Yuno's cock that was filling her vagina. This is strange. It feels so good. My brother's hard cock is stirring the deepest part of my pussy. Mary massaged her large breasts and shook her hips more vigorously. TSK Bob crunch clunk. The pleasure that Yuno's cock gave her was flowing along her spine and into her head, and the vagina contained in her Yuno's cock was stimulating her even more, making Mary's body even hotter. And I love it so much. I love you, brother. Love me. Love my little sister who is crazy about her brother's cock. Love me. Love me. Yuno looked madly adorable as her sister swayed her hips, bouncing her big breasts on top of her. Horno up. Chew up. Tsu up. Tsu up. Chachu side jung. Yuno pulled Mary in and kissed her deeply, then grabbed her sister's nipples and lifted her waist strongly. Pub jack bu jack suxy. An intense piston movement that was different from what Mary did on her own came over her nipples being held by Yuno's hand, the inside of her pussy being scraped by the huge cock, and even her womb being pounded by her glands. Intense pleasure surged like a tidal wave from every part of Yuno's body, flooding Mary's brain, and her love juices shot out from her vagina like a fountain, drenching Yuno's body. Oppa. Pay. Gently. Her bouncing body and pussy showed how much of an orgasm she had experienced, but Yuno raised her waist again and continued to violate her sister's body. I'm wearing a blindfold. Oppa. Mary is really dying. I'm dying while having incestuous sex with my beloved Oppa. Mary continued to moan as she continued to climax as Yuno teased her waist. Oh my god. Look at him. How good does your dick feel that it keeps gushing out water like this? Of course, even as Mary felt her climax, she did not relax her pussy and continued to tighten Yuno's cock, and Yuno was also preparing to climax along with Mary. What do you think, Mary? Do you like your dick? Huh? Here. This is the best. If you're a woman, you can't help it in front of this cock. You're my little sister, and in front of this cock, you just turn into a bitch. So, Oppa, please don't abandon Mary. I've become a body that only needs your dick. Why would my brother abandon our lovely Mary? Mary will become his wife. When Yuno lightly kissed Mary on the lips and asked her, Mary answered with a sigh, shedding both her tears and her love juices. You because it will be Mary will be her brother's wife forever. She will be a sex slave serving her brother's cock. So Oppa, please love Mary's sister's pussy forever. As Mary reached a huge climax once again, hugging Yuno's back, her vagina also tightened strongly around Yuno's cock, and her cervix came down, and continued to give pleasant kisses to Yuno's glands. Ugh, I'm coming too. I'm coming in mommy Mary's pussy, yes. Put a lot of your cum into my youngest daughter's pussy with Uriah's permission. Semen spurted into Mary's womb. Point by Uriah at Burariah at crackle boom boom back quote brother's cum is coming in. My beloved brother's cum, that can make Mary a mother. It swore Marie lost her senses as she felt her own womb swell with Juno's semen, and Isabella, coming to her senses at the same time that Juno's ejaculation was finished, rushed at her. Juno, hey. Why don't you come in my sister's pussy and only come in Mary's pussy? No, I had sex with my older sister first. But I couldn't come, because my older sister fainted embarrassed. Tried to make excuses, but even her words didn't work for Isabella. Hurry up and come in my sister's pussy. If I just come in Mary, will she really get upset? Ugh, okay. It's my fault for having such a lewd older sister. Mom, could you clean Isabella's pussy, so I can fuck her? Happily cleaned her son's cock with her mouth, even though thrust her cock covered in Mary's love juices and her own semen, and used her mother's mouth like a towel, and used her I pushed my dick into my sister's pussy. Back quote now that I think about it, the last time you gave fellatio, you liked it a little rough, right? Remembering how horny Isabella had been on the day of her departure. For Ellis, licking up her semen that had been sprayed on her floor by her own forcing, Juno grabbed her older sister by the hair and pinned her against the wall. Brit ugh, have you really seen such a pervert sister? So hot and horny, wanting her brother's dick. Unlike her younger brother who had just had sex for the first time, Isabella felt her body heat up even more at Juno's attitude. Yes, her brother's cock feels so good. I'm so horny. So hurry up and put that delightful huge cock in my older sister's pussy. What? Is that the attitude of someone asking a favor? Sister, splat, clang. Juno's palm struck Isabella's buttocks, and her buttocks became red and the imprint of her palm was engraved. Second as Juno gently touched her spanked buttocks, Isabella's sticky love juices flowed down point and her pussy hole was wide open, as if she wanted her brother's cock even more, and Juno put her finger into her pussy hole and lightly pressed it. It now. I can't hold it in. Slam your dick into my older sister's pussy up. Push your younger brother's huge cock into my older sister's pervert hole who likes incest. Brit Isabella twitched her ass with Juno's finger stuck in her pussy hole. I still don't like it, but today is the first day, so I'll treat it like this. Sees, I'm going to have a good time. Hoo-hop. Clothes came in. My younger brother's delightful incestuous dick came in. Juno pushed Isabella's body against the wall and vigorously rocked her back and forth. Isabella received her brother's cock while floating in the air due to her Juno's cock, and her entire body weight was focused on her Juno's cock, naturally compressing her uterus and climaxing at the same time, causing her to come, and urinated at the same time. SHHHHH will help us out. Hey, do you and Mary wet yourself every time we go? I'll fix that. Juno lifted Isabella by her waist and continued to use her entire body like an on a hole. Feeling like she was about to faint from the excessive pleasure, Isabella barely managed to hold on to her hanger attached to her wall, moaning loudly every time Juno's huge cock pounded her womb, barely able to come to her senses. Court sister, your pussy is really tight. Does it feel good too? As Juno's cock was stuck in her cervix, and she gently rubbed the top of her cervix, which was her favorite point, a loud moan escaped Isabella's mouth. Yes. It feels so good. I love incest sex with the younger brother I love the most in the world. As Isabella moaned, Juno turned her sister's face back and kissed her on the mouth, teasing her waist even more vigorously. By Kishiksi by them by her brother's dick. Come for her. Squirt plenty of pleasant cum into her womb as the older sister orgasmed and squirted out her pussy juice. Yuno also stuck his dick tightly to her womb and started pouring his semen into her womb. Bujak back quote Yuno's cum feels so good Yuno. Sister will always be yours. I'll be your sex slave sister who opens your pussy whenever you want. Isabella lost her mind once again as she felt her brother's semen filling her womb. And Yuno also lost her mind once again as she felt the steam entering her brain at the same time as the ejaculation filling Isabella's womb. You. Is it Yuno? Oh my, since the older sister and her younger sister in her room were both stunned. Yuno's next target was, of course, Uriah, who was aroused by watching the incestuous sex between her siblings. Son. Is it that time? Come on, mom's pussy will always be our son's. So today as well. Please use my mom's pussy who loves her son to your heart's content. Honey. Uriah opened her body wide to the unconscious Yuno, and Yuno pounced on her, enjoying her mother's pussy to her heart's content. Not long after, Uriah also fainted, unable to withstand Yuno's virility. Isabella and Mary, who came to their senses, dealt with Yuno. Meanwhile, Elisa and Catherine, who had completely recovered their stamina, also entered the room and continued their orgy, licking Yuno's cock. I enjoyed the pleasure it brought. Anha Yunoa. 2-3 a little slowly. Harder up it's her younger sister's pussy that just became a virgin today. Gently touch it just a little. Yuno, you bad boy. You said you lost your mind and you treated this teacher's pussy so roughly. As the moans of 6 women came out alternately inside Yuno's room, 2 women were smiling strangely outside the room. Mother? Isn't the person who will be our master too energetic? Wouldn't that be better? You'll be able to care for our mother and daughter that much more. Don't worry, my daughter, but I guess Yuno doesn't hate us. We have a secret weapon developed while fighting Mira's negative energy. If we use it, there will be no problem. With their faces turning red, the 2 women wriggled their lower legs and stroked their panties, which were soaked with the clear liquid coming out from their point at the same time. The women's pointed ears were twitching, imagining their next first night with their master, and looking forward to it. Isabella Mary Vaginal Chapter 75. The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 1. The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 1. While Yuno was spending happy days filled with lewd sex with her family in Elist, the situation for the 2 people in charge of the estate was completely different. As soon as morning dawned at the residence of the Lord of the County of Tsidinikana, the sound of the messenger's busy footsteps echoed through the quiet hallway. Shake. Mayor. This is urgent news. Aha. What? Yes, tonight. Mayor, who was unable to return to her house and was handling his duties as the commander of the defense and tasks assigned to him by Yuno, was sleeping in the corner of her office when her messenger came running and read the document she had sent him, causing her to jump up. Holy shit. Tell them to summon all the guards and reserve forces in the territory. Mia quickly adjusted her clothes and started shaking. Baroness Kimberly's body stretched out on the living room sofa. Ibosho. Baron Ibosho. What's going on? Baron Kimberly was also sleeping at his residence every day, handling administrative duties on behalf of Juno, and cleaning up the poop left behind by the former administrator. So he was awakened by Mayor's hands, and looked at him with blank eyes. I think His Majesty the Damned Prince went to get the world tree or something, and got into a big accident. Monsters are coming in droves from the monster mountains. This is not the time to sit idle. You idiot. What? At Mia's words, Baroness Kimberly felt her sleep slipping away and woke up. I must summon the guards and receive additional reports from the rangers before dispatching the troops. I have ordered the summoning of reserve forces. Once the troops are gathered, you will open the warehouse and supply weapons and leave it to Sir Cordelia to lead the troops. Send it to the entrance of the monster mountains. You. Again. It's you. Ugh. It's not the time to be like this. I understand. Baroness Kimberly ran to the administrator's office, and Maya also quickly walked to the garrison commander's office. Have all the guards gathered? Yes, Captain. There was a high proportion of new recruits this time, and there were many guards who had not yet completed their training, but now was not the time to worry about such things, so Maya was satisfied with just having all the 500 troops gathered. It is said that monsters are flocking to our land now. It has been quiet for 10 years, so it may be justifiable. So, we are well armed, and leaving behind all the equipment to capture people. All soldiers are armed only with shields and spears. Brad, one of the new recruits, raised his hand in response to Mayor's instructions. Captain? We are archers. We didn't learn shield skills. Do you think you can pierce the skin of monsters with the archery you learned in just a few days? There's no time to explain, so just shut up and run with your shield and spear. These guys don't have the time to fully arm themselves, or the stamina to carry them, so it's best to simplify their armament and quickly join the rangers in preparation for an unexpected situation. Mir sent only a few veteran soldiers who could help evacuate citizens, and about a dozen new recruits to assist with the work to Baron Kimberly. And then departed for the Monster Mountains with 500 troops. Damn, this is why I didn't want to be in the military anymore. If my wife hadn't been so desperate for me to make money, Major was deeply regretful, but there was nothing he could do now. So he rode hard, gathered troops from the surrounding villages, and increased his troops as he headed towards the ranger post at the entrance of the mountain range point. Meanwhile, Baron Kimberly was in the magistrate's office, dispatching messengers here and there, and processing documents so much that his hands were moving so hard that he could not see them. Gather all the food in the castle. We also need to find out what food the residents personally have. Announce that a rationing system will be implemented starting today. Okay. Damn it, I only came down to be Her Highness Mary's tutor. Why am I doing this? The door to the administrative office burst open, revealing Cordelia with her 3 knights. Administrator. What on earth is going on? Monsters. I don't know the details, but it looks like His Majesty Yuno caused some kind of accident while going to get that damn tree. The Monster Mountain Rangers are buying time, and the commander of the mayor garrison first called up the guards and went to stop them. Then I'll run right away too. When Cordelia turned her back, Baron Kimberly shouted at her, "Wait a minute, what's going on? Citizens who have previously served as guards or enlisted in the Imperial Army are being selected as reserve soldiers, so I would appreciate it if you would lead them." "I understand. I will be waiting at the back of the residence. Please tell me as soon as the convocation is completed, and I will lead the troops." As Cordelia went out, Baroness Kimberly sent her messengers to introduce the people in the villages near the mountain range, and gave orders to rally troops. Will the residents obey quietly? It's harvest season right now, so if we are careful, the year's crops will be ruined. Tell them that life is the most precious thing in farming. Rather than being eaten by monsters, it would be better to endure by digging up tree roots. When Baron Kimberly made a fuss, the messenger got scared and ran out to say goodbye. And as soon as the messenger left, a guard who had been helping with the work came in and added to Baron Kimberly's work. "Administrator, the reserve forces within the castle have been called up. Please come out and open the weapons warehouse. Just open it and take it out. It's an emergency, so who cares? But the magic seal, that can only be opened with the count's seal, is locked. So the administrator has to come." With so much going on, Baron Kimberly finally exploded and grabbed the innocent guard by the scruff of the neck and shook him violently. You know, you bastard, what crime have I committed? Administrator, come to your senses. GM. Unlike Maya, who only needed to fill up the guards, the people Baron Kimberly needed were civil servants, so there was no way that talented people could be easily found in this mountainous village. There were a lot of civil servants looking for work in the imperial capital, but no one was willing to come down to the countryside to work, even though he advertised for a lot of money. And when the emergency came, he had to do his best alone, so his anger exploded. Baron Kimberly held the poor guard by the collar and shook him for a long time, and only after the guard's face turned pale did he loosen the collar. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control my anger for a moment. Anyway, I'll go to the weapons warehouse, and you take this document to the communication room, and send a message to the neighboring territory, County Grime. Kahahekahi. Hoo-ho. But what kind of document is this?" I'm blind. A vein appeared on Baron Kimberly's forehead, but he managed to control his anger and explain to the guard, "This is a document requesting relief troops It has the Earl seal on it, so if you show it, they will believe you, even if you send a message. I've never seen any communication. Before you just need to place your hand on the magic ball. Her Royal Highness said she has charged it with magical power, so it should work fine. Move quickly. When Baron Kimberly shouted, the guard responded that he understood and left the magistrate's office. Even if you have 10 bodies, you will not be enough. Apparently, he used to emphasize proper speaking habits and manners to Yuno, but soon he started swearing, and his temper became more and more dirty. Lord Cordelia, I will now open the weapons warehouse and distribute weapons to the reservists, so please lead them. Understood, Administrator. Still, Cordelia was Yuno's direct knight, and even though she was a bit harsh, she was always polite to him, so he couldn't lose his temper to Cordelia. Phew, but the spare weapons are in good condition. I haven't been able to touch them up to this point yet. Well, I guess Boris knew what would happen if he did, so he couldn't touch them. Even though his head got blown off anyway, but the Empire's weapons management was so thorough that a magic seal requiring the Earl's seal was placed on it, and thanks to this, the reserve forces were able to receive weapons equivalent to those on active duty. Administrator. Then I'll just leave. I wish you good luck, Lord Cordelia. After seeing Cordelia off, Baron Kimberly returned to her official residence. And as soon as he turned, the guard came running and reported to him, Administrator. We have now gathered all the remaining food in Kiai's castle into the warehouse. Please decide how to distribute it. Phew, I understand. Kimberly let out a sigh and ran to the food warehouse again to assign rations to each resident. As soon as he returned to the residence, a report came in that relief troops had departed from the Count of Grime, so he went to the communication room and expressed his gratitude to Count Grime pointed at night, since he still had to report the current situation to the Imperial Palace. He had to write a report as an administrator and also as an agent of the Lord Point. Because the report had to be written in duplicate, it became infinitely longer in the end. Kimberly couldn't close her eyes for even a minute and had to move his hands all night long, and his mouth was constantly moving as he cursed at Yuno. Yuno, you bastard. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.